Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to Chapter 121, A Dirty Trick. Uriah had expected there to be some kind of quick ceremony, some sort of pledge of allegiance to the knights, some sort of welcoming initiation, anything. An organization as severe and august as an order of knights with mystical powers, he had believed, would merit that sort of thing. Instead, it had been hard work from the first morning after the first night he'd spent in their keep. Nightly drill instructors had tested his physical capabilities in the extreme, and it was a week before they even started testing his skills as a Quincy. Life as a recruit was harsh, even for somebody of his standing, and more than once he had been reminded that although he wasn't unfit physically, he could have been much fitter. But Uriah had pushed through. He had endured long marches at dawn before breakfast, grueling endurance programs, and ruthless gym routines. And, just 2 weeks into his new training, he was starting to feel like he was being made anew, molded like clay. He would collapse into his bed exhausted every night, and force himself to get up at dawn to do it all over again every day, and he could feel himself getting stronger, more fit. Every day, he could go a little longer, a little farther. And, every time his mind started to feel like he had had enough, like he should reconsider, he thought of Karakara and kept going. The image of the city in ruins, civilians dead by the thousand. He was going to get stronger here, no matter what. No, there had been no oath or pledge or welcoming ceremony, but the knights had still made him feel as one with their fraternity and sorority, strictly speaking of warriors. He would eat with the other group of recruits, the furthest down the hall, and the knights would jeer at him jokingly, cheer and make merry. Uriah, who had been a lone wolf most of his life, had found this hard to adjust to but not necessarily unwelcome. It was in the third week, after proving decisively that he had no trouble whatsoever meeting and beating any and all of the initial accuracy challenges with a bow, that he was finally introduced to Paladin Robert Accutrone, an older man with a stern, dignified expression. With his glasses, short hair, and mustache, he looked more like somebody's old father than a knight, but the respect he commanded was unmistakable. Uriah had not expected the summons, being taken right out of another endurance test to come see the Master-at-Arms. Uriah was not sure what the title entailed, but it was not hard to imagine. As he stepped inside the chamber he had been directed to, still red with the exertion of the 5-mile run he had just completed, sweat running down his forehead, Uriah started to get a clearer idea. The room's walls was covered in weapons of all kinds, most of them Western in style but with many more Oriental blades. Save for one large, open area, the room was filled with rack after rack of swords, most of them long swords or broadswords. "Initiate," said Accutrone. Uriah stood to attention, chest out and arms flattened to his sides. "Sir Paladin." "Reporting as ordered, sir," Uriah said, loudly and firmly. Accutrone nodded. There was a strict formality of rank observed for anyone who had agreed to become a member, permanently or temporarily, and to breach it was to risk one's status in the order. "Tell me, Initiate, how does your training progress?" "The Initiate runs, lifts weights, and does all that is requested of him, Sir Paladin," Uriah said, an uncertainty underneath the firmness of his voice. He had not expected to be questioned. "The Initiate believes it is fair to say he is making progress." "It would be a great disgrace if you did not," said Accutrone, giving Uriah a grim look. "You do not chafe at having to do this training? You are, after all, far more capable than any other Initiate in our castle. You could likely defeat almost any of our knights. It does not displease you to have to do these mundane exercises. The Initiate understands that all members of the Wandenritter must meet all qualifications required by the order. Particular skill in one area does not privilege the Initiate out of having to perform adequately in another, sir. Power notwithstanding, these challenges are only fair, Sir Paladin." Accutrone nodded. "A textbook answer. We shall see how sincere it is." He turned around to face a table behind him. Uriah had barely paid any attention to it until now, but laid upon it were a selection of fine blades, a traditional longsword, a heavier broadsword, a curved scimitar, a greatsword. "Your marksmanship is excellent, I must acknowledge," the Paladin continued, "but I am told your skill with the blade is non-existent. Is this correct?" "Sir, the initiate's skills are extremely rudimentary, sir. Uriah agreed. Your grandfather did not train you in this art. Sir, the initiate's grandfather passed before he could teach any such skills, Uriah said, swallowing. Damn shame about Sukin, Accutrone said, turning to give Uriah a look. I knew him well. He was never a master swordsman, but he took well to the blade all the same. Proof positive that men with no experience can climb far if they simply choose to apply themselves. Ah, what I would give to see my old friend again. Accutrone shook his head. I will not engage in sentimentality any further. However, the time has come for you to learn this art. You must master at least the fundamentals of swordplay to become a knight. Our strongest weapon for many, at least is the bow, but we must never forget the sharpened blade our order was built upon. Choose, he said, gesturing to the table. Deliberating for some time, Uriah picked up one blade after another, feeling their weight in his hand, testing their swing. The great sword was straight out, too heavy and impractical. The long sword was well balanced, but felt too heavy still. Carefully he tested the scimitar, it fit better in his hand, but never quite spoke to him. Finally he picked up a straight saber, shorter than the long sword, with an elegantly curved guard protecting the hand. He gave it a testing swing, then another, finally nodding to the paladin. This seems right, Sir Paladin. A cavalry saber. Capital choice, Accutrone said, nodding approvingly. An agile blade, well suited to your style. This sword was worn by one of Napoleon Bonaparte's cavalry officers, lost at the Battle of Leipzig. Carry it well and with pride, for it bears a fragment of greatness. Uriah's eyes widened a little. Such an artifact was quite something. Sir Paladin, the initiate has a question. You may ask. This may seem foolish, sir, but such a blade would snap in a heartbeat against the overwhelming power of a strong hollow or shinigami, would it not? Accutrone's lips curved into a slight smile. You get ahead of yourself, initiate. But since you asked, the theory may as well be laid out. The blade is but a conduit for the spiritual energy we pour into it. Unlike the bow, which can easily be materialized or dismissed and then reformed, it pays to have a solid weapon through which our power can flow. We could make blades the same way as we make bows, but it would be harder to maintain and more stressful, and the moment it takes to reform a blade is all the time that's needed to kill you, oftentimes. And, of course, there is the traditional aspect of it. We are knights, after all. Uriah nodded. The initiate understands, Sir Paladin. Not even halfway, Accutrone chuckled. But from today, we will scale down your physical training to focus on the blade. 6 hours every day until you get the basics down, then down to 4. This area is a weakness to you, my lad, and a weakness must be compensated for. Go report to Brother Gilbert down the hall. He will know how to handle a saber, and he will train you well. Sir, said Uriah, standing to attention. Dismissed, said Accutrone. Uriah turned around, holding on to the saber, and marched out. Accutrone watched him leave, his eyes fixed on the recruit with interest. Much greatness would come from him, of that, the old paladin was sure. Just before lunch, Erza headed out to the new safe house to check on Rurikyo. The location was secret, and she had to don a riot-suppressing cloak, one of only a handful available, whose very existence was a secret to go there. So iPhone took no chances this time, and although it was fairly subtle, Erza thought she spotted more than one team of stealth corps operatives in the vicinity. There would be no repeat of yesterday. The new place was a virtual bunker, built under a very unassuming shack, and she had to enter through a narrow tunnel some 30 yards away to even get inside. Once that hassle was done with, she came into a fairly comfortable, if rather narrow set of rooms. Rurikyo was seated on a couch in the small space that passed for a living room, and she lit up when she saw Erza enter. Captain Scarlet, she said enthusiastically, although she did not get up. Erza corrected. I get enough formality and rank from my subordinates. It's not exactly customary, but sure, Rurikyo agreed. She seemed a little less spirited than before, a little browbeaten, and Erza had to remind herself that this was a child, after all, a child taken from her home and all she knew and shunted off to a hole in the ground, with nobody to rely on, knowing people were out to kill her. That was a lot for any kid to deal with. Erza approached the couch. "May I?" she said, gesturing to the piece of furniture. "Please," said Rurokiyo eagerly. Erza sat down, not far from the young clan head. "I came to see how you were doing," she started tentatively. "I know you've been through a whole lot recently, and very suddenly, too. I know what it's like to lose things. I'm sure you must feel terrible right now, but trust me, you'll make it through this." She felt a bit awkward. Erza had never been all that good with kids, had never been good with people, period. "Thank you," said Rurokiyo quietly. It's a lot to take in, yes. I've spent a lot of time just thinking about who would want to kill me, and..." She shook her head. "Things feel a lot different when you start thinking that way. People I used to trust suddenly do not feel so trustworthy, and suddenly I wonder if anyone can be trusted. And then I feel like this is going to be my entire life, and I'm only just now seeing it." Erza's heart ached. What could she even say to that? Yes, that's probably true because you're a noble? Sometimes the truth just wasn't what people needed. "It might feel bad now," Erza said quietly, "but you will find people you can trust. It's not all backstabbing and politics out there." "I'm starting to wonder," Rurokiyo said contemplatively. She gave Erza a look. "I know you need something from me. I'm still grateful for all you did, but it's not all charity, is it? You saved me, and I should repay you. That's fair. That's business." "Rurokiyo," said Erza, her voice tensing, "I need you to know that I am not here because I want something from you. I would be here if you were a little peasant girl from the Rukon. I decided to help you because I think it's the right thing to do. There are a lot of difficult things in this world, and a lot of politics, and you scratch my back, I scratch yours type of deals, but that's not all there is. It's never what you'll get with me. I am here because some scumbag monster decided to try to kill you, and because I care about what that does to you. I'm going to find and punish that person, and I'd do it whether I needed your help or not." Her voice had grown louder, impassioned, and she worried she might have scared the poor girl. "I believe you," Rurokiyo said, breathlessly. I believe you when you say that. Thank you. It's just..." Tears formed at the edge of her eyes, and she choked down a sob. "I'm sorry, I know it's undignified for a clan head to..." She started, her voice breaking. Erza had run out of words, and did the only thing she could think to do. She shuffled toward Rurokiyo, wrapping her arms around the girl and catching her in a bear hug. The little clan head resisted at first, but quickly broke down, wrapping her arms around Erza. She wept, her tears staining Erza's coat. Erza held her tightly, rocking her back and forth, rubbing her back, and stroking her hair. "It's okay. It's okay," she whispered. "It's all going to be okay. I promise it will." For some time, Rurokiyo simply cried into Erza's chest, trembling and shaking in her arms. Her little arms clasped her tightly, desperately, like she was afraid of what would happen if she let go. I was just so scared," she whimpered, her words muffled by Erza's coat. "I thought they'd kill me. I thought it was over. I thought they'd kill Vice Captain Hinamori." "You're safe," Erza assured her. "I won't let anyone touch you, I promise." "You promise?" "I promise." "I swear on the graves of my friends," Erza said. Perhaps that last part had been a bit too dark, but it had simply come to her. She held Rurokiyo like that for ages, or at least half an hour, consoling her, reassuring her. Eventually Rurokiyo untangled herself from Erza, her eyes red. "Thank you," she whispered. "Don't mention it," said Erza, a little choked up herself at this point. "So," said Rurokiyo, wiping her eyes. "So, why don't you tell me a bit about this thing you need?" "Kyunghwa never told me any details, just that it was some kind of political agreement." "Well," said Erza, taking a moment to think, "there are a lot of poor people out there, without a home or even clothes on their backs, and I think that's bad. I want to do something about it." "Like what?" "Well, I'd start by strengthening the place they live by establishing order. Make sure they don't have to worry about bandits or warlords. From there, we'd see how it turned out. Can you get more specific? Erza blinked. She hadn't expected this much interrogation from a girl Rurakiyo's age. Served her right for assuming, she figured. Well, said Erza, the proposal would involve. And just like that, she started laying out her plans. In Rurakiyo she found an attentive and surprisingly knowledgeable listener. Here, at least, she had a vote secured. Hopefully, before too long, she would have a criminal apprehended. After having spent an hour valuable time, she knew, but she couldn't help herself in Rurakiyo's company, she departed for her next appointment, the Feng estate, So iPhone's family home. They were on the list, and she would need every vote she could get. This was an uphill battle, and none could be discarded. She did not know what to expect. She was on quite good terms with So iPhone, but So iPhone was not on good terms with her family. She would have no real edge or inroad here. It would hinge entirely on her ability to reason and persuade, neither things she was renowned for her skill at. Sighing, Erza walked down toward the house. Once ushered inside, Erza was struck by the luxury of it. It was far less ostentatious and far more practical than the Shihoan manor, yes, but there was nothing in here that was not well made, that did not radiate dignity and wealth in one form or another. The wall decorations were more likely to be weapons than paintings, but those, too, were of excellent make. It was easy to forget that So iPhone was of noble origins, hard-working and down-to-earth. The captain was hard-headed and proud but never arrogant or haughty the way somebody like Kukaki Byakuya could be. And, here Erza was, in So iPhone's home. No, not her home. Home was where a person lived, and the division would be So iPhone's home more than this that, and the place she shared with Yoriyuki. But, it had been her home once. Standing around in the vestibule she had been shown into, Erza inspected one of the blades mounted on the wall, a polearm with a relatively short handle and a long, curved blade. It was well kept, gleaming in the light, and it looked like it had been polished recently. It looked sharp and deadly, and something told Erza the weapons were not made for display. "I can see you are a woman of culture." The voice came from the end of the room, and a woman in the garb of a clan leader. Black with gold thread, subdued but nevertheless communicating wealth and status. Consistent with the house, then. She looked old, gray in her hair, and her wrinkled face had a look of minor disdain to it, as if the world was something of a disappointment to her. In one hand she carried a long, thin smoking pipe. "I am here to see clan head Yua Feng," said Erza, a little bit surprised. "Are you?" "The very same," the old woman said, sauntering over toward Erza. "Clan head, I thank you for taking your time," Erza said, giving a clumsy bow, but Yua waved her off. "Spare the courtesies. We're both women of action, albeit in different ways. Let us speak plainly to one another." "Oh. Well, good. That suits me," said Erza, taken aback. She had expected to have to do a bit of groveling, in the same official setting as the other noble houses she had visited, but the Fengs seemed different. Perhaps not too surprising, given their profession and their status. "This blade," said Yua, reaching for the polearm, "has taken many a life. It was forged in my great-grandfather's time, by the smith Takamatsu, a master artisan of the Shihoan clan's employ. It was gifted to my great-grandfather for his service, as a token of gratitude. A tool that he may better defend them. Would you feel its weight?" She extended a hand, offering the weapon to Erza. Hesitantly, Erza replied, "Well, I wouldn't want to. I mean, if it's an artifact of your clan." "Go on. Take it. Feel its weight, its purpose," Yua insisted. Erza, unwilling to offend her, took the weapon in both hands, moving it tentatively up and down. "It is excellently balanced," she commented. "No need to restrain yourself, warrior. See how its thrust suits you. I would very much like to see how the fabled Captain Scarlet handles a blade as fine as this." Erza shrugged, took a few steps out into the room, and thrust forward. She set into a series of slashes and thrusts, going through an attack routine against an imagined enemy. All throughout, the blade held up excellently. "A fine weapon," she said as she finished, standing up straight, planting the hilt into the floor. "Halberds are not my specialty, but it's quite something still. Just a little short for me, but it holds up well." Your ancestors can be proud. So they are, said Yua, extending a hand to take back the blade. She carefully placed it back on its spot on the wall. It probably is a bit short for you, but my great-grandfather was at least a head shorter than you, not much bigger than my iPhone. I see, said Erza diplomatically. Having seen this, do you understand the purity of such a tool? The purity. A tool made for one purpose, made well and with passion. A tool well loved and cared for, perfect for its purpose when wielded by a strong and able hand. Yet, left alone and uncared for, what would happen to it? I assume the blade would rust, Erza said hesitantly. The wood would go bad over time. It might crack, or rot. The strings and pins holding the blade to the hilt might break. Yua nodded. Exactly. It would fall into decay, and eventually become something nobody would consider a worthwhile tool. Erza nodded again, unsure where this was going. A tool in disrepair must be mended. Do you understand where I am going, Captain Scarlet, or are metaphors not your forte? You're talking about your clan, right? Said Erza, realization finally dawning on her. I know very little about that affair, and I did not want to assume. Commendable. But, yes, that is my family, a tool in disrepair. You think of yourselves merely as tools. Yua took a puff on her pipe, blowing out a wisp of smoke. You can be forgiven, unlike my great-granddaughter, for not understanding. You are from a different place, with different ideas. We Feng are servants. There is a purity to that, to knowing our place is secure. It is what we were raised to do. It is, more importantly, what we want. What your clan wants, or what you want. Erza thought. You truly desire, what, exactly? I do not understand what has happened. What do you know of my granddaughter? Said Yua. She is, extremely hard-working, principled, and stubborn and powerful, both as an individual and as a part of the Godiai's power structure. She is a large part of why we're holding together as things stand. If not for this grievance of yours, I believe she would make you proud. If, said Yua bitterly. That is quite a large if, but yes. In all other respects, she is an exemplary individual. Then again, that is rather like saying that if Aizen had not betrayed you and started this disastrous war, he would be an excellent captain. Erza's eyes narrowed. Mind your words, clan head, she said sharply. You are comparing a good friend of mine to the worst kind of traitor. Not at all, said Yua, but do forgive me if I caused offense. I believe you understand my point, though. Erza nodded, restraining herself. She was not here to start a fight. Explain, then. This grievance of yours. The short of it, well, as you may know, little iPhone was once chosen to become Lady Yoryuki's personal bodyguard. A prized position, one that would in time propel her to the very top of our clan, place her close to the Shihoan power structure, and at the top of Shinigami power as well. She would live for her and only her, devote herself to her master in all things. I see the look on your face, Captain, but it is as great an honor as anyone in our clan could expect. But, of course, it was not to be. You know the story. Little iPhone took it, poorly. I never quite appreciated how poorly, and that was my mistake. She gained power, oh, she was always my best pupil, the strongest of us all. Yua sounded odd, wistful, like she held some pride for her granddaughter as she once had been. But, she fostered a deep resentment within her, a burning hatred and bitterness. With Yoryuki gone, her hate for the lady who had betrayed her spilled over to our beloved Shioins. She seized power as a captain, usurping the Shihoan clan head in doing so. She unseated their hold over 2nd Division and the Corps, and gleefully alienated her entire clan from them. Now we must prostitute our services to other houses on an ad hoc basis, without security or comfort. We are lost, and adrift. Worst of all, whenever we seek to make amends, my great-granddaughter undermines us. Our last overture? Within a week, a Shihoan officer was inexplicably fired. She gives every impression to speak for the clan, and they will not believe us when we contradict her. They see her acting, and believe she stands for our entire house. I could tolerate her becoming captain. It is audacious and disrespectful, and it embarrasses the Shioins, but I could live with it. But this. Erza had, until now, felt entirely unsympathetic. But she deliberately blocks your attempts to reconcile. So she does. She started out devoted to her lady, and her hate ruined us. Now she is devoted to her in a whole other way. She has everything she wants, and she refuses to let us have what we want. Does it bother you that she is with your Yuki? Yua shrugged. It is not for me to question the tastes of a noble lady like herself, estranged or not. What the Shihoan want, they may have. All I want is for us to have the prosperity and purpose she denies us. I assume that is your price, then. Isn't it lovely to be able to speak plainly? Said Yua sardonically. You assume correctly. Find a way to reconcile with the Shihoan. Reason with So iPhone. Do that, and we will support whatever initiative you have, now and forever. That is a tall order, Erza said hesitantly. So iPhone is quite stubborn, even if your Yuki is taking some of the edge off. And, it's not like I have wonderful relations with the Shihoan. I do with your Yuki, but she is, estranged. Her brother desires to see her back. That is your angle, Yua retorted quickly. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you know that, Erza muttered. So, all I have to do is convince one of my best friends to change course on something she's held onto for most of her life, and also the second biggest clan to forget, what, 100 years worth of obstruction. Yes. Erza sighed. All right. Fine. I'll ask. Then I have your support. As agreed. I swear upon our honor as a clan, and upon our dignity as servants to the Shihoan. And if a member of your clan would not want this service? Yua shrugged. As you can see, our rule can be defied. We are not slaves, we choose our servitude. Those who wish not to can do as they see fit. But at what cost? Erza wondered. She sighed again. You have a bargain. I can promise nothing, but I'll make the attempt. I'll await your results eagerly, Captain Scarlet. Do not be intimidated, you may find yourself a stranger in this world, but you are a forceful and convincing personality. Your honesty and frankness may seem naive and blunt to some, but it is not a useless quality. It makes you reliable, honorable. Simplicity has its uses, as do the many connections you have made through these qualities. Thank you, said Erza, a little surprised. The notion that she, as she was, had qualities that could help rather than hinder her was new to her, and to hear it from the head of a clan of spies. Well, she'd know, wouldn't she? Rukia carried a stack of papers, request forms for leave, dispatches from the frontline patrols, reports of recent operations. It was absurd how quickly these piled up, almost as big as she was, to the captain's office. As she stepped inside, her toes struck the doorstep and she stumbled forward. She managed to regain her footing before she actually fell and made a complete ass of herself in front of her captain, but the stack of papers went flying. Damn it! Rukia swore, quickly getting on her knees to pick them up. So sorry, Captain Kuna, 1,000 apologies. She felt a little mortified. She had sworn in front of her captain, just after making a very visible mistake. What would her brother have said? Such a thing would be unthinkable for the clan leader. Please, relax, said Mashiro, kneeling down next to Rukia. Oh please, Captain, there's no need, Rukia protested. I'll take care of this in just a minute, I swear. Again, I am so sorry. Shush, said Mashiro, joining Rukia in her frantic grab for the scattered documents. Take it easy. We're both under a ton of pressure. Nobody reasonable is going to demand an apology for just tripping. I definitely won't. Oh. Now, come on. We've got papers to gather, don't we? Yes, said Rukia, still a little awkward. It was weird to be down here, on her knees, her captain right next to her, doing menial work that was, strictly speaking, beneath the both of them. It's, the reports. Rukia muttered embarrassedly, and, a ton of other things. You know how it is. I said relax, Mashiro said, rolling her eyes. We're only human, you know. Huh. Oh, right. Technically, I guess we're not, Mashiro laughed. I've spent so much time in the world of the living, it leaves an imprint on you. I get that. Sort of, Rukia said, finally gathering up the last of the paperwork. And, now we have to sort them. Fun, isn't it? Mashiro said, standing up, getting behind her desk. Again, I'm sorry. Stop it with that, will you? Mashiro said, waving dismissively at her vice-captain. Yes, Captain. You're acting strangely, Rukia, Mashiro said, casually flicking through the papers. She had the strangest ability to take in the contents of a page at a glance, without barely even looking. She started sorting the messy stack she'd picked up. As quickly as she could, Rukia followed up on it, starting to sort through the stack. You seem tightly wound. You're normally pretty professional, which is good, at least one of us needs to be. Captain, you're not. Again, stop, Mashiro said. I was never meant to be a captain, anyway. Let's not get hung up on you defending me from me, yes. Yes, Captain. Anyway, you seem a bit different. Want to tell me what's going on? Oh, you know, being a vice-captain is a lot more than you bargained for. Rukia nodded, sighing. It's a lot. Stepping into the shoes of a great man, that's one hang-up, and then there's the work. I hear you on that. Pass me the forms, if you have any. Rukia obediently shuffled over the forms she'd sorted out so far. And, well, it's a personal matter. I should not trouble you with such things. If it's affecting my vice-captain, you can and will, Mashiro said firmly. Rukia sighed again, much more deeply. Something has occupied my mind as of late. Invasively. It eats up most of my time. It's all I can think about. Find yourself a nice boy. Mashiro snickered. Seeing Rukia's expression, she added, or girl. That works too, you know. It's not that, Rukia said, shaking her head. That's the last thing on my mind, really. I wonder if I'll even be able to choose that. Now you really have me curious. Spill it, Vice-Captain. Rukia, who so far had been faithfully tight-lipped, found herself eager to share. Swear you will say nothing, Captain. This is important. On my honor as a respectable officer, said Mashiro, so formally and officiously that Rukia wondered if she was being mocked. Later this week, I am being announced as the heir to the Kukaki clan. Mashiro whistled. That is quite a gig. Congratulations. Seeing Rukia's expression, she gave her vice-captain a look. Or, should I say, you have my sympathies. I don't know. There is apparently nobody better suited, which is scary because I'm not that well suited to begin with. I am being educated in clan affairs, but... She shook her head. My brother believes in me, and that has to count for something. Clearly he sees something in me that I do not. Or maybe the situation is just desperate. It came out of nowhere and, it hit me like a truck, to use one of those living world sayings. Like several trucks. Can you imagine handling that kind of responsibility? I mean, of course you can, you're a captain, but just a few months back I was an unseated officer and now I'm a vice-captain and now I'm supposed to be head of clan one day and... Shush, said Mashiro, and Rukia, relieved to hear an order, instantly closed her mouth. Did you find any of the dispatches yet? I think I'm about done sorting. Here, said Rukia, numbly handing Mashiro a smaller stack of papers. Carefully, the captain shuffled it into her own pile. Listen, she said, looking Rukia in the eye. You're clan heir, right? And Byakuya is not stepping down. No. God, no. No, that'd be. Rukia felt weak just imagining it. Then that's a problem for well down the line, isn't it? Not much changes, except that you're being prepared for that role, well ahead of time. And, that's good. Right. Yeah, Rukia said, nodding hesitantly. And, you're not ready right now. Big hoop. You have years to get ready. Byakuya's hung on for a long time now, and he's not exactly growing old. He survived this war, he'll survive anything. He has time, and so do you. As for being suited, I mean, you say you don't have any experience, but you're basically holding this whole division together. No, don't give me that look. It's been ages since I was in command, and I couldn't have done this whole thing without you, not for a second. You stepped up, big time. You've got what it takes. I just did what I've seen others do, Rukia murmured embarrassedly. What makes sense? A lot of things I'm still figuring out. It is working for now, I guess. I just keep expecting it all to come down, like a house of cards. If we're honest, I feel the exact same way. But I know that's me being stupid. We both have to rise above it. We need to believe in ourselves, and not in that feel-good kind of way, but because if we don't, we can't do this job. Look at yourself. You're doing well, and you have all the time in the world to learn to do better. So, don't worry about it. Thank you, Captain, said Rukia, feeling strangely relieved. It felt like a weight had just been lifted from her shoulders. She hadn't expected this out of her happy-go-lucky captain. Anyway, said Mashiro, as if nothing had really happened, do you have the reports? I don't look forward to going through them. Here, said Rukia, quickly handing out the papers. We'll do them together. Together it is, Mashiro said, nodding approvingly. Paperwork had never felt so tolerable as it did in that moment. On her way back, Erza took a detour by 2nd Division. She had to find iPhone and talk to her, after all, and now was as good a time as any to take the bull by the horns and get it done. However, after being shown inside, she was disappointed. It was the vice captain who received her, seated behind his desk. Erza, said Rod, barely looking up from his paperwork. Still kicking about, I see. As are you. I was wondering what happened to you. I haven't seen you since before the battle. I'm sorry about that, said Erza, a pang of guilt running through her. She had not meant to neglect her old friend. Please, said Rod, rolling his eyes. I know better than almost anyone how much pressure everyone has been under. If I can survive the shit I went through in Karakura, I can survive a few weeks of not socializing. What happened to you? Rod shrugged. Was in charge of a bunch of reserve teams. We killed a ton of hollows out at the flanks until a dozen or so Aaron Carr jumped my team. They all died fighting, except me. I returned the favor, but I was pretty sure I'd never wake up again. Real fucked up, like severed spine, pierced lungs, most of my blood lost, severe skull fracture. When I woke up, I really wished I hadn't. I'm so sorry, Erza whispered. He rolled his eyes again. I'm a soldier, dumbass. Pain is part of what you sign up for. But, my case was bad enough. I was a priority for Anohana herself, apparently. I only returned to duty a week ago, after some intensive physical therapy, enough drugs to kill several cows, and some of the most advanced medical keto known to man. I'm due for follow UPS at 4th for months. But, I'm okay, more or less. As okay as you are, considering. He shrugged. I didn't know. Scarlet, enough, he said sharply. Neither of us have the time to sit down, hold hands, and sing sappy songs about how this makes us feel. I'll be fine. Now, you came here for a reason, didn't you? Oh, said Erza, a bit taken aback. Yeah. I was looking for iPhone. Out doing whatever, Rod said, shrugging. Even I don't get to know. Or, you do know, but it's classified. If I did, would I tell you? Erza chuckled. Sure, I hear you. Where do I find her? At her girlfriend's, most likely, when the working day is done. Funny, that, she's actually working less than before, and she's still outdoing most captains. At least she's not going to work herself to death, I guess. Erza nodded. In that case, I was wondering if there is anything new on the Kazumioji case. Unless that is classified too. Not too classified for a captain, Rod said dismissively, but there's not much to tell, really. It's too early to tell anything concrete. The team of hired goons were our best lead, but they covered their tracks well, and with them dead, so is our lead. Nothing, huh? Said Erza, shaking her head. It's not nothing. The ability to cover your tracks well requires skills that narrow the pool of suspects considerably. But, as is, no real progress is being made. The whole business irritates me, Erza muttered. We know who it is. I wish we could just. Just what? Go in there and kill him because we're sure. I mean, if that's the kind of society we want, then you get anarchy and blood feuds galore. Protocol matters. Evidence matters. You know the alternative to law and order. Erza sighed. I know. I just wish the world was more just, I guess. Don't we all, said Rod dispassionately. Captain Scarlet. From the doorway leading to Rod's office, an officer of second stepped in. What? Rod snapped. A message for Captain Scarlet, sir. The officer said nervously, quickly saluting. What is it? Erza said. There is a messenger outside, Captain, the officer said quickly. They represent the Shihoan. They say they want to talk to you, at your leisure but soon. Good thing my captain isn't here, then, Rod muttered. Her mood would be worse than normal. At your leisure, but within no less than 2 days, the note had read. It had been signed not by a functionary or high-ranking family member, but by Shihoan Yuushiro himself. Erza had meant to go right back to the division to catch up on her mounting mound of paperwork, but she saw no reason to delay. It would give her an opportunity to present the Feng's pitch, and the sooner she wrapped this up, the better. With more than a little guilt, she realized that this whole political foray had started eating into her time quite seriously. It had been naive to think of it merely as a part-time activity. Already, she had to delegate a lot of her work, several of her subordinates were effectively just secretaries, and a lot of her paperwork was just putting her signature to something others had prepared for her. But, at the same time, taking a step back would mean abandoning her initiative, and giving up just because it was hard would be anathema to everything she stood for. It was a very different kind of hard. She knew how to sleep out in the field, or how to fight and bleed. It was hard but also second nature to her. Having to talk, offer this for that. She wasn't keeling over just yet, but a large part of her simply did not want to do it. Overcoming this aversion was the hardest part, forcing herself to do something she neither was good at nor wanted to do. It wore at her. Mentally, she felt tired the way her body might feel after a whole day of non-stop training. I need a vacation, she thought. It was in this ambiguous, anxious mood that she arrived at the Shihoan Manor. Unlike her prior visit, where it had been all pomp and officiousness, she was shown inside the compound, into the Shihoan gardens. It was well kept, with hedges, camped lawns, an artfully arranged space of round small pebbles, a pond with ducks and fish, all the appeal of nature, carefully trimmed to fit human desires. Just standing inside it made her feel awkward, like she had planted her feet on a frail work of art. Feeling like she was about to ruin something with every step, she walked up to the edge of the pond, where the Shihoan head stood. His robes were relatively casual, if only compared to the gaudiness of his official attire. He carried a small bag of seeds, and the ducks were gathered just past his feet in a feeding frenzy. Pleasant, isn't it? He said, throwing another handful of seeds. I like to come here when the responsibilities of rulership become too much. It is important to have a space for peace of mind, don't you agree? It helps if you can afford your own massive private garden, Erza avoided saying. Instead she said, your garden is quite something, Lord Shihoan. Your gardeners are a credit to your clan. Lord Yuushiro will do, the young-looking lord said. He sounded like he was in a good mood. Emptying the last of the seeds at his feet, he tucked the empty bag into his robes and turned around. Will you take a stroll through my gardens with me, Captain? It'd be my pleasure, Erza said, more stiffly than she had meant to. You are so tense, Yuushiro laughed, as they started walking. Is it my extravagant wealth that offends you? I am told you have strong feelings about this matter. Forgive me, Lord, Erza sighed. I am experiencing a lot of stress from my work. More than usual. No offense was meant. I'll say. You've been in politics for less than a week, and you've already managed to strike several bargains and get yourself entangled in a murder investigation, Yuushiro said amusedly. Is there anybody who doesn't know my business? Erza grumbled. Yuushiro laughed, a clean sound without a trace of mockery. Captain, you are not the subtle type and these things are practically public knowledge at this point. It does not take a crack team of investigators to find this out. Erza sighed, again. Best get used to it, the clan head continued. You are a celebrity, after all. Your every move will be scrutinized, and every action, however innocuous, will be examined and taken one way or the other. And, the pressure will never go away. The process will sharpen you or break you, simple as that. Your lordship sounds strangely cheerful, despite the pessimistic tone of your words, Erza said, confusedly. It is what it is. No sense in resenting it. We can only work with what we have. Enough chit-chat. I was called here for a reason, no. Fair enough. Both of our time is precious, after all. After serious discussion with senior members of my house, I have a proposal ready. In exchange for our support, you will convince Captain So iPhone to accept 5 Shihoan officers into her stealth corps. All qualified, he added quickly. We know she would accept no less. 5 officers? From the sound of it, I doubt she'd accept one. If it comes directly from the house Shihoan. Believe me, I talked my counsel down, Shihoan said, giving her a smile. He seemed different to her here, easygoing, approachable. It reminded her of Yoryuki's natural charm but polished, deliberately played up. They wanted 100 at the start. When I laughed that one off, they wanted 20, absolutely no less, no matter what. It took days of hard handling mixed with pleading, with experts weighing in, before I sold them on 5 officers, as a starting point. A starting point. Erza's eyes narrowed. That's how I sold it. Naturally, Captain So iPhone can put a stop to anything I want in that area at any time. She has ensured her position strongly enough that no amount of political maneuvering can force her hand. But, 5 officers? That should be doable. All we want is a little more influence in an institution we once held total sway over. Merited influence, from a clan whose expertise is well suited for it. You don't need to sell me on it, Erza said slowly. It's So iPhone, and I doubt she'd ever agree. Not if it came from us, no. You need me to convince her. You are friends. She has precious few of those. You expect me to leverage that against her. How you do it is entirely up to you. I can tell you that this is the final offer, it won't go down. Without it, no support. Erza hesitated. Come now, Captain, Yuushiro said with a smile. This is no dirty deal. All we ask is that you ask a friend a favor. If she says no, then nothing changes. Except I have none of your votes. Exactly so. If I do this, Erza said hesitantly, then will you consider mending the rift with the Feng clan? They have their price too, and all they want is to restore service as it once was. They have a strange way of showing it, with how they undermine us. According to the clan head, that is So iPhone's will at play. They have taken no action against you, or so they say. There are voices in the family who still feel quite betrayed, said Yuushiro hesitantly. Voices with influence. Although, it is true that we have not looked into the matter deeply for some time. If I can ask a friend a favor, you can bring the Feng to the table for a talk as well. A reasonable request, Yuushiro nodded. Although, with that favor added to the deal, I would ask one of my own. What, then? Bring my sister here. What? Just for a visit. I want her to come here, to my mansion, to talk, I suppose. She keeps dodging my invitations. Convince her to come. What do you want with her? Said Erza, confused and a little suspicious. Yuushiro sighed. Not all of us took her leaving quite as poorly as Captain So iPhone, but I used to look up to her, growing up. She was the elder one, the star of the family. The calm, collected clan head. The one who made everything look easy, running the whole family and still enjoying life, having fun with it. I've run it since, and it's still a mystery to me how she did it. I'd like for her to be formally readmitted into the clan. If she refuses that, then I want to at least have her in my life again. I missed her. She is family. It's not all crass, callous, cynical quid pro quo, Captain Scarlet. She is my sister, the one I always wanted to be like, and it hurt to see her go. When it came out that she had been framed, that she was innocent, it made me happier than I have been, well, ever since she left. I had thought that with the war done, things could go back to, not to normal, not like how things were, but that we could at least be family again. So far, she seems determined to avoid that. His voice hardened. If she wants nothing to do with me, I want to at least know that, so I do not have to live with the uncertainty of it. So, convince her to come here, to see me, to set the record straight. His voice trembled a little toward the end, and Erza felt strangely moved. We have an agreement, she said, nodding. I'll talk to them both. I'll see what I can do. They're both stubborn, in their own ways, but Captain So iPhone is like a hard oak, unbending and inflexible. My sister is like a reed, never where you want her, always moving with the wind. You're not wrong, Erza said, nodding. I'll try. And, when it's done, you'll have my support. I swear it, on the honor of my clan. So be it, then. Erza had not expected it, but much now hinged on So iPhone and making the most inflexible mind she'd known move on something it had not moved on for a century. The next evening was the big night, and Erza headed out with Momo in tow. Having no finery of her own, Erza had settled for her uniform but left her plate armor at home. The Cookaki Mansion's main hall was filled to the brim with the Godiai's social elite. Most of them were Cookaki nobles in their most elaborate, gaudy robes. Erza felt more than a little out of place in her simple uniform, but she spotted more than a few officers as well. She saw Kyoriku in the distance, to her surprise, and Anoha Naretsu, as well. Most nobles wore the Cookaki crest, but she could see representatives of every major clan, and more than a few of the lesser houses whose crests she did not recognize. With Momo at her arm, she carefully navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries as she went. She had caused a stir just coming there, and people had flocked to her to wish her well, congratulate her on her great victory. The dismissive tone made her uncomfortable. She was relieved to finally reach the back of the room, where Byakuya, Rukia, and an assembly of clan elders stood to greet their guests. Rukia looked strange wearing a white, formal dress with the Cookaki crest emblazoned on both shoulders in gold thread, her hair done up in a strange manner, held up with a hairpin similar to Byakuya's Kensei can. She looked out of place in her clothes, almost as much as Erza felt. Captain Scarlet, Vice Captain Hinamori, Byakuya said, his tone as even as ever, the House of Cookaki welcomes you inside its walls, and extends its hospitality. We gratefully accept this hospitality, Lord Cookaki, Erza said, giving a formal bow. She would never catch up to noble etiquette, but she knew at least how to give a basic greeting. May fortune smile upon your house. As it may smile upon yours, Byakuya said, giving her a nod. Taking her cue to move on and let him greet the next guest, Erza walked away, hoping to find a nice, quiet spot near the wall. She had come here to make friends with the nobles, but it had turned out the problem wasn't in approaching them but in how many of them would try to approach her. Hello, stranger. The voice sounded strangely amused, and Erza jumped. You're Yuki. It was indeed her, but she was hardly recognizable. She wore an elaborate robe of black and gold, smooth, silken, and tasteful, her hair done up in style. You look. Erza stuttered, in between shocked and impressed. Stunning? Elegant? Really kind of hot, in the I wish I was single kind of way. Yuki laughed, doing a little twirl on the spot. Noble, Erza blurted out. Ugh, you just have to ruin it, don't you? Yuki said, dramatically rolling her eyes. Yes, this is an old thing I used to have. Never thought I'd have use for it again, but here we are. You look lovely, Momo reassured her sweetly, although Erza noticed that Momo clasped her arm more tightly. You were invited? I didn't think you and Byakuya were on good terms. Well, invited is a strong word. I decided to come here, and looking like I have every right to be here, who is to know? I would. It was Byakuya, and for a second time, Erza jumped. Apparently done greeting his guests, Byakuya had come over to their corner. He was accompanied by Rukia and Ichigo, as well as, of course, the great tail of Kukaki hangers-on, following him like little fish trailing after a shark. "Why, if it isn't the great Lord Byakuya," said Yoriyuki, a broad grin on her face. "I am so very deeply honored to have been invited to your fancy shindig." She gave a bow, so exaggeratedly deep that even Erza could tell it wasn't sincere. "I do not recall having invited you," said Byakuya, his voice cool. "Must be some kind of mistake. You know how these affairs get, so many things to keep track of. Things get lost, people forget things. You know what they say, it's so hard to get good help these days. It was true in my day, and I'm sure it's true now." The smile never left Yoriyuki's face, and Erza groaned inwardly. The woman had no shame, just none at all. "I would hate to find out that you were trespassing, Shiho Yoriyuki." "Oh, I'd hate that, too. It would just devastate me. I would be so beside myself, I wouldn't know what I was doing. I'd hate to end up making a scene on Rukia's big day. You'd want people to be talking about her tomorrow, not the scandalous estranged Shihoin making a ruckus." Byakuya was hard to read, but there was no mistaking the twitch that passed his left eyebrow. His self-control was extraordinary, Erza would grant him. Upon further reflection, there must be some kind of mistake. "I am sure you were given a proper invitation after all," he said, his voice perfectly even. "The House of Kukaki welcomes you to its halls, and extends to you its hospitality. Much obliged. May fortune smile upon its walls, and all that jazz," Yoriyuki said irreverently. "Hey, do you guys serve any liquor in this place? It has to have some kind of fun. Refreshments, including celebratory wine, will be served after the announcement," Byakuya said. His tone betrayed nothing, but there was hate in the subtle stare he gave her. "Forgive me, but I must attend to my other guests." "Oh, you are forgiven," Yoriyuki chuckled. As Byakuya passed her he paused, and Erza heard a quick, whispered exchange. "You will behave," Byakuya hissed. "You will not sour this sacrosanct event." "Only here for the booze, I swear," Yoriyuki replied. "I'll be a good girl, I promise." Byakuya gave her a deeply skeptical look, but moved on. Rukia and Ichigo lingered, though. "Rukia, you look just radiant," Momo said, the first to break the awkward silence. "Congratulations on your big day." "Oh, thank you," said Rukia, sounding a bit awkward. "I mean, it's not official until it's official, but..." A smile crawled over her face. Erza nodded. "Your brother is trusting you with something pretty big. More than he's trusting anyone in his whole clan, even. How's it feel?" "Scary. Very, very scary. And exciting," Rukia admitted. "She's got this," Ichigo said, giving her a healthy slap to the back. Rukia stumbled, and snapped, "You oaf, I'm trying to be official here." Catching herself, she took a deep breath, and in a less angry tone, she said, "I would much appreciate it if you were to show this event the respect it is due, Mr. Kurosaki." "Sheesh, she hit me with the mister," Ichigo snorted. "You know you don't have to grow a huge stick up your ass just because you'll lead a clan, right? It's optional. Not required." Rukia started. Before it got out of hand, Erza cut in. "Ichigo, what are you doing here? And in those clothes?" He indeed looked different, wearing white silken robes similar to Rukia's. Awkwardly, he scratched his head. "Yeah, I didn't see it coming either, but Byakuya invited me, and it's for Rukia, so, how could I say no? They lent me these, and it's like, they look ridiculous but when in Rome, you know." "Why would he invite you?" Erza asked, a little incredulous. "My revered elder brother has seen fit to correct this oaf's behavior following the war and teach him just a hint of class," Rukia said haughtily, "and so he has been teaching him proper sword play in his spare time. Another sign of his superior character, of course." Yeah, superior character, sure," Ichigo said, rolling his eyes. "He's been teaching you?" Erza said, blinking. "Oh. Yeah, I'd have mentioned it, but it's been pretty busy for us both, hasn't it? But, I'm getting pretty good, yeah." Even if it involves him showing me over and over how much I suck, no matter what. Nothing's good enough, and the closest you get to encouragement is him not scolding you. If you're really lucky you get yourself a really small nod. Extremely high praise, for which you should be proud, Rukia said, haughty as before. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm getting pretty good at the fundamentals. We should spar sometime. I wanna see how far I've come with somebody who isn't a chronically pedantic perfectionist. We should, yeah, said Erza, feeling a pang of guilt for having neglected him. The idea of Ichigo actually getting good, really good at this was both exciting and a little frightening, and Byakuya was as fine a swordsman as they came. Before they could continue, though, a bowing, black-clad servant approached Rukia. Yes. She said. Begging your forgiveness, Mistress Kukaki, but the Lord wishes for you to come to his side. I am to inform you the pronouncement is about to commence. Oh I mean, yes, of course, said Rukia, suddenly looking nervous. I'll be there, presently. The servant bowed, and walked away. Damn it, already. Rukia muttered, under her teeth. Knock am dead, Ichigo said, putting a hand on her shoulder. I don't even have to do anything, but... Rukia started. Then get going. It's not going to not happen, Erza said, smiling reassuringly at her. You're right. Okay. Here I go, then. You have my condolences, Yoriyuki half shouted after her, as the heir-to-be waddled through the crowd, nearly tripping on her way there. The ceremony went off without a hitch, thankfully. Byakuya started with a long-winded speech about the importance of their clan and securing its future, and Erza found herself shifting, wanting to be elsewhere. All eyes were on him, though, so it was not like she could go anywhere else. Yoriyuki prodded her with an elbow, quietly offering her a drink, apparently pilfered from the serving table. Come on. If you're going to endure little Byakuya droning on like this, you're gonna need it, she whispered. Erza rolled her eyes, sighed, and took the drink. She downed it in an instant, swallowing down a grunt as it burned her throat on the way down. Hiding the cup in her sleeve for the time being, she listened to the rest of the speech. If anybody else found it dull, nobody gave any sign of it, seeming enthralled by it. If this is what noble life is like, then I'm out, she thought, half serious. Conquering negotiations, haggling and diplomacy, even dirty back alley deals, that was one thing, but having to sit through formal events like this? See why I bailed? Yoriyuki whispered, grinning at her. Erza resisted the urge to speak back, just nodding. Finally it seemed to wrap up, as Rukia took a knee in front of her brother, lowering her head. And do you pledge to respect our clan's values and traditions, to protect it on all fields, to bring it strength and glory with all your actions? I do, Rukia said, her voice a little shaky. Then rise, Kukaki Rukia, heir to clan Kukaki. May your ascension be long in coming, and may you lead the family to greatness when your time comes. I so swear, Rukia said, a little pale. So it is done, Byakuya replied. Erza would have expected applause, but instead there was a solemn silence, lasting for some time enough to make it feel awkward again. Hadn't she seen the light of the tunnel by now, until suddenly Rukia smoothly made her way through the crowds to address the Kuchikis one by one, the silence suddenly replaced by animated chatter. This is honestly a bit juicy, Yoriyuki whispered, her tone conspiratorial. She's not ready. It's so obvious. She is violating one social rule after another, her etiquette is terrible. She seems perfectly polite to me, said Erza defensively. Talking behind Rukia's back like this did not sit right with her. Oh, she is, but you have no idea how unreasonably specific these rules can get, Yoriyuki said, shaking her head. She just greeted Kukaki Kanto and Kukaki Uji with the same nod to the head, and... Wait, the same nod is inappropriate. Very, Yoriyuki purred, her words sounding strangely amused. You see, Kanto is far more senior and owed much more respect. She really shouldn't be nodding at either of them, since a nod is basically a bow and she is superior to everyone here except the clan head. She ought to allow them to bow to her, with Uji having to bow deeper and longer. By about a second or so. This is bizarre, Erza muttered. I told you, I was glad to leave it behind, Yuryuki chuckled. But if she's being so inappropriate, why is nobody frowning at her all judgmental like? Erza muttered. I get that they can't openly disapprove, but the thing about these customs is that if you're important enough, you get to skip them. Ha, I remember my grandfather. He went senile and kept mixing up phrases. Scandalous, but what were you going to do, correct the clan head? Unthinkable. It was a huge moderately huge embarrassment to the clan until he resigned. You said she's not ready, Erza muttered. Obviously. If she were, her etiquette would not be faulty. I assume little Byakuya focused on clan relations and politics, which is honestly the right call. But, yeah, this is sudden. I'm not too surprised he'd pick her, even if she's far from the likeliest candidate, given his hang-ups and all, but this soon? I am betting his experiences in the war really shook him. You seem to really enjoy this, Erza said, unsure what to make of it. Oh, one of the few pleasures I had was gossiping with the other noble ladies. Although, unlike them, you're not a spineless sycophant, which makes you a far worse gossiping partner, even if you're a much better person. Right. Here, she's coming our way, said Yuryuki. What? Just follow my lead, Yuryuki said confidently. She made her way through the crowd, smoothly elbowing anyone who happened to stand in the way, clearing a path like a rod parting a sea of silk. Erza had to respect the gall on her, and the sheer skill with which she navigated the crowd. Then again, she had no status left to lose. Eris Kukaki Rukia, said Yuryuki, bowing before Rukia with a smile on her face, may I congratulate you on your ascension? With your recent, overdue promotion, I imagine you must feel on top of the world right now. Oh. Well, thank you, Yuryuki, Rukia said, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. My duties are, quite strenuous, but as my brother likes to say, leadership is an honorable burden to bear. As wise as I would expect from the Kukaki clan head, Yuryuki said solemnly. In the background, Erza could see Byakuya, a look of concern on his face. He seemed to decide not to intervene, though. Had to let her have her moment, Erza guessed. Yuryuki continued speaking to Rukia in a calm, carefree manner, although in the strangely formal way everyone here seemed to use, and Erza could see Rukia easing up a little. Although the two of them were not exactly close friends, Yuryuki was at least a friendly face to Rukia, and being surrounded by demanding clan people undoubtedly jealous of her, that had to mean something. And how are things with Ichigo and company? I hope you haven't lost touch. Well, if you want to ask that foolish man anything, he is right here, said Rukia with a chuckle. As for the rest of them, I miss them but I have had no time to socialize. They conducted themselves honorably in the war. I have been thinking about inviting them here to stay for a visit, although with things being as hectic as they are. Oh, I know, Yuryuki laughed. I practically have to tear so iPhone from her desk. She'd live there if she could, I think. Oh, believe me, sometimes I feel like I sleep at the division more than here. Not that I do not want to live here, she added quickly, but, duty calls at all times. Of course it does. I hope you are at least in touch with your colleagues, like Erza here. As often as I can, Rukia nodded. They were now at the heart of a circle, the impatient nobles all waiting to take their turn with the new clan heir. Yuryuki was taking up more than her time, it seemed. Tell me, have you heard of her latest idea? Oh, I think I might have heard something. Feeding the poor. More than that, she's aiming to not only protect and help the poor, but to use it to drive up recruitment. She's trying to bring up Godei power and stability while also doing the right thing. Can you imagine that, a righteous soul like her turning practical all of a sudden? Driving up recruitment. Well, said Erza awkwardly, I can't exactly expect the Godei to do it for nothing, you know? So I found a way that benefits us both. It starts with building goodwill, and, well, you don't want me to start giving a speech in the middle of your big event. Isn't she something? Yuryuki said with a grin. I can't think of a better cause, right now. Can you? No, Rukia agreed. No, it's very noble, actually. Suddenly Byakuya was moving, as quickly as dignity allowed him. Oh, but of course, Yuryuki said. She's the hero of the Godai, after all. Would you expect any less? She fell silent, giving the crowd a triumphant look as she took a step back. Are we to take it that you support Captain Scarlet's initiative? Asked an older man, a member of the Kyorakus by the looks of it. Well, I don't see why not, Rukia started, when her brother walked up, managing to look and sound completely dignified. What the clan heir means is that she has a great appreciation for Captain Scarlet, whose bravery has earned her a righteous and noble reputation, he said, cutting in smoothly as if he hadn't just interrupted Rukia. It rather sounded like, said the old man. Come now, Elder Shibata, Byakuya said. The Kukaki clan would never lend its official support to a bill in such an informal manner, much less one that has not even been proposed yet. All I can say in speaking for the Kukaki is that we have a great appreciation for its patriotic, charitable spirit, qualities nobody could accuse the good captain of lacking. In fact, I would propose a toast to her, to the hero of the Godai 13. He raised his glass, and as one the crowd did the same, emptying their drinks. Now, clan heir, perhaps we ought to attend the rest of our guests, Byakuya said. We have taken up enough of Shiho and Yuryuki's valuable time. Of course, clan head, Rukia said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. As they walked away, Erza blinked in confusion. What just happened? She said to Yuryuki, who had remained by her side. I just earned you the Kukaki vote, she said smugly. What, how? He just expressed support for your views, very publicly. He was smooth with the damage control, I'll give him that, quickly turning it into a hero speech about you. He gave me the cold shoulder there, clearly. He called it patriotic and charitable, in the most public setting possible. The Kuchikis will be seen as supporting you. What does that matter when they don't actually do that? Erza said, bewildered. More than you think, Yuryuki said cryptically. Whoops, he's coming our way. I'll see you later, Erza. Wait, what don't Erza said, but Yuryuki nimbly slipped away into the sea of nobles, like a leaf blowing in the wind. Byakuya was most certainly approaching, and though his expression betrayed nothing, Erza doubted he was happy. Captain Scarlet, he said politely. Captain Kukaki. Or, should I call you clan head? As one captain to another, I prefer the rank. May I speak with you? Of course. She was ushered to the side, and the two of them stood alone in a side room before long, although, Erza noticed, he made a point of keeping his pace slow and measured. Tell me, he said, giving her a stern look, how long did you plan this? It is ruthlessness of a kind I did not give you credit for, Scarlet. To use Rukia in such a manner, this publicly, at this kind of event? Were I the kind of slithering creature so common in these circles, I would admire it. What? Erza bristled. I barely know what just happened, and you think I'd use her? I'm not that person, Kukaki Byakuya, no matter what you may think. He gave her a long, scrutinizing stare. Erza did not blink or flinch. Were you anyone else, he said at long last, I would not believe you, but you have proven yourself honorable in the past, and never deceitful. I can certainly believe that conniving woman would go behind your back with this. I still don't get it, Erza said, shaking her head. She said she'd flipped the Kuchikis, kinda sorta? But, you made yourself clear. And, why not just make that clear publicly? There and then. I could not. Byakuya sighed. To directly contradict my heir like so would make her look foolish, and it would make me look foolish for choosing a foolish heir. All I could do was change the direction slightly. Have you flipped the Kukaki? Not quite, but I am on record speaking favorably of your initiative. It is no small endorsement, whether you gained my actual support or not. Moreover, people will think I support you, which almost forces my hand on the issue. It was a clever move on her part, ruthlessly so. So, because people think you support me, you have to. It would look as if we were going back on an agreement if I did not. It would reflect poorly on us. That's not to say we cannot choose to withhold support, but it would hurt our reputation to do so. What people think is true in this world, unfortunately, is often worth as much or more than what is actually true. I see. Well, sort of. If you find it confusing and needlessly complex, it would not surprise me. To an outsider, it would be. Erza simply nodded. There was a sudden shift in Byakuya's expression then, slight and subtle, but noticeable. Do not let yourself be deceived about its nature, Erza Scarlet. You will have been told unkind things about it. The word snake pit may have been used on multiple occasions, yes, Erza retorted. Spoken by people who loathe the system, or know nothing about it. Corruption does exist, as it always has, but that is a feature of human existence, not of the noble houses in particular. You may need to make uncomfortable bargains, or compromise on your principles at times, but do not let people like Shiho and Yoriyuki lead you to think that pure cynicism and barter is all there is to this. Then, what is there? Said Erza, a bit taken aback. To be a conniving, deceitful manipulator is but one way to be. It is a trademark of the Shihoan. It's no wonder that is the only experience she would have to share with you. Consider my accusation just now. If I thought you to be just like them, would I ever have believed you when you swore ignorance? A well-earned reputation for honesty is a strength. It makes you reliable, trustworthy. It limits your ability to deceive and manipulate, but it gives you credibility that the likes of Shihoan do not have. Deceit and manipulation is one way to act, not the way. But, it can't be that easy. I can't just be me and just expect to do well, can I? Erza said doubtfully. You will need to negotiate, and sometimes accept that which is unsavory or questionable. It is an unfortunate reality. Yet, in my time as clan head I have never taken a deal that is legally questionable or that demanded open dishonesty of me. After all this time, our status is still the highest. Mark my words, you need not be a Shihoan to make this work. You should not be a Shihoan. That is good to know, said Erza, more than a little surprised. I must attend my guests before my presence is missed, Byakuya said curtly, but do not forget what I have told you, Erza Scarlet. I will not, Erza said sincerely. The notion that it wasn't all backstabbing and dirty deals, coming from him. There might be hope yet. Erza found her way back inside, and before long Yoriyuki walked up beside her, looking pleased. So, how bad was it? She smirked. Was he very mad? He was, not happy, no, Erza said distractedly. He believed me when I said I had no idea, thankfully. Had to be done. Better to ask forgiveness than permission, and all that. I feel like it'd be bold to expect you to ask forgiveness at all, Erza muttered, giving Yoriyuki a dirty look. You're so right, Yoriyuki said with a chuckle. Trust me, Erza. If all this costs you is Rukia getting mildly embarrassed, you get off lightly. Erza sighed. She did not like this, she did not like putting a stain on Rukia's big day, or Yoriyuki going behind her back like this. But, she had come to Yoriyuki for help. She was as much to blame. She shook her head, this was no time to take her to task for this. There was another thing, she said quietly. If you don't mind. Shoot, Yoriyuki said, shrugging. I've been approached by the Shioins with a deal, for the votes. Well, better hope your back is stab-proof then, Yoriyuki said cheerily. You think they'll turn on their word? Nah, they'll do a quid pro quo. It's just that clan politics always seem to end up with somebody stabbed in the back, figuratively. Or literally, in some cases. What's the catch? Erza grimaced. Convincing iPhone to let in 5 Shihoan officers to her corps. Yoriyuki whistled. Good luck with that one. What, you need me to put a good word in? Maybe, said Erza, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. Then what? There's a second part of it. Yuushiro wants a visit from you, in person. To discuss clan readmittance. The cheer washed from Yoriyuki's face in an instant. And I was in such a good mood, she said, making a face. Sorry, but no. You can tell him it's not happening. It's just a meeting, Erza said entreatingly, only to discuss it. You can still say no. All I need from you is to sit down with them, the one time. Look, that's... I don't know. I am not letting those elders look down on me. I'm sure it'll be just you and your brother. I can make sure of it, even, Erza reassured her. Yuryuki gave her a doubtful look. Look, your brother misses you, Erza continued. Your family, Yuryuki. He thinks you don't care about him at all, and he just wants to know if he's been cut out of your life completely or not. Easy for him to say. Bet he sold the act real well, Yuryuki muttered. Is that all your family was, then? Emotional manipulation and lies? Your brother didn't look up to you all this time? He admitted weakness to me, Yuryuki. He said he was never as good as you. A clan head, admitting that, to my face. You think that's a lie, too. Yuryuki was quiet for some time, looking strangely contemplative. She seemed, different from how she normally was, reserved, a wistful look about her. He always did try to imitate me, she muttered, from when he was old enough to walk. She fell silent again. Why would he think I'm cutting him out of my life, like I'd never want to see him again, personally? That's nonsense. It's the clan I can't stand, and he carries that around with him wherever he goes. But, I don't really know what he's like these days, but he was alright. My annoying kid brother. Well, the fact that you keep avoiding him and not answering his messages might be a reason why he'd think that, Erza said helpfully. Yuryuki rolled her eyes. Fine. I'll think about it. Erza, I am not happy about the clan, or the business it was involved in. Thinking about it is all I ask, Erza said quickly. You really have a way with words, don't you? Yuryuki muttered irritably. We'll talk about it later. Sure. Way to ruin the mood, I guess. I'm sorry I got in the way of your going behind my back to manipulate Rukia, Erza fired back. Ouch. Fair, Yuryuki laughed. The affair dragged on for actual hours. Rukia went around to shake hands bow politely in ways that subtly violated protocol and speak with her new subjects-to-be and representatives from other clans. As night started to set in, though, Erza was finally able to get her alone for a second. Well, Rukia started, sounding exhausted. Tired. Not even the half of it, Rukia muttered, shaking her head. Drink. Said Erza, offering one she'd taken off an eager servant. God, yes, Rukia said, downing it in one go. She grimaced, grunting between gritted teeth. What do they put in these? I know the feeling, Erza chuckled. Feel better. Marginally, Rukia muttered. After tonight, division work will feel like a vacation. But, you're alive. You made it. Barely. I already screwed up, didn't I? My brother had to step in and cover for me. I knew I'd make some faux pas, but... I talked to him, Erza said reassuringly. He chewed me out a bit, but he's mostly mad at Yuryuki. He didn't seem to blame you. He let me know I need to be careful what I support, Rukia said awkwardly. Figures. And I walked right into that. You're good, Erza reassured her. You're still heir. You're still the most accomplished member of your clan, excepting your brother. So, just relax, yeah. I don't know if I'll ever be able to relax again, she said sullenly. Oh well. Look, you did great. Nobody is expecting you to be great at this from day one. So, take it easy, however hard that may be. Rukia nodded. I could really use a spa day, or something. I'll book us one, Erza reassured her. Promise. No matter how tight the schedule, Erza smiled. I'll hold you to that, you know. I hope you do, Erza laughed. Finally Rukia's facade cracked, and she smiled back. They had a long road ahead of them, both their paths hard, but they would walk it all the same. Chapter 122, Friendly Relations. So iPhone looked up from her desk. There was Erza, a bright smile on her face, carrying 2 lunch boxes. What, so iPhone said flatly, are you up to? Well, I figured you wouldn't want to go outside for lunch, so I thought I'd take lunch to you. It's dumplings. With this soy sauce that Yuryuki tells me you like. Scarlet. Come on, it's lunchtime and you have to eat sometime, don't you? Erza said pleadingly. Without waiting for approval, she set down the boxes on So iPhone's desk and pulled up a chair. Erza, Scarlet, what are you doing? So iPhone demanded. She was puzzled more than anything, but she did not take kindly to having her workflow interrupted, even if it was lunchtime and Yoruaki kept pestering her to eat more. Having lunch with a friend. Erza said innocently. You're the most transparent liar ever to have existed. What are you up to? Well, first of all, I really do like catching up with friends over lunch, Erza said, and yes, maybe I have an ulterior motive, but I thought you'd be more amenable once you've eaten. So iPhone rolled her eyes. I can count on the fingers of one hand the number of people I wouldn't have thrown out by now. And I'm so glad that I'm one of them, Erza shot back with surprising smoothness. So iPhone sat back in her chair, hesitantly taking one of the boxes. It did smell good, and sauce, she muttered, staring down the dumpling box. Of all the things to try to bribe a captain with. Your favorite sauce, Erza said with a grin. So iPhone gave her a hard stare, then her stomach had to ruin it by audibly rumbling. Fine, so iPhone said, shrugging. I'll listen. Out with it. After lunch. You're going to insist, huh? I am. Lunch was a quick affair, so iPhone was not one to draw out life's little pleasures, nor to use it as an opportunity to sit and talk. By the time Erza was halfway done, she'd wolfed down her dumplings, using up most of the precious sauce in the process. Huh, said Erza. That was. I don't dawdle, so iPhone said sharply. Go. Speak. Fine, fine, Erza muttered. The whole idea was to butter you up a bit first. This is me, buttered. Doesn't get much better, so iPhone said, giving Erza her most stoic stare. Although she would not admit to it, she quite enjoyed shutting her down like this. All right, all right. I need your help. My proposal. You went to see my grandmother. Erza sighed. And the Shioins. They both want something from you that only I can give you. Tell me, what did they demand? I believe I can guess, but I'd rather hear it from you. Erza sighed again, deeper this time. I need you to at least hear me out on this, okay? Everything rides on it. So, please don't shoot me down before I'm done speaking. I'll listen, so iPhone promised. It was as much as she would promise. The Shioins want 5 qualified officers in your corps. I have their files with me, they all seem pretty well practiced. 5 seated officers. So iPhone, you know you need more, don't you? Every division took heavy casualties, and I know the corps fought as well. We did, so iPhone admitted, mostly flanking actions or surgical strikes, but those are still dangerous and deadly. We do need more, especially officers. I feel a but coming. But I put my entire career into curtailing their power. Into making the corps a true meritocracy, into making it live up to its values. Now Shihoin Yu Shiro, that upstart pup I once beat into the ground, looks to undermine everything I've built. If I give them my hand, they'll take my arm. Are you not in control? Do they have leverage on you? They don't. I made very sure of that, so iPhone said sharply. So keep them in check. Nobody says they have to be placed somewhere important. Give them desk jobs, or something. You don't understand. If they perform well, I will have to promote them eventually. I'd be a hypocrite not to. Erza groaned. I can't get into a sparring match with you about office politics. You know it way better than I do, and I'd always lose that argument. So just stick to the basics, you're in power, you always have been, and you need capable officers. More than ever. You can handle the Shioins. You've already done it once. So, please consider it. What is the second demand? So iPhone said, leaning forward and clasping her hands, holding them over her mouth. She was not ready to answer anything yet, which was surprising. If there was anything she would have easily said no to, it would have been this. She's not wrong, thought So iPhone. That coldly rational part of her could not deny the merits of her arguments. That should be a bit easier. I would like you not to stand in the way of your family. They're reaching out to the Shihoin. Restoring what once was Old family business, you know, just a sit down. Nothing guaranteed, but... So iPhone's face hardened. Erza looked disappointed, and leaned back in her seat. I was wrong to think this was the easier ask, huh? I spent all this time giving them the freedom to be their own, just like I was, and they still insist on being somebody else's dogs, so iPhone muttered through gritted teeth. She told me you actively stop them from doing this. Is that true? Yes. Why should I deny it? They're fools, and I am stopping them from throwing their lives away for nothing. Don't you think they deserve to make that choice themselves? Like you did. Enough, so iPhone said sharply, her voice louder than she had meant for it to be. Don't you lecture me on family business you know nothing about, Scarlet. I'm sorry, Erza said quietly. Look at you, meddling in my personal business, and for what? Politics? For your own gain. I'm sure this friendship is really convenient to you now, huh? Erza stood up, slowly, and gave iPhone a hard look. If that's what you think this was, then I guess there's not much left to say. I'll leave, before more than one of us says something they'll regret. She hid it well, but there was hurt in her voice. She turned away, headed for the door, and iPhone burned with anger at Erza, for putting her nose where it did not belong, but more than anything with herself. She'd lashed out in anger, and Erza had been right, she already regretted it. Wait, she said loudly, as Erza opened the door. The redhead turned around, staring iPhone in the eye. I'll think about it, iPhone murmured ashamedly. That's all I can give you for now. I can't make a decision on something like this here and now. Erza nodded, and smiled. That's all I ask. She gave iPhone a polite nod and walked out, leaving a confused and angry iPhone behind. What the hell did she have to go there for? On her way back, a courier caught up to Erza. The note was from 6th, apparently, and as the courier left Erza opened the message, eyeing it curiously. Captain Scarlet. Recent events have forced my hand, as you know. I write to you in confidence, expecting that you will properly dispose of this message once it has reached you. The Cookaki clan will not publicly declare for your cause, but I have instructed the council members of my family to adopt a policy of open neutrality. If you are able to persuade them, or offer a sufficient incentive, you may approach them for support. Know that I expect fully honorable conduct, as will my esteemed family members. The kind of lowbrow barter conducted by lesser houses will offend them, as it would offend me. It did not take much imagination to figure out which lesser houses he meant. Erza crumpled up the note, and burned it with a quick burst of keto energy. Energized, she turned around and headed toward the Godiai's main chambers. With any luck, the Kuchikis would be there, hard at work, hopefully not too hard at work to talk to her. What little hope she had gained, though, was quickly dampened. Despite being relatively young, Cookaki Shuaki and Cookaki Sutton had both turned out to be staunchly conservative, and suspicious of her overtures. No doubt she had offended some social custom or another, which had not helped her cause much. That left her with the much older Cookaki Yoshikata as the last on her list, and she did not like her chances. It was as if every Cookaki did their best to be as joylessly and needlessly formal as their leader, but without any of the grace or reason of their clan head. God help me, I'm thinking of Byakuya as reasonable and moderate by comparison, Erza thought to herself as she approached Yoshikata's office in the main Godiai building. His age had granted him the privilege of facilities of his own, and as Erza sought entrance, she braced herself. If the younger two had been so dead set on changing nothing, what would he say? You always try, even if the odds are 1 to the Google, she reminded herself. She entered, and took care to give a long, deep bow. As she raised her head, she saw an old man, his hair entirely white. His shoulders were sunken, but he looked like he would have been tall once, strong, a warrior past his prime. Who knew how long he'd served? Honored Cookaki Yoshikata, Erza said in her most officious tone, I am Captain Erza Scarlet. Allow me to express my heartfelt appreciation for sparing me but a moment of your time, as I know it is a precious commodity for one so thoroughly involved in the demanding business of state. She was quietly proud of that last part, since it avoided implying that he was old and waning. Captain Scarlet, said the elder, giving her a nod. He remained seated behind his desk, although she was unsure if it was because he was old and frail or because it was beneath him to stand. I have been informed of your initiative. I presume you've already spoken to my 2 younger cousins. I have, Erza admitted. No sense in denying it. They were not forthcoming. Far be it from me to disparage my own family, said the old man, standing up with some effort, his arms straining, but they are inexperienced in the world of politics. Inflexible, you might say. Honorable men, of course, but somewhat limited in their perspective. He took a cane, leaning on it as he walked, and approached her. Limited. I see. Whether that meant they were stupid and put there to be out of the way, or put there as easily controlled puppets, or both, she was not sure. I have heard much through the grapevine, said old Yoshikata, stopping before her and staring her in the eye. He was almost a head shorter than her, and he looked ancient up close, deep wrinkles and liver spots on his face. But I've lived long enough to not put much stock in second-hand information. Tell me, Captain, what is it you are about to ask me to support? In your own words. Erza took in a deep breath. Should she just spin this, talk about securing the Godiai's interests? She remembered Byakuya's warning, about what they would expect and what he'd said about honesty. I want to do some good, she started tentatively. I was hesitant to even accept captaincy. I had to be coaxed into it, because I did not believe the Godiai could be a force for good. But I accepted in the end, and now I have to prove that it can, or it's all for nothing. I've talked a big game about justice and freedom, and how I could do better, and, if I can't prove that's true, then I'm a fraud. A liar. A hypocrite. That's why I am doing this. Yoshikata nodded slowly. And, how does this change look? It funnels resources from the nobility, in the form of household troops drafted as Shinigami. It strengthens the Godiai at a crucial time. In exchange, there will be resources allocated to patrolling certain areas of the Rokon, to make it safer, stabler. To bring law and order. To make lives better. And to drive up recruitment in the long term, no doubt, Yoshikata said. His tone was even, but he looked amused. This, Yamamoto has promised you? Don't look surprised, child. Who else could make that promise? Who else would back such an initiative? It runs in line with his interests, without exposing him. You make a convenient scapegoat. They believe him a soldier, but the man is every bit the politician everyone else in the clans is. He shook his head. Erza wondered if he disapproved or not, feeling increasingly uncertain. Elder Yoshikata. You believe this will make the Godiai a better place? It will make everyone better off, Erza said firmly. The common people and the Godiai both. At the expense of the clans. Yes. Why not? Why shouldn't they help? You are perhaps too honest, Yoshikata chuckled. Earnestness is laudable, but to withhold some sentiments or views is not dishonest. No, don't look distraught. I commend your character, if not your aptitude. I hate to be blunt, Elder Yoshikata, but I am too exhausted to beat around the bush. If you resent this proposal, intending to turn it down, then please let me know. Like you, I only have so much time to spend. You're too eager. You will have to learn patience in time, if you go down this path, said Yoshikata, chuckling. But if you force an agreement here and now, I must say, no. Then I am sorry to have wasted your time, Elder, said Erza, struggling to keep her tone civil. If you don't mind. Unless, of course, you could give me certain assurances. Assurances. As you have spoken plainly, so will I. The prospect of lessening clan power runs contrary to my common intuitions, but the situation is dire. We are at a crossroads. Another conflict like this could break the Godiai, which would end in disaster for all of us. I have lived long enough to understand the merits of thinking further than the next little squabble between noble families. The Godiai is the bedrock we all depend upon for power. Without it, there is only anarchy. All comes undone, our power included. I am willing to concede the necessity of an emergency measure for all clans to contribute. However, I will need to know this is not some power play from Yamamoto's side. That this is not an attempt to undermine our power, a first step down a slippery slope that would have us all slide into irrelevance. Wouldn't that be something? Erza thought. Composing herself, she replied, "This was my idea, Elder Yoshikata. I had to talk him into it, and he was hesitant to support it. He seems well aware of the problem you described, and the implications it carries with it. If he wanted to undermine you, does it seem like he would do it this way, through a drawn-out process by an outsider that is in no way sure to succeed? Yamamoto may be a capable enough hand in politics, but he was never that subtle. If Yamamoto wanted it, he would declare emergency and simply seize everything he wanted. Who could stop him? Certainly not the Central 46. Things are as they are because he wants them that way." Yoshikata nodded. "It is not his nature, in that, you are correct. I can't help but worry, though, you spend this much time balancing power, and you end up fearful of every little thing." He sighed, and shrugged. "I stand on the precipice of accepting. Can you grant me one boon, Captain Scarlet?" "Name it," said Erza. "This couldn't be too dirty, could it?" "Arrange for me to meet the Captain Commander himself. If he will repeat your assurances, I will cast my vote in your favor when the time comes." "I'll see to it," said Erza, feeling relieved. "Within a day or two, I hope. Then upon that condition, I accept. For the good of the Godei, and its noble houses." "Thank you most sincerely, Elder Yoshikata," said Erza, bowing again. "Oh, I'm sure you'll come to regret this in one way or another," he said, a light tone of cheer in his voice. "This business is taxing, and if I could still lift a sword, I would not be here. Still, as it stands, you may well have my support." After thanking him again, profusely, and saying her goodbyes, Erza left. She felt elated. She had one vote in the Kazumiyojis, and one from the Kuchikis. That meant that if her deal with the Fangs and Shioins worked out, she would have the 6 votes she needed to push this through. Quite a lot hinged on So iPhone now, but all the same, it looked like there was light at the end of the tunnel. It was deep into the evening, and Erza was even deeper into the growing mound of paperwork accumulating on her desk. She ought to give her lower officers a bonus. They had picked up a lot of the slack she'd fallen behind on ever since her foray into the world of politics. Now more than ever, she saw the importance of delegating. How somebody like So iPhone or Byakuya did this, hour after hour after hour, without getting fed up, it would forever be a mystery. In a moment of madness, she found herself missing the war that had been simple, the moral lines had been clear, and nobody asked you to sit on your ass in an office from dusk till dawn. She dismissed the thought as soon as it came to her. The death and misery it had brought, no, nothing was worth that, certainly not her personal inconvenience. Her reverie was interrupted by a sharp knock to the door. Erza blinked, and it took her a moment to recover. "Come in," she said, assuming her most official, dignified pose, back straight and her hands clasped together on the desk. "Don't you look captainly," said Rod dryly, sauntering into the office quite casually. He shut the door behind him, and without being prompted he sat down opposite Erza. Without fanfare, he threw a file onto her desk. "Good day to you, too," Erza said, her tone almost as dry as her old friend's. She softened a little, as familiar as Rod was being, she would never begrudge him that. She was no Kukaki, and officiousness was not something she would impose on her friends. "The boss sent me to hit you with an update on the investigation," he said, pulling the chair closer. "Old Kyunghwa is as dirty as they come. Like, the sheer amount of shit he's been tied to over the years, he makes the average noble look like a choir boy, you know." "Then tell me you have something on him," Erza said eagerly. "Tell me you've found a lead." "Well." "Oh, come on," Erza groaned. "You still have the whole 'he covered his tracks too well and nothing directly proves it' thing going on." "Unfortunately, yeah," Rod said, shrugging. "He's been careful, which is why he's dangerous. Most nobles get cocky, a bit too arrogant, and slip up. He's different. He's gotten rid of a bunch of loose ends, you know, fixers who could testify, connections. Everyone who works with him long enough ends up dead eventually." "Then why are you here?" Erza said frustratedly. "You didn't come all the way here to tell me we hit a dead end." Rod nodded to the file he'd dropped on her desk. "Read. Tentatively, Erza opened the file. It was a brief action plan, signed by So iPhone. She rifled through it, and her eyes widened. A skim turned into a careful read. "She can't be serious," said Erza, shaking her head. "We've got to do something. Trust me, we've explored every other avenue. Bastard's too careful. Unless you want to straight up assassinate him or have him thrown into the maggot's nest, taken without trial and all, that this is what we've got left." Of course not. We can't just kill people. Even bad people," Erza muttered. "But this. It'll be perfectly safe. You'll be nearby, and more importantly, so will 5 teams of senior operatives and the boss herself." This is still risky. Do you trust her? I mean, I wouldn't think So iPhone would, but this is not her. Momo. It's her neck on the line, right? I mean, she can handle it, but it's such a risk. Rod shrugged. Think on it. If you want him behind bars, this is what you're being offered right now. Erza sat back. She didn't like the plan, but could she afford to alienate So iPhone at this juncture? Could she afford to let somebody like Kyunghwa run loose? Could she afford to let Momo risk her life? It was a strange thing to have a home to walk back to. So iPhone had of course always had her own quarters, but for most of her life she had effectively lived at 2nd Division. She had slept there more often than not, the small apartment she had elsewhere often going unused. Sharing a house with Yuryuki now, it took some getting used to. Their new home was small, and if not austere, then at least not ostentatious. It was furnished with practical, simple, well-made things, not too elaborate. Yuryuki had handled it, and had picked out just the right things, functional with a few hints of beauty. And she insisted that So iPhone sleep there. Every night, with the exception of emergencies. Very firmly, her lover had separated her work life and her personal life, even if one clearly dominated the other. She'd made it clear there would be no disagreement there. If they were to have a relationship, it would need to be more than just seeing each other on the odd day off. So iPhone had scoffed at it at first, but although she was loath to admit it, time spent not working was alright if it was in her company. So iPhone closed the door behind her, hanging her coat off at the door. It was late at night, and she'd have an hour or two to spend with her, but it was hours she'd have spent at the office just a year or so ago. She slid out of her uniform, putting on a pale purple yukata, comfortable to wear. Yuryuki had made no ultimatums about that in particular, but she'd hinted subtly at first, then more obviously, that it'd be nice to see her out of uniform sometimes. So iPhone had adapted, and she had to admit it was tolerable, at least. "I'm home," she called out. "Welcome home, love." Yuryuki cried cheerily from the kitchen. It was weird to be this domestic. After over 100 years of going at it alone, with nothing more than the occasional fling with some like-minded officer, this whole thing was new. But the more she had of it, the more it grew on her. She walked into the kitchen, where Yuryuki had prepared a nice stew with rice. She was setting the table as So iPhone walked in. "Go on, take a seat, dear," Yuryuki cooed, pulling out a chair for her. "You don't have to do this every night, So iPhone said tiredly, smiling all the same. "But I like doing it. This deal is kind of fun, actually. I get to lounge around all day, then make dinner for you when you get home." "Pretty sweet deal," she said, giving her a cheeky grin. So iPhone sat down, and shook her head amusedly. This, she knew, was new to Yuryuki too. She'd spent most of her life on the run, never tied down, and here she was, acting like a housewife. "So, did you have a hard day at work?" Same, So iPhone muttered. "You sound like it's less than same, Yuryuki observed, digging into her stew. "Why? You're doing that thing with your eyebrow. Like, when you're annoyed about something. That little twitch." That's BS, So iPhone muttered. "I do not have a twitch. I worked that one out years ago. I have no tells." "No tells people who aren't me can pick up on," Yuryuki snickered. "You're full of it," So iPhone muttered. "Am I wrong?" "No," So iPhone sighed. "I don't know how you know, but I'm ticked off." "Who was it this time?" Is it Yamamoto demanding this and that, or your subordinates failing to be perfect as usual? I know they're not perfect, said So iPhone, rolling her eyes. I just expect them to be the best they can be. At all times, without mistakes. Look, you aim high or you don't try at all, So iPhone fired back. With anyone else So iPhone would have been mortally offended, but Yoriyuki somehow took questioning the way So iPhone ran her own agency and turned it into playful banter. As for what's bothering me, it's neither of those things. Oh, the plot thickens, Yoriyuki said, leaning forward. What is it, then? Don't keep me in suspense. I'm tempted to do that anyhow, So iPhone muttered. It's no less than you deserve. You wouldn't be so cruel, Yoriyuki gasped mockingly. So iPhone shook her head. It's me. What? So iPhone grumbled, and sighed deeply. I screwed up. Not at my job, but, personally. Is this about that cute officer, your seventh seat? I told you, it's okay to look. You can notice other girls. Don't screw around now, okay? So iPhone said, and the playful look dropped from Yoriyuki's face. It's nothing like that. Erza came for a visit. Now, this I've got to hear. Did she step on your toes, or you on hers? Both, sort of. So iPhone sighed. She asked a favor of me. Too, actually. It's part of her whole political dealings. She needs me to okay 5 Shihoan officers, and, well, for my family to go back to being servants again. I can't imagine she put it like that. It's what it means. She wanted me to just let them do what they want, which is to run right back into servitude. So, I took that personally, and said something I shouldn't have. How bad? So iPhone groaned. I may have implied she was exploiting our friendship for personal gain. I mean, sort of. She is coming to ask you a favor. In a bad way. Like we were friends just because it benefited her. Oh. Oh, yes, that's not her. I feel like an idiot, So iPhone said plainly. She was the first real friend I've had in a long while, and I know she's nothing like that. I want to apologize, but that'd make me feel even stupider, and having to show weakness like that. Don't be such a guy, Yoriyuki said, rolling her eyes. It's okay to be weak. You're being open with me, right now, aren't you? I mean you're you. And she's not. I don't know. I've made a fool of myself and I don't know what to do about it. And it's messing with my ability to be objective about what she's asking me to do. How can I make a decision like that when I have this kind of personal guilt hanging over me? All the more reason to apologize, then. Get that out of the way. Will she even hear it out? Don't be ridiculous, Yoriyuki scoffed. Erza won't cut you off over something like this. Friendship is everything to her. And, you know what? Friends fight sometimes. You can set it right, even if it feels hard. I know, So iPhone groaned. I know that, really, but it's hard. You're making it hard for yourself. I know. Calm down, okay? Said Yoriyuki softly. It'll all be okay. It feels hard right now, but I promise you, it's not as big of a deal as you think. Her hand crept across the table, and So iPhone took it. She squeezed it, and everything felt a little better. What the hell would I do without you? She muttered. Work all day. Yoriyuki smirked. So iPhone laughed, and Yoriyuki's smile widened. Come on, let's eat, So iPhone said. They shared their meal, Yoriyuki talking about this and that, mostly bragging about how she had embarrassed Byakuya, something So iPhone didn't entirely approve of, and she found her spirits lifting. By the time they had washed their dishes and made ready to go to bed, So iPhone felt better. They had a futon just large enough for the both of them in a small bedroom. As So iPhone crawled into it, having donned her sleeping gown, she marveled at the thought of it. That, too, had taken some getting used to, sharing a bed with somebody. Not just the sex aspect, although that was nice, too, but falling asleep and waking up next to somebody, every day. That part was becoming absolutely vital. The rest of her domestic life was tolerable, or had some mild appeal, but being close to her in this way, she couldn't imagine not doing it. It was why she would walk all this way every night, to and from work. As she lay there, head rested on Yoriyuki's shoulder, the older woman having wrapped her arms around iPhone, she felt at peace. So, what are you going to do about the whole situation? Yoriyuki said. iPhone, who had been ready to start drifting into sleep, murmured her response. I don't know. Probably bite the bullet and apologize. I'm glad to hear you say that. But the other stuff, the politics. I forget that you're involved with that stuff too. It's not about that. You know that. iPhone sighed. I'm sorry. I don't know. My family business, aside from when you left, it's probably the sorest spot I have. I'm sorry about that. We agreed to stop apologizing, didn't we? It's a thing that happened. All is forgiven. No, my family. I don't know. How do you even handle that? Well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Noble families suck. They ask everything of you, and you get nothing but headaches in return. What if I asked you? Well, Yoriyuki said thoughtfully. The whole business with you, sabotaging your family, what's that about? I've gotten in the way of them in the past. Driven the wedge deeper. Put down negotiations. They want back in, and I've said no. Well, that is a clan head's right. I'm not, though. Come on, B, Yoriyuki said, and iPhone could hear her rolling her eyes. You have all the power. Effectively you're the head, even if you don't meddle. Your grandmother is really more of a chancellor. I guess, iPhone muttered. There was nobody else she could have been this honest with, but Yoriyuki had a way of tearing down her walls. Sort of. I don't run any of the clan's business, but my status does help them, even if they don't like me much. There you go. You don't have any thoughts about this? About me getting in their way? Love, I've screwed up a lot in my life. I don't have any right to judge. But, it sounds like you have thoughts on your own. Well, maybe I want you to judge. I'm not exactly an objective observer. And the woman who goes down on you is? Yoriyuki laughed. Come on. Yoriyuki sighed, and turned to look iPhone in the eye. Gently, she ran her fingers through iPhone's hair. I think people should be allowed to run free. That's the worst thing about this system, what I hated most, how little control you had. All this power and so little choice. Always constrained by politics, by work, by this whole system of honor, it was a cage. A gilded cage, but a cage still. Your family, they're not free to choose what they want, are they? They would choose servitude. What kind of freedom is that? iPhone said, her tone even. Just earlier today she had flared up in anger with Erza when it came up. Here, in Yoriyuki's arms, she felt calm despite the subject. People can't be forced to be free. If they want to choose that, shouldn't they be free to? It's just, all this time spent serving a scheming clan of nobles who sacrifice them, over and over, and they want to go back to that. So, be an official clan head. Lead them in a different direction. Didn't you just agree being clan head sucks? It does. Yoriyuki nodded. Yeah, sure, it does. But, I don't think you can interfere directly with their business while being this powerful and at the same time avoid taking responsibility for what that does to them. That's eating your cake and having it, too. If you want to be consistent, pick one. Either lead them in a direction that suits you, or let them go. iPhone fell silent, contemplating it. B. Said Yoriyuki, sounding a little concerned. I didn't go too far, did I? I hate it when you're right, iPhone grumbled at last. I tried thinking of a counter-argument, but I'm drawing blanks. Yes. Said Yoriyuki, seeming a little relieved. It was funny how tense she could be, how worried she could get about offending her little bee. If only she knew how much it would take. My parents died for them. My brothers, too. And, they want to go back into the meat grinder. It's kind of sick, isn't it? Yeah. It is. What you have to decide is what you want to avoid more, clan leadership, or to let them go back into that. To have that on my back. I still have a hard time reconciling just being here in the evenings, so iPhone grumbled. No. Hell no. So. You know what? Said so iPhone animatedly. Screw them. If they want to go die for this cause, let them. I've given them every opportunity to do better, but they won't, so what else can I do? Atta girl, said Yoryuki proudly. And those officers, while we're at it, hell, I need good people. Even if they're Shihoan. I've managed to handle worse than a handful of nobles in my time. Sounds like you talked yourself into supporting Erza, then. Congratulations, so iPhone muttered. It's not. It's not about that, yeah, so iPhone said dismissively, before Yoryuki could launch into another set of reassurances. Funny how I end up there, though. Ah, screw it. Fine. You're okay with this. Wouldn't be saying it if I weren't, so iPhone muttered. How about you? What did she ask from you? Nothing quite as big, but, also bigger, in a way. So iPhone shifted, rolling her eyes slightly. Now who's being a bit vague? Give me a second, Yoryuki said with mock exasperation. You don't rush a lady, you know. You're not a lady. That's sort of the point, isn't it? How did I end up dating such a smartass? Yoryuki laughed. Well, it's my family. She went right for both our jugulars, huh? Oh, you have no idea, Yoryuki grumbled. I got the full guilt trip about how much family matters and how my brother misses me. Rewind a bit. I feel like you skipped. What about your brother? Yoryuki muttered something inaudible, and shrugged. My brother keeps trying to invite me to sink the family's claws right back into me. I keep dodging him. According to Erza, it's all sincere and stuff. Like, he actually misses me. So, go see him. Why's that hard? You know the clan, Yoryuki said seriously. How they try to get to you. How deep that control runs. I do. But. So iPhone hesitated. It's not like you were raised with a servant mentality, like me. It's not like even one of them has an ounce of the strength needed to abduct or subdue you. They can't physically do anything to you, and it's not like you're bound to them emotionally, right? See, this is why I didn't bring it up with you, because I knew you'd be all reasonable about it, Yoryuki grumbled. Don't wave it off with a joke. What's going on there? Oh. Yoryuki sighed, and when she resumed speaking her voice was little more than a whisper, dead serious. Old memories. Old wounds, I guess. I don't have a servant mentality like you were raised, I guess, but you are taught from early on that the clan is everything. When I ran away I had a good excuse, but I had wanted to leave for some time. I don't want back in there for any reason. And, if I go. She disentangled herself from So iPhone and rolled onto her side, propped up on her elbow. She looked So iPhone in the eye. I dunno. Old, guilt, I guess. I shouldn't feel guilty, but I do. I've been told since before I could walk that it was my duty to lead, and I let that duty go. As independent as I was growing up, it was always with the understanding that those freedoms came along with duties. That I had one because of the other. And, if I'm honest, my brother isn't an idiot, but he's not a brilliant leader, either. To be blunt, he's a midwit. He's not stupid and he's not smart. He's a hard worker, but it only takes you so far. I left the clan behind, in the hands of an inferior leader, and that's on me. Yoryuki, that is not your fault, So iPhone said insistently, gently stroking her lover's cheek. Who are they to take a child and force her to be what they want her to be? What right do they have? You owe them nothing. Yoryuki said, leaning into So iPhone's touch. She reached up and wrapped her lover's hand in her own, and there was a peaceful expression on her face. Yes. I know that. I know it up here, at least, she said, pointing to her head. But, she continued, taking So iPhone's hand with her as she placed it over her chest, I don't know it in here. In here, I still feel like a teenager drowning in expectations, with all these duties to live up to, the fear of failure. It's hard to imagine you being afraid of failing. I feel like you've never failed at anything you tried. Well, she said, giving So iPhone a look. Never mind that part. It's in the past, So iPhone said firmly. Still. You've always been exceptionally talented. Yeah. Everything came easy. Which always made me think I wasn't really doing all that much. Like what I was doing wasn't really enough. I dunno, it's crazy how you can mislead yourself. And, I was afraid I'd screw up, lead our clan in the wrong direction. Having that weight off my shoulders was a huge relief. And, now they're expecting me to do what? Come back to the fold. Yuruaki, you should go there, said So iPhone, speaking without thinking, her opinion forming in the moment. Go there and confront it. Don't let it stew. It's not like they can make you do anything. Get it over with, hear what they have to say, and tell them no if they want you back. No amount of rules or pressure can force you to do anything. You've already given up all your titles and wealth, and you're stronger than all of them put together. You have nothing to lose, and you'd be better off for it. You think so? I do, said So iPhone, nodding. Plus, maybe your brother really does want to see you. You have been away for a long time. He was always this little kid wobbling after me, trying to be as fast as his older sister, said Yuruaki, an oddly sentimental twang to her voice. Always trying to be as good as I was, never quite managing. And now he's carried that weight for all this time, ever since I left. He must be doing something right. I guess I owe him at least a hello. There you go. In a little while, after the deal is confirmed, Yuruaki added. If he wants to see me that badly, I should at least get something out of it. So iPhone laughed. What? Nothing, she said, shaking her head. The unabashed selfishness of it might have been somewhat distasteful in others, but from her, it seemed a little charming. Don't change, that's all. I don't know what you mean, but I'm definitely not about to change anything, Yuruaki grinned. And if I did, which I definitely won't, they'd have to put up with a clan head involved with another woman, and from a servant family at that. Can you imagine how scandalized they would all be? She grinned mischievously. Come to think of it, it'd almost be worth it just to see the looks on their faces. Nope, So iPhone laughed, wrapping her arms around Yuruaki again. That's where I draw the line. If you come home with a clan head outfit, you get the couch. For life. Well, we can't have that, can we? Yuruaki grinned, and unexpectedly gave So iPhone a chaste kiss. No. So iPhone said sheepishly. No, we can't have that. Happiness was a funny thing. It seemed to actually exist, for one. So iPhone had been so used to a life of duty and only duty, and here it was happiness. Bickering with the love of her life, talking about everything and nothing well past her bedtime. She hoped it would never end. Rurokiyo walked through the park, Momo at her side. The route was carefully monitored, a stealth corps team never far away. Rurokiyo, still a child, had been going crazy locked up in that bunker. Erza couldn't blame her, and so she had allowed this after consulting with the corps. It had been a good 3 days now of a daily walk through a local private park, jointly owned by a coalition of nobles. The fresh air had done wonders to lift her spirits. She restrained herself from running, but it was easy to tell she'd like nothing more. It would not do, of course, being too far off even by a little could literally mean the difference between life and death. It was an unnecessary risk, but they had been given assurances that a crack team would be only seconds away. And so, they walked. As they rounded a curve, it happened. They struck, concealed in the very ground. A dozen operatives, their faces concealed, wearing dark gray, all rushing toward the pair of them. Momo went for her blade, but a dart struck her in the neck and she staggered back. The wound was not fatal, but she already felt the poison working, her mind growing dull and dizzy. Momo! Rurokiyo cried, reaching out for the vice-captain, but she was grabbed by strong hands before she could do anything. She was quickly gagged, her hands bound with some sort of enchanted rope moving with its own will, and slung over the shoulder of one of the attackers. As they spoke, the stealth corps team were rushing into action, but this had been well planned. 5 of the operatives rushed off, Rurokiyo in tow, while the rest of them engaged the stealth corps team. Just like that, she was gone. It was dark, and they were all tired from running, but they'd finally reached their safe house. It had been carefully chosen, a small and well-concealed shack deep in the forest, far from the goatee eye. Cowden undid his mask, taking a deep breath. "Report," he demanded. "No sign of pursuit, Commander," said Buri, his second in command. "The heiress is secured. Do we do it now?" He nodded. It had cost him 7 of his best operatives to execute this maneuver, although it was no less than expected when dealing with the professionals of the stealth corps. This had been a risky endeavor from day one, and it had already cost him dearly. If they hadn't been offered a mountain of money, and land to boot, he'd never have considered it. They would all have to disperse and hide in the most remote of the corners for years before even thinking about collecting their full reward. But it would be worth it when they did. Oh yes, what would the goatee care, down the line, about some minor noble being killed off? "We'll do it here and now, then disperse. I'll send the message to our benefactor that the deed is done. Then you know the protocols." The 4 other operatives all nodded, eager to see this finished. They walked into the other room where the girl lay, bound and gagged. Cowden drew his knife, a short, sleek, and terrifyingly functional thing, and kneeled by her side. "Nothing personal, Princess," he said, pulling his arm back for the final thrust. That was when he realized something was wrong. The image of the princess flickered, and he instinctively took a step back. Kazumioji Rurokiyo changed, her colorful clothes replaced by the dull black of a Shinigami uniform. She grew taller, it seemed, and her face differed. "I'll be damned," said Buri, and Cowden could hear him going pale. It's the vice captain." Cowden quickly kneeled, placing a knife to her throat and removing the gag. "One false move," he growled, "and I'll cut your throat, vice captain or not. None of you are invulnerable, I know that as well as anybody." "I was wondering if you'd fall for it," Momo said calmly, staring him in the eye. "Captain So iPhone thought it would be obvious bait. But then again," she said, "the kind of people who launch 2 assassination attempts in 2 days are kind of desperate. Might not look a gift horse in the mouth." "Shit. Shit, 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 shit," muttered Cabby, the 3rd member of their team. This is a vice captain, sir, not some noble. Forget the power differential, if we kill her they'll hunt us to the ends of the earth." "Calm down," said Cowden sharply, his eyes never leaving the vice captain. "If you lose your shit now, you're dead meat. We've got her with a knife to her throat. We'll work something out." He was doing his best to sound confident, but truth be told, he felt little better than Cabby. She'd spoken the truth. The Shinigami would not accept the murder of one of their leading members, and he'd heard dark rumors about what the Corps could do to you. He'd lived outside their sphere of influence and he had done well for himself by not getting in their way, and now he was right in front of them, irrevocably so. "Talk," he demanded. She looked worryingly calm. "Something had to be wrong. We hit a dead end, because your employer was good at covering up his tracks. Fortunately, you just gave us everything we need." "Like hell we did," Cowden snarled, pressing the knife closer to her skin. She lay perfectly still, but her expression remained serene. "You have no idea, do you?" she said calmly. "About what?" "You'll know in a minute. It'll soon be over. Why don't you take this chance to take that knife away from me and surrender peacefully? It'll end up better for all of us. If we're fucked, Shinigami, then I'll cut your throat on principle and take you down with me," he spat back. She sighed. "I was afraid you'd say that. Tell me, do you know much about Kidu? Enlighten me." "I thought so. Well, I do. Like the tracking spell in my clothes, for example. Or the one I engraved on my skin just this morning." Cowden had always prided himself on his reaction speed. Any incantation or movement from her hands would have been met with an instant cut deep into her throat. But there was no movement, no anything. There was simply a flash of light, a discharge of power, and suddenly every member of his team were thrown around like rag dolls. He impacted a wall, quite painfully, and struggled up to his feet quickly. As the dancing lights in his eyes started to fade away, he saw the Shinigami standing up. There was a sharp burst of power and the ropes around her wrists snapped. She brushed herself off, and stared them all down. I don't have my sword with me. But, I don't think I'll need it, either. The team, recovering, all drew blades, circling around her. This was the worst-case scenario. She was free, and able to work her magic. She had trashed a full team of 8 veterans. In close quarters, what would she do to them? Indeed. The voice was sharp and cold, and Cowton's heart skipped a beat. The door opened, and in stepped the short but imposing figure of Captain So-iPhone, head of the Stealth Corps and assassin-in-chief of the GOTI. The team members looked around themselves, uncertain, glancing to him. Cowton found he could not even issue an order. This was when he knew he had fucked up. The place is surrounded, So-iPhone said authoritatively. You could try to eat poison, if you have it. I did bring antidotes to most of the common ones, and all I need is one of you, but if you really want to go, now is the time. Cabby raised her blade, pointing it at the captain. What are you going to do? Stab me, said So-iPhone coldly, as if inviting her to try it. To do so, they both knew, would end poorly for the would-be killer. The assassin trembled, staring wide-eyed. She raised her blade up and forward as if to strike, slowly and hesitantly. Then she dashed forward, aiming for a stab. So-iPhone caught her wrist easily, and squeezed. The blade dropped, and the assassin let out a pained whine. Enough, said So-iPhone, letting out a burst of spiritual pressure. Overwhelmed by the raw surge of power, the operatives dropped to their knees, to all fours. Let me explain to you the deal you are getting. Drop your weapons and cooperate, and your lives will be spared. You are going nowhere. You took the bait, and now you are surrounded. I will have no patience for heroism. If you really want to die, I will grant it to all but one of you. Your lives are not important to me, and you are dependent on my goodwill to live. Lay down your arms and you will be taken into custody, and treated humanely. Fight, and you will die. Make your choice. Cowton struggled to his feet, barely able to stand against the raw power she emanated. His fingers trembled, his face shifting in between despair and anger. Then, finally, he dropped his blade. After giving him a look, the rest of the team followed suit. Secure them, So-iPhone ordered, as a full team of her own operatives marched into the building. Before long, all 5 of them were put in shackles and marched out, each one of them gagged to make sure there would be no repeat of the poison capsules. As the house emptied, Erza walked in. Are you okay? She said, embracing Momo. Just fine, Momo said quietly, happily leaning into the hug. You didn't have to come. So-iPhone had this whole thing under control. They might have killed you. Of course I'd come. They couldn't. I made sure to bring backups. Like this, she said, her skin suddenly turning dark and hard. Erza blinked. That's new. It only lasts for a little while, but it's hard to cut through. Luckily, I didn't even need to use it. Plus, they had medics on hand. The spell faded and Momo's skin returned to normal. So-iPhone cleared her throat. Well done, Vice Captain Hinamori, she said, nodding approvingly. I will need you to produce a report on this special operation by tomorrow. However, this is a success. These are hired goons, not loyal clan members. Once they feel the pressure, they will break. And we'll finally get Kyunhwa, said Erza. As soon as we have a confession, we'll arrest him. He's already being shadowed by our operatives, So-iPhone confirmed. He is done. I am sure of it. That's great, said Erza elatedly. Rurakiyo can finally go home. In time, yes, So-iPhone nodded. She paused, giving Erza a strange look. If you are free, come see me in my office tomorrow. I have a matter I wish to discuss. Yes, of course, said Erza, blinking. Was this it, then? Well, even if she said no, she'd have put a terrible man behind bars, and freed a child. Some good would have come of this, no matter what. It was afternoon, and Yuushiro had retired to his personal chambers to meditate. Well, he'd said meditate, and he would actually do that every so often, but in most cases it meant leaning back with a good book and a drink. Everyone had their ways of taking the edge off, and the business of politics could be exhausting. This recent deal had ruffled more than a few feathers, the conservatives of the clan calling it a pathetic half-measure and all but openly questioning his leadership. Their inability to grasp the realities of the situation grated on him. Were they not the clan supposedly dedicated to pragmatic rule, to practicality? Yet here they were, acting like spoiled children. So, here he was to take the edge off. He walked over to his liquor cabinet to pour himself a drink, and smiled. It seemed today he would have some cause for happiness, at least, or misery, depending on how things went. "Is that an assassin I see?" he said, putting up a second cup and filling both with fine sake. "Or just a spy, come to take our secrets?" He turned around and his elder sister appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. She'd hidden in a corner, using some type of Kidu enchantment to blend with his closet. It was a very good technique, hard to spot unless one happened to specialize in it. "You've grown," she said, swaggering into the center of the room, hands on her hips. "I let you find me, of course." "Of course. Just like old times, eh?" "Kinda. Sorta. Not really. You used to never find me," Yuuki mused. As children, they would play a very advanced game of hide and seek and Yuushiro, young as he was, had never been able to match her tricks. At the time it had infuriated him, now it was one of his fondest memories. "Drink," he said, offering her one of the cups. Yuuki hesitated, then took the cup and downed it in one go. "That is one way to do it," he said, in a mildly chiding tone. "Imagine what father would have said. Father is not around to tell either of us what to do, and you know how well he did trying to make me do anything," Yuuki snickered. "Too true," Yuushiro conceded. It had been clear Yuuki was talented from an early age, and when it came to sneaking out undetected, she had turned out to be a prodigy. Father, may he rest in peace, would rant and rave about it to no end. "I never dared tell him, but I always admired your ability to slip away no matter how many magical seals and professional operatives he kept guarding you." "It became a game," Yuuki said, shrugging and shooting him a casual smile. "He shouldn't have encouraged me if he didn't want me doing it." Yuushiro laughed. "I don't think he saw it like that. And, in the end all it did was make you better at what you were supposed to be good at in the first place. If I didn't know better, I'd have suspected reverse psychology." "He never had the wits for it," Yuuki said dismissively. "But, they broke me in the end, no matter how many times I snuck out." Her expression dampened, and Yuushiro realized he would have to tread carefully. "You haven't asked me why I wanted to see you," he said at last. "I figured you'd bring it up. You're the one who reached out to me." How do I say this?" Yuushiro sighed. "Are you happy these days?" "Happy? Well, you have a new home and a new lover. I hope that at least brought you something like happiness. If you have that much, it will be something at least, even if you want nothing to do with me." "Yuushiro, no." She looked confused, lost, as if trying to figure out what to say. Yes, I am happy. It's a strange thing. I was never miserable in exile. It suited me well. It lifted a great many burdens I never wanted. In truth, I was glad to have the excuse. But it came with baggage. With abandoning her. And you too, I suppose. Now I'm back, and for the first time in my life I don't really need to feel like something's eating at me. But it still does, somehow. I feel guilty for how I treated her, and I feel guilty for leaving my clan behind, even if I want nothing to do with it. I'm happy, but I still have all these things clawing at me. It's weird. Maybe this is how it is for everyone. Maybe nobody is ever truly at peace. But I am happier now than before. I've chosen this course. It's not some burden of leadership forced on me by my birth, or an exile forced on me by the law. I'm back on my own terms, and I have a girlfriend to boot. Yes, I'm happy. I could be happier, but who couldn't? Yuushiro nodded. He hadn't expected her to open up like that, and more than anything, what stood out was even if I want nothing to do with it. His clan. I see. I am glad to hear it. It's been a long road, but at least some good came of it. He cleared his throat. I am obligated to let you know the Council of Elders considers you fully redeemed in their eyes, following the criminal charges being cleared and your heroic participation in the Great War. They desire to see you return to the fold of our clan. And, what, led again? Yuruki said, shaking her head. That'd put you in an awkward spot. None of them dare suggest it, but I believe if you came back, I'd be informally asked to resign in your favor. Publicly, it would be framed as my decision. Which, it honestly might be. It's no small thing, to be shackled to a clan, to have to lead it. But, even if you refused, merely having you officially returned to us would bring glory and status to our family. Yuruki shook her head. Sorry, little brother, but I'm not going back. I did not free myself of all this just to be drawn into it again. I do not need the clan's protection or power, and I do not want to do what it would demand of me. You still carry the name. So, denounce it officially. I'll take a new one. They would never. It would make waves they're not willing to make. Can't have waves, can we? Yuruki sighed. Was that it, then? You ask me what they demand you ask of me, I say no as you expected. The formality is over. Her voice was even, but he could feel the disappointment. Yuushiro shook his head. It is a formality. I owe the clan to ask it. But, to me it's all the same what you choose to do. When they called you a traitor, I refused to believe it for years. When you were exonerated, my heart jumped. I missed you, Yuruki. You lit this place up when you lived here. When things were hard, I looked to you. So, when you were found innocent, I hoped to be part of your life again. Somehow. But, you've made it clear you do not want it. I'll see to it you are left alone, henceforth. No Shihoan will bother you. His heart broke saying it, but what else was there to do? Tarnish the last time they spoke one-to-one with bitterness and anger? Yuruki grumbled. You reached out to me as clan head, kid, she muttered. That's a lot different, and it means something different to me. Of course I don't want to never see you again. It's complicated. I hated having to do it, Yuushiro. All that weight resting on me, all the people that had to die because of my decisions. You liked some of it, too, though. Didn't you? Like what? I remember the way you did politics. You loved playing people against each other, using their personal weaknesses against them. You enjoyed manipulating people. You loved to gossip and to use it to your own ends. I think a certain Kukaki event speaks to that not having gone away. Great. Does everyone know? Well, it was a very public event. Nobody needs spies to know what's on the lips of every noble in the Godii. So what? So, you did like some parts of it. You had a knack for it. It wasn't all bad, was it? It's easy to focus on what was bad, sure, but don't forget that there were things you liked about this life. Would you have done so well if you were so miserable? Was every smile you gave the world a lie? No, Yuruki muttered, but that's not admirable. I was good at some pretty bad things. Yes, I had fun with it at times. There was a time when I thought I'd be content to be captain and clan leader for life. It was only after I was free that I realized how much I'd been missing out, and just how much of the things I took for granted were actually not good. Your clan loathes so iPhone for taking the core from them, but you have no idea what a favor she did you there. Yuushiro nodded. That's fair, I suppose. Will I see you again? If I come, not as clan head but as your brother. Maybe if you show up for tea in less ostentatious clothing, Yuruki said with a smirk. Family. I can do that, yes. Just leave the politics at the door. I swear, Yuushiro said hastily. Good. How's next Saturday? He had a million things lined up, a schedule full of things he really shouldn't miss, no matter what. "It'll be just fine," he said at last. He'd make the time. What good was having all this power if he couldn't even have tea with his sister? "Then I'll see you next Saturday. 5 o'clock, our place. Bring cake. Oh, and if so iPhone gives you a mean stare, don't take it personally. I'll be there." And just like that she was gone, without even saying goodbye. Yuushiro smiled wide, and downed his drink. It was so like her. Chapter 123, Dawn of a New Beginning. "Are you ready?" It was quite early in the morning. Momo smoothed out Erza's pants, brushing off non-existent dust from her captain's coat. The fussing was completely unnecessary. Her girlfriend had already personally made sure every last part of Erza's appearance was immaculate. The big day had come, and sooner than Erza had expected. With the necessary support garnered, more time only meant more opportunities for things to go awry. She had filed a petition with the Central 46, the Central 13 at this point, and 2 days later they had deigned to hear it. "I am," Erza said, trying to hide her nervousness. "A speech. I still hate the spectacle of it. That I have to go up there and officially pretend that I only just brought this up, and that enough people just so happen to agree with it out of a commitment to ideals and virtue." She shook her head. "We both know it's not true. Everyone knows. We're all just lying to make this seem acceptable. It doesn't sit well with me, Momo, even like this." "Shush now," Momo said firmly, readjusting Erza's coat one final time. "You've gone through this whole thing without having to offer a single bribe. Just favors. Perfectly innocent and legal favors," Momo said, even more firmly. "No bribes, nothing that made you compromise who you really are. You caught a criminal of the worst kind in the process, saved a princess from assassination, and you settled not one but 2 family matters. A pretty generous way of putting it. Erza, stop beating yourself up and give yourself the credit you deserve," Momo said, a little steel in her voice. "This could have gone terribly wrong, and it didn't. You don't have to like the way the system works, but you worked through it just fine. For a first try, that's not half bad." "I guess you're right," Erza said, smiling at her lover. "I have been looking at this pretty glass half empty, haven't I?" "Yes, you have. Now, get in there and sound your most authoritative. Think the speech you give to new recruits, the tone you have when you talk about sacrifice and service. You sure? That's not too severe. These old geezers won't respect anything but severe," Momo insisted. "Don't hold back. And, if you doubt, think about the people this will save, and what it'll look like for them without this protection." Erza nodded. "I will. It was for them, after all. Not for her own power or glory, but for the little people, trampled and left behind by people with her kind of power. She could not forget that, or one day she'd turn out just like him." The chambers were hauntingly empty, a bleak reminder of the culling that had taken place before Aizen's official betrayal. The 13 members validated and able to vote all sat in the first row in a half-moon shape, wearing their most officious and elegant robes. Erza almost felt underdressed in her uniform, and as she approached the speaker's podium from which one would address the body as a whole, she felt herself wavering. "None of them have any real power, save what we give them," she reminded herself. The body existed by the consent of Yamamoto, and they were weaker now than ever before. They could not look down on her. No, despite their seats being higher up, she looked down on them. What did any of these people do to deserve to act superior? She was in the right, and for once, she would get to make that actually matter. "Respected delegates of the Central 46, honored patriarchs of our society," she started, going through every last appropriate honorific in her most authoritative tone, "I come here today to propose to you a patriotic piece of legislation, aimed at strengthening our position in these unstable, chaotic times." The speech was long-winded, at least for Erza's tastes, but she'd had Yoriyuki go through it and had been assured that it was actually relatively short by these standards. The framing was simple: the Gotei, aiming to maintain stability, would take this measure for the greater good, etc., with a particular emphasis on deference to the Central Council and respect for the status quo. The words felt like bile in her mouth at times, but she thought of the people this would help and endured it. If it cost her nothing but discomfort, it would be worth it. And so I humbly propose that the Central 46, in their superior experience and wisdom, deliberate upon this proposal for ratification with appropriate expediency. There was a murmur amongst the 13 assembled, until old Kukaki Yoshikata stood up. The Central 46 hear and recognize the petition of Captain Erza Scarlet, Captain to Division 5 and Slayer of Tyrants. The Council will consent to deliberate upon this proposal. You may exit the chamber, Captain Scarlet. Erza bowed and walked out, her heart thumping. This was it, then. Short of a betrayal which was not to be discounted, she had just gotten through her first initiative. Her first step towards a better Godi, from within its backward, selfish system. Erza sat down in the antechamber just outside. She really should have been headed to the division. This would take many hours and she was wasting time, but she needed a moment. She was on the precipice now, so close to find out if this could work. Captain Scarlet. It was Rurakiyo, decked out in what Erza recognized as formal clan robes in the Kazumioji colors. She had no escort with her save for one retainer in more modest clothing, waiting at the back of the room. It's Erza. Don't you remember? Erza said, smiling weakly. Erza, Rurakiyo conceded, smiling back. May I sit with you? Be my guest, Erza said, shrugging. The young clan head sat down on the bench next to Erza, her feet dangling off the edge. You seem troubled, she said, looking Erza in the eye. I'd have thought this would be a happy occasion for you. I'm not counting my chickens until they've hatched. All sorts of things could go wrong. Until I hear that they approved this, put this policy into law. I am taking nothing for granted. You really think they'd turn on you now? I certainly wouldn't put it past them. All it takes is just one person, and it will not pass. It won't happen, Rurakiyo said confidently. I hope so, Erza nodded. Never mind me. How have you been holding up? Look at you, walking around without an armed escort and everything. Better than ever, Rurakiyo said, positively beaming. I'm back as clan head, and I'm told Kyunhwa will be going to prison. Apparently, his hired thugs confessed to everything. I invited the stealth corps to do a full sweep through the clan, actually. More evidence was found, and a dozen people or so were arrested for having been part of his web of corruption. The elders did not like it, airing our dirty laundry like that, but I have to assert my authority sometime, and that seemed like a good place to start. With Kyunhwa and his people out of the way, I can finally look forward. I can finally be at home in, well, my own home. And I have you to thank for that. Think nothing of it, Erza said, feeling uplifted. This, at least, was good news. No matter what, she had achieved at least this much. Will you come visit me sometime? When I can. You'll have to nag me a bit, I think, but I always love making new friends. Especially powerful clan heads, right? You know it's not. Rurakiyo laughed. I'm just messing with you. Besides, you have way more powerful friends than me, don't you? I suppose I do. I don't think of it that way. I don't use people. You might have to, on some level at least. You have connections. You have relations. If you want to make change, you have to lean on them. You're too powerful to only have friends, I think. Looks like you've really started to think like a clan head, huh? Said Erza, knowing she was being evasive. Something in her resented what Rurakiyo had just said, mostly because it rang true. If she walked this path, she'd have to push harder than this. This was only a start, a first step, and how much had she had to fight for just this? Like I said, I'd better start sometime, Rurakiyo said. I think I want to rely less on advisors from now on. I can't be a little girl forever. Erza nodded solemnly. You're not wrong. But, don't forget to be a little girl from time to time, yes? What you want and need for yourself still matters. I promise, Rurakiyo smiled. Want to go grab a bite to eat? Said Erza, sitting up straight all of a sudden. These chambers are too gloomy for me, and they'll be at it all day. I'd be happy to. Together the two friends headed out. The hall was as Spartan as so iPhone remembered it, decorated only with weaponry. The Fang had little use for beauteous things, and used them sparingly. The good captain made fine use of that halberd, Yua said, approaching so iPhone from behind. She is not like us, but she understands the value of a good weapon, that is certain. Although, I do wonder why you would fixate on it, granddaughter. It is not your weapon of choice, nor do you have much of an appreciation for the past. So iPhone had come here intent on keeping her cool, and she took a deep breath. She could sense the barbs readying to launch under her grandmother's tongue. No, she would not lose her temper, but she would not let the news drop so quickly. It is an apt metaphor, I think, she said, keeping her eyes fixed on the weapon, even as her grandmother came to stand next to her, well kept and cared for, but without purpose. An aging relic, left behind without knowing its time has passed. A blade will never be found without its use. Which is why we keep it on this wall, right? Useful only to look at as a curiosity. Perhaps if we saw fit to use it, it might once again serve. So iPhone suddenly turned to look her in the eye. Yua reeled back, ever so slightly. I tire of these euphemisms, these double meanings, so iPhone said frankly, and I tire of having to go back and forth exchanging petty insults. Then. I was not finished speaking, so iPhone said sharply. I am through with this family. I will not denounce you openly, but it's clear to me our paths have long since diverged. Do as you wish. If slavery is your choice, then seek it if you must. The core I built is far greater than this little clan and its grudges. It is my heart and soul, where I belong. To manage that is all I want. Yua's wrinkled face cracked open in a rare smile. Then, you will no longer interfere with our reconciliation. So iPhone nodded. Whatever bargain you struck with Scarlet will have been worth it, I am sure. I detest the course you seek, but, you were right about at least one thing. I have all I want. There is no reason you should not. You have no idea how long I have wanted to hear you say that, Yua said, almost warmly. After all these years. Do not start with me as if the rift is mended and we are a happy family, so iPhone said harshly. You feed us into the meat grinder and make us servants. And, look what it made you, Yua retorted. Strong. Dedicated. Disciplined. The best of us all. You may resent it, but you embody the greatest of our families. Not quite the tune you sung before, so iPhone said dryly. But, if rebellion against these servile attitudes is a fine quality, then I won't object to the comparison. Yua cocked her head, realizing the trap she had walked into, and then shrugged. This house will always be open to you, even so. Do not hold your breath. We are through here, grandmother. I have said all I came to say. So iPhone turned around. She heard the noise of something being taken off the wall, the creaking of metal and something sailing through the air. She spun around, and caught the polearm by the hilt, the blade stopping an inch away from her face. Her eyes narrowed. A gift, to remind you where you came from, Yua croaked. Perhaps you will find real use for it. Perhaps it will stay on your wall. Either way, it is yours to keep. What are you playing at, old woman? So iPhone demanded. Nothing. But if you are not to come back, if you are to forsake us, then you ought to have at least something to remind you. We made you who you are, a brilliant thing just like the weapon. So iPhone heft the weapon in one hand, briefly considering just hanging it back on the wall, refusing it. It would certainly spite the old crone. But, the time for spite had passed. She was moving on. And, come to think of it, most of the decor in her home, all of it, actually had been Yuaki's doing. She could just as well put up something of her own. Slinging the weapon over her shoulder, she turned around and walked away without another word. Maybe she'd come back one day. She doubted it, but who knew? The door would still be open for her. It was early morning, and Rukia was having breakfast with her brother. It was a new and strange privilege, but they shared the first meal of the day every day now, usually interspersed with some conversation about clan affairs. Or, if she was lucky, some sort of lesson about the intricacies of clan life. You are not eating. I beg your pardon, brother, Rukia said, hastily digging into her scrambled eggs. You were not distracted by nothing, Byakuya observed. What troubles you? Rukia chewed and swallowed down the mouthful she'd gracelessly wolfed down, and sighed. What doesn't trouble me? I hope you do not mistake this for weakness, brother, but the weight of being named heir. I can feel it quite strongly. As you should, Byakuya said, and Rukia was surprised to see him nod in approval. I would be concerned if you were entirely cavalier about it. As a young man, even though I was groomed for the role, I often felt doubt or even fear for my ability to carry such a weight. But, once mastered, such a fear is not a detriment but a potent reminder of the importance of one's role. That, too, was new. In the last few days, her brother had shared more of his personal life with her than he had done in their entire time as brother and sister. It made her feel deeply privileged to have such an intimate and personal view of his past, and she always listened eagerly. I defer to your wisdom, brother. Although, do not speak halfway through. Commit to your words once spoken, Byakuya chided her gently. Although I am hesitant, I am also surprised. Surprised. In a way, everything is different. But, in another, also nothing is. My life is, mostly exactly the same, except for the lessons taken on our clan's history and its politics. He nodded. The role of heir is inert. In older times the heir would often serve as an envoy or military commander to prepare them for leadership, but those times are long past the clans. The heir needs only prepare, otherwise there is not much else to it. Service to the Gotei is itself a good education. As a vice-captain, you will learn much about the responsibility needed to command a clan. It does not require quite the same political savvy, but it is the closest thing outside the clan itself. In short, you need not worry. Carry on with your duties as normal. Yes, brother. Rukia said thoughtfully. And, make sure to take time for yourself, Byakuya added. Work is just an ethical pursuit, but to be committed to only that is to deny oneself one's humanity. It harms the soul in the long run. Yes, brother, said Rukia, not a little surprised. Her brother was famous for his strict work ethic and the long hours he kept. He was not a person she would have expected to hand out that lesson. I meditate, read poetry and practice calligraphy, and I take lonesome walks in our garden to reflect upon myself and my place in the world. Not every day, but still regularly. I find it soothing, a fair reward for hard work. Find such a pursuit as a balm for your soul, and it will serve you well. Rukia nodded, taken aback. She wondered how well he, himself, had heeded this advice. She knew that he was still seeing Isane for therapy. Best not to go there. Something still troubles you. Rukia flinched. How was her brother doing this? How did he of all people have such a good read on her? He had spent an entire life distant, and... No, focus. He'd addressed her, and she had to answer. Yes, brother, she admitted. That being. Rukia sighed. I still feel ashamed for the way in which I allowed myself to be manipulated by Shihoin Yoriyuki, she said, shaking her head. It was an obvious trap, at such an important time. I allowed our clan to be manipulated as a whole through my foolish mistake. You take responsibility, which is to your credit, Byakuya nodded. Nothing has changed since I last advised you, though. It is water under the bridge. Mistakes will be made, and the best way to handle them is to learn from them. The shame you feel will induce you to speak with more caution the next time you find yourself in such a situation, will it not? Very much so, brother. Then think nothing further of it. People will attempt to take advantage of you. People will lie, directly or by omission, to your face or indirectly. You will be manipulated, and you will be made to manipulate in turn. This is why we have a council of elders to handle business. No clan head can be expected to keep up with all the new developments. Yes, people will attempt to use you for their own benefit, especially when you are new to the mantle, before you have made your strength and savvy known. You are lucky that the first instance was this benign. You think it benign? Compared to the sharks out in the proverbial pond? Certainly, Byakuya said dryly. I have no love lost for Shihoin Yoriyuki, but you could do worse than a patriotic do-gooder like Scarlet on a crusade to empower the downtrodden. Rukia nodded. I suppose, friendships like those will be important. A power base inside and outside the clan will certainly pay off, Byakuya agreed. Now finish your breakfast. Time runs short. Yes, brother, Rukia agreed, processing what she had just gone through. This was a new side to her brother she was seeing, invested, more open. Of all the changes, she liked that one the best. A functionary in fine robes emerged, and Erza's name was called. Momo waited next to her for the verdict. Predictably, the assembly had taken their time debating the motion. The foregone conclusion was not enough to make them pretend like it wasn't a serious issue contemplated with all due seriousness, apparently. They had lost valuable time, of course, but this was more important. The division could hold up for half a day without them. Erza squeezed Momo's hand one last time, then headed inside. Momo waited outside with bated breath. It took unreasonably long, she thought, but then again that had been the flavor of the day. She felt tense. She did not share Erza's passion for the underprivileged, per se she knew what it was like, of course, and she felt sympathy for them, but she did not burn for this cause the same way her girlfriend did. This was Erza's heart and soul, everything she had worked for. It would crush her if this was stopped. Worse still, it might convince her the Godei was not worth helping anymore. The thought of what she might do. And, Momo knew that if Erza decided to go renegade one way or the other, she would follow her. No matter the sacrifices, no matter the cost, she'd go with her. She wondered if the old men in that chamber knew how much was riding on this decision. How many of their fates might be rewritten, erased, if they decided to betray her. What did they know of Titania? What she was capable of? Consumed by these thoughts, Momo waited. The comfort and luxury the building offered seemed hollow to her, pointless. What use were they? Finally, just as the tension started to feel truly unbearable, the door opened and Erza walked out. She looked harrowed, and Momo's heart dropped. Oh no! She hurried to her feet. Erza would need her support. She approached, taking her captain's hands in hers. So, what happened? She asked, knowing the answer. It'll be all right, Momo said hastily. We'll try again. We'll. No, wait, Erza said, sounding bewildered. Slowly, her stunned look transformed, as her face cracked up in a wide smile. It worked, Momo. They approved it, for the coming 10 years. It'll have to be renewed then, but... She shook her head. 10 out of 13 votes, Momo. Once it became clear which way it was going, all the Kuchikis and Kyurikus sided with us. It's unbelievable. It worked, Momo. Momo's fears washed away, in an instant replaced with tremendous joy. But, you looked so. I was just, shocked, Erza said with a shrug. I thought they'd go grudgingly, but once it was done it was done. Now they all get to say they were part of this great initiative, and all that. That's incredible. Said Momo, overjoyed. Erza, you really did it. It's only the beginning, Erza said hastily. I still have to create a police force for those areas, and more or less make up a government from scratch, and if I don't produce a steady stream of viable recruits then I can forget about renewal. You can do it, said Momo firmly. All of those things, we can do. Inspiring people, training them, organizing them, that's the easy part compared to this. It'll get harder up ahead, Erza muttered. This was just a small first step, and if I want to make a difference I have to do much more. More dealings like these, lots more. We have to work while the Central 46 are still filling up. Build relationships. Alliances. There's so much work to do. Erza, Momo sighed, squeezing her hands, stop for 1 second and just enjoy this, okay? You won. Savor it for a few seconds. Yes. Thank you, Erza whispered. Congratulations, Captain Scarlet. Erza had been so caught up in the moment that she had not noticed the clique of nobles approaching. Leading them was a man in the Tsunayashiro colors. Of the dozen or so men following him, most but not all seemed to share his familial line. He was an elder man, still with some color left in his hair, and he had the haughty look of a man used to being obeyed. Erza stiffened. I don't believe we've been introduced, she said cautiously, turning to face them properly. Tsunayashiro Tori, at your service, he said, giving the slightest of bows. I was so very proud to have participated in this historic moment, Captain. You voted against, Erza said, choosing her words carefully. Dissent is such a vital part of any healthy political process, Tori said smoothly. But your arguments carried the motion through, and persuaded our burgeoning council. Who am I to question such wisdom? Then don't, said Momo bluntly. Ah, the dear Vice Captain, Tori said, giving Momo a self-assured smile. Tell me, how fares your division these days? I am sure you both share the burden of leadership. Well, it's one of many things I am sure you share. Erza steeled herself. She could see where it was headed. A parting shot from the opposition, some attempt to embarrass her publicly by making her boil over. I accept your congratulations gratefully, she said sharply. It gladdens me to see you so gracious in defeat, Councilman Tsunayashiro. Hopefully, you will take the next one in stride as well. The Tsunayashiro are nothing but gracious, Captain. We are, of course, also quite invested in the moral character of this institution. It would not do to allow less than upstanding elements to dominate the discourse. Perish the thought, said Erza, the sarcasm dripping from her mouth. You'd have to look elsewhere, though. We are all morally upright people here, I'm sure. None can doubt the valor and character of the tyrant slayer, the Red Angel, said Tori smoothly. No, Captain Scarlet is beyond reproach. But, as this last war has proven, even the most seemingly noble can hide a treacherous heart. What elements in our midst might not seek to lead such a mighty hero astray? If you have a point, make it, said Erza, no longer caring that she was being too direct. We will be making inquiries regarding some types of conduct among the officers. Such as, dangerous and unsanctioned use of keto, perhaps. The methods developed by the Central Bureau are necessarily strict, after all. Wild modifications to such potent power would demand close scrutiny. Keto, Erza could feel Momo stiffen next to her. That's your angle? We have no angle, dear Captain, Tori said, faking surprise, only the best interests of the Godii at heart. Do you not agree that such things need be regulated? Inquiries made of those who would overstep? I have a cousin in the upper echelons of the Keto Corps. I am sure he will be quite helpful in such an endeavor. Erza grit her teeth. A tidal wave of anger was rising inside her, and she was glad she'd been made to relinquish her blade before entering. She balled her fists, and it took an effort of sheer will to keep her composure. They couldn't go for Erza, so they'd go for Momo. They'd go for the weaker link, to hurt her, to bring her down. This was cease and desist, or she's up on the chopping block. Her eyes narrowed, and she took a step forward. The noble entourage behind Tori flinched, but the old man himself stared her in the eye defiantly, as if daring her to strike. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Erza thought angrily, for me to lose it, assault a member of the council, face charges, and have my career undone immediately. But it won't be that easy, you little snake. She would not rise to his goad, but he'd made a threat on somebody she loved, and that could not go unanswered. I would wish you the best of luck in such an endeavor, she said coldly. Of course, in the interest of public morality and all that, I'd feel compelled to join in your crusade. Join? Said Tori, suddenly seeming surprised, rattled. Yes, join. Erza leaned in close, until their faces were only inches apart. You think that would happen all smooth and easy, you rat bastard. She hissed through her teeth. You go ahead. You launch your probe. The next thing you know, the Stealth Corps will go through your family business with a fine comb. How many skeletons do you have in your closet, old man? How many of them are you willing to show to the world? You can do this, but you'd better know you're going to war if you do. And, you might have powerful friends, but I have the ear of the Captain Commander and I'm personal friends with the head of the Godii's policing unit. If you do anything to harm the people I care about, I will make it my personal mission to grind your entire house into the dust, until you're a footnote in the history books. If you think I'm just puffing my chest and grandstanding, look into my record. I once told the Captain Commander to go to hell, and that Eisen was right. He made me a captain for it. I believe in my loved ones, and what I believe in I'm ready to die for. I don't care about glory, or fame, or power, or money. I can't be bribed or intimidated. So, you launch your investigation, but think long and hard about what kind of trouble you are inviting. Tori took a couple of steps back, wide-eyed. You dare threaten? Nobody is making threats, honored Tsunayashiro, Erza said, suddenly stepping back and smiling. I am speaking plainly, so there may be no more misunderstandings between us. I look forward to a long and prosperous working relationship. I have so many changes to make, and so many friends to share them with. Tori stared at her, seemingly at a loss for words. I bid you good day, gentlemen. Duty calls, you know how it goes, said Erza chipperly. Come on, Momo. The division needs us. Yes, Captain, Momo said. Together, they marched out, leaving a stunned group of nobles behind them. Was that wise? Asked Momo as the door closed behind them. Maybe not, said Erza ponderously, but politics or no, I want them to know where I stand. Some things, I don't want to compromise on. Those I love are my life, Momo. I want them to know I'll wring their necks if they try to get me through them. I'm not sure if you meant that metaphorically or literally, Momo said, sounding in between intimidated and aroused. Me neither, said Erza. The anger that had welled up inside her was gone, replaced by a burst of elation. She'd done it all, and told them off to boot. This was as much as she could have hoped for. Let's hope I don't have to find out. It was afternoon and Erza, drowning in paperwork as always, was all too glad for the distraction but nevertheless surprised when So iPhone walked in, Yoriyuki in tow. So iPhone carried a simple, white cardboard box, and she had the strangest expression on her face. So iPhone, said Erza, blinking. Well, do come in, I suppose. Can I help you? Well. So iPhone said. She looked strained, weird, like she'd bitten a lemon and was struggling not to make a face. Go on, said Yoriyuki, nudging her in the side with an elbow. These are dumplings, So iPhone muttered, dumping the box on Erza's desk. I don't know what your favorite sauce is because I'm not that good of a friend, apparently, but it's soy sauce. Who doesn't like soy, you know? She sounded irritable, and Erza felt even more confused. Who got this upset about food? I'm not very hungry right now, but I'll have them in an hour or two, I suppose, said Erza, carefully putting the box aside. Thank you. You're welcome, So iPhone grumbled. What's this about, really? Erza said, leaning back. I'm sure you didn't come all the way here to just deliver me some food. Hint, no, it's not about the dumplings, Yoriyuki said, rolling her eyes. Go on, you can't be that proud. You can do it. So iPhone sighed. Last time we spoke well, personally at least, because we've spoken professionally since, but last time we spoke, she stopped herself to take a breath, and groaned. It shouldn't be this hard. I'd help if I knew what the hell was going on, Erza said, in between confusion and amusement. I apologize, all right. So iPhone spat. I implied you were using me like any other cynical bastard noble, and I know that's not you. It keeps haunting me, which is obnoxious. What good is friendship if it eats at you the moment you happen to step on somebody's toes, anyway? She means, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, Yoriyuki added helpfully. It's fine, Erza said, finally catching on. That thing. I'd almost forgotten about it. It was hurtful, but I realize you had a sore spot. I figured that was all there was to it. I'm glad you decided to try to make things right, though. See, I knew I was making too big a deal out of this. God, I hate this. So iPhone muttered. I'm sorry, this is not exactly a graceful way to apologize. Erza laughed. It's fine. You did the right thing in the end, so what can I complain about? Everything worked out well. Because it was the right thing. Yes. I hate apologizing. I'm no good at it, so iPhone muttered. You're doing great, baby, Yoriyuki said, giving So iPhone a hug from behind. Not in front of, not when I'm at work. So iPhone protested. Yuryuki laughed, and let go. If it helps, I can just look away, said Erza with a sly smile. Since when are you the suave, sarcastic one? So iPhone snarled, although the venom was quite half-hearted. Since you've become the awkward one, apparently, Erza laughed. Damn it, so iPhone muttered. Oh, before I forget, said Yuryuki, are you and Momo doing anything this Sunday? Not that I recall, said Erza. Good, because you are now. So iPhone and I are having you over for dinner. We're trying this new thing called having a social life. It's a pain, but it's worth it. So iPhone rolled her eyes. This woman, see what she's roping me into. She sighed. One moment you move in, the next she sets all the decor. You just hung that ugly blade on the wall the other day, Yuryuki cut in. And before you know it you're having people over for dinner on a regular basis, so iPhone finished, without breaking her stride. Women, am I right? Erza snorted. We're the worst, Yuryuki cheerily agreed. See you Sunday. See you Sunday, Erza agreed. The world was becoming a very strange place, but it was not always for the worse, it seemed. Erza watched them go, a little perplexed but still in a good mood. Social lives? Friends over for dinner? Things really were getting peaceful again. It felt a little alien after the war she had just been through, but the more she thought about it, the more she liked it. It was always the little moments that made things worth it. Just spending time with friends. And trying to build a better future at the same time. After all she'd been through, she figured she'd earned it. They'd all earned it. Finally bored with her duties and in need of something to justify a break, Erza got up to do a routine inspection. The troops would be practicing drills at this hour. Since the war, every division had intensified its training regimen, as much for the surviving veterans as for the new blood coming in to fill the ranks of those lost to the crucible of combat. She felt all eyes on her as she walked through the courtyard, although none paused their exercises thrust, parry, thrust, stab as veteran-seated officers directed the training. In the midst of it, she noticed an oddity. A man wearing a breastplate of gleaming metal over his uniform, a crimson sash tied around his waist. She made a mental note to ask about it later as she did her round. Then she saw a second, and a third, a fourth. She counted well over a dozen armored men among the 50 or so soldiers training in the courtyard. Who is in charge here? She demanded loudly. A senior officer hurried up, saluting sharply and standing to attention. 7th Seat Akage, she recalled, a young woman with cropped hair who had not seen much action before the war. Sir. She said loudly. Drills proceeding as per our schedule, Captain. To our satisfaction if I may say so, sir. Yes, they're all doing quite well, Erza said, glancing at the troops. There seemed to be a more intense stare now, every soldier in the courtyard seeming focused on the two of them. She would have to do something about that, Erza decided. Eyes forward, focus up. She snapped loudly. As the troops obeyed, doubtless still glancing her way, she turned back to Akage. They're all doing well, yes. I was wondering about, the armor. Oh, that, said Akage, with the awkward tone of a teenager caught doing something they maybe shouldn't have been doing. It's complicated. I mean, it's actually quite simple, but, if it's simple, then explain, Erza said firmly. Well, said Akage, scratching her head. We've been having some get-togethers for the war veterans pretty much since things got back to normal. Started simple, just a place to stick together, drink, tell your stories, and get some emotions out about what we lost, what we saw that day. Lots of people drinking till they cried, and all that. Then it became a pretty regular thing, not really like a club, more informal, but an association, I guess. Just a couple hundred of us meeting up to talk, maybe spar, drink, play games, and then there was 10th Seat Kazui, He decided to save up to buy a breastplate. Didn't find anything in the regulations that prohibited the use of armor, and decided to run with it. Said if it's good enough for the captain then it was good enough for him. Before long, all his friends did the same, and somebody came up with the red sash to honor you, Captain. Then we started a bit of extracurricular training, too, to make sure those of us who'd lived were as good as we could be. So we could teach the new kids what's what. Erza blinked. Well, that's the first I ever heard of this, she said, surprised. You're having this club where you do what you usually do, plus drinking. The war changed everything, Captain, Akagi explained. People saw you defeating that Espada. Everyone knows what you did that day, and everyone here is proud to have served under you that day. The armor, it's our way of saying we're with her, the one who saved us all. And you can't exactly fault the sense in wearing armor, right? I'd have mine on, except it's getting enchanted for extra protection right now. Cost me a pretty penny, and no mistake. Erza blinked again, processing this. How busy had she been? And, I was not told about this because... Akagi shifted uncomfortably. Well, people weren't sure exactly how you'd feel about it. We know you're the humble sort, Captain. You are organizing what is effectively an elite veteran company, and nobody told me, said Erza, in disbelief. See, when you put it like that, it sounds really bad, Akagi admitted. Look, the soldiers, we need this. We lost people that day. Good friends we'd known since forever. We lost our confidence, our faith in the Godai was rocked, and there was you, our beacon of hope. Sounds corny, but it's true. Hanging on to your example, that got a lot of us through this. Erza sighed. It's not just about me, then. I suppose not. Yes. No. Sort of. Carry on, 7th seat, Erza said dismissively. But I want a full roster of members, and a formal association created. No backdoor things, no secrets. We've had quite enough of those, I think. Set up a proper club with a leadership, then we'll see about this. Yes, sir. Akagi said, saluting again. I'll call them together tonight, we'll work it out. She seemed oddly relieved. Well, you could do worse than people working harder and protecting themselves better, Erza supposed, but it felt odd, awkward, to have so many people try to follow her example so openly. Who was she, really, to be adored like this? Then again, captains left their mark on their divisions. 6th were renowned as stern, immaculate professionals. 2nd were credited for their long work hours and discretion. 8th were considered easygoing. 11th were known for their thuggery and violence. 5th, a 5th division recast in her image, led by armor-clad hardened veterans? It was something to think about. A new identity for people who badly needed one. Deciding to shelve that for further thought, Erza moved on. Erza continued her sweep of the division, mulling over this new revelation. It tore her in between feeling flattered and uncomfortable. She had not set out to become somebody's role model, but looking at it, she had been foolish not to expect it. A captain was meant to be one, an exemplar. Erza. Torn from her reveries, she looked up. Ichigo? What are you doing here? He looked different. She hadn't noticed much at the Kukaki event, being preoccupied and only having seen him briefly, but he seemed older, somehow. His demeanor was calmer, and he looked more mature. War, she thought. It's the war, isn't it? That grievous thing had taken their innocence, ripping it from them with raw force. Oh, I just finished a session with Captain Kukaki, he said, shrugging. I figured I'd stop by, say hello. Don't be a stranger, you know. Captain Kukaki, is it? Erza said, raising an eyebrow. He insists on the formalities, Ichigo said, grimacing. I kinda do it by habit now, sort of. Honestly, I don't mind doing it, not terribly. I'm not suddenly bursting with respect for these stuck-up nobles, but it seems like a fair trade for what I get. I'll say. Byakuya is a master of his craft, always has been. So are you, but we only trained briefly, I guess. I wonder which of you. Erza shrugged. I don't know, and I'd rather not find out. I suppose I have a broader range of skills, even if the blade is my primary weapon, whereas he will have practiced with one and only one weapon his entire life. Make of that what you will. Actually, said Ichigo hesitantly, I was wondering, with all that's happened, all the real experience and training I've got, I wonder where I stand compared to you now. Of course, I have a long way to go, he said quickly, but I know I've made progress. So, Kurosaki Ichigo, are you asking for a spar? Said Erza patiently. Kinda, yeah. If you're free. You know, I run a very hectic division, she said, her tone almost mockingly strict. Ichigo seemed not to pick up on it, though. Right, of course. I won't bother you, then. Some other time. Shush, dummy, Erza said, smiling. I'm never catching up to that mountain of paperwork anyhow. Come on, let's grab some buken. There's a proper dojo just down this way. Suppressing the guilt of knowing she really should have been at her desk, Erza led Ichigo inside a nearby division training facility. The dojo was empty, and she gestured for Ichigo to step onto the training floor. She removed her coat and picked up 2 wooden training swords, tossing one to Ichigo. He caught it smoothly, taking a stance. Erza rolled up her sleeves, taking her time to walk up opposite Ichigo, reading him carefully before holding her blade up. You've grown, she commented, her voice serious. I would hope so. Hell, I'll show you. Not just as a warrior. I remember you from when you were a toddler, and here you are, more man than boy. It makes me proud to have been part of that. Sheesh, Auntie, you're embarrassing me, Ichigo said awkwardly. Thanks. And just like that, Erza attacked, coming down with a heavy strike from above. Ichigo reeled back in surprise, pushed back and nearly unbalanced as she unleashed a vicious flurry of blows. But the boy was sure-footed and slowly recovered, managing to parry or evade each blow until a slashing counter-attack forced Erza to step back. That was a dirty trick, Erza, Ichigo huffed. Just checking to see if you were paying attention, she chuckled, circling him. Ichigo, on full alert, followed her movements carefully. When she launched into her next attack he was ready, and it turned into a swift, equal set of exchanges. Although she was not giving it her all yet, testing the boy carefully, Erza marveled at his progress. His movements were sharper, more precise. Whenever he needed to be in one place or another, the movement to get there had begun well ahead of time, he was never out of place. He was something else now, entirely unlike the brash, untempered youth she had started to train only months earlier. Very good, she said, nodding in approval as she broke off, taking a step back. You do your mentor proud, Byakuya, that is. I still owe this to you. You are your own now, and I see more of him in you anyway. Which is not a bad thing, she added hastily. I never had the time to train you properly. My only warning is that his style is inflexible. Very good at one thing, but lacking versatility. You think so? Said Ichigo, sounding amused. This time, he took the offensive, pushing Erza hard with a set of strong, offensive series of attacks, each sequence forcing her to give ground. He was putting power behind those strikes. In battle, he could not keep this kind of pace for very long. What was his game? With expert precision she caught his blade, using his own momentum to pin it down with the length of her own blade. She knew her next move, to shove him back and follow up with an attack before he could recover, but she saw him smiling too late. As his blade was pinned down he pointed 2 fingers at her shoulder. Erza's eyes widened. Byakurai. He said triumphantly. A jolt of electricity rocked Erza's body. The spell had been weakened enough that it didn't break her skin, but it was more than enough to give her a shock. Suddenly she was the one stumbling back, trying to recover. She grit her teeth, in between impressed and infuriated. Shakaha! Ichigo said, holding up a palm. The explosive spell struck Erza dead on, and she was knocked off her feet, sent tumbling across the dojo floor. Erza rolled with it, cursing under her breath as she turned the tumble into a controlled spin, coming up on her feet. Ichigo was not done yet, having used the time to mutter an incantation. Rakyukura! He cried, and 6 pillars of light formed around Erza, holding her firmly in place. Ichigo rushed forward, placing the blade of his wooden sword to her neck. And that's game, he said, self-assuredly. And to think you had the nerve to chide me for a dirty trick, Erza snorted. I see Byakuya taught you well. My Kido's not the best, but it turns out that with the right teacher and the right motivation. Ichigo shrugged. Not the best? Spells at that level would be rare for a student in his very last year at the academy. You've been doing this for how long? How long might he go in the end? There was no telling, apparently. Figures. But I think you forgot one of his lessons. Yeah? What's that? Erza flexed, the binding spell shattered, and with one hand she yanked his sword aside. At the same time she brought her buken down, slamming the flat of the blade onto his forehead, hard. Ichigo yelped, and fell on his back. Don't get cocky, she said, extending a hand. It's not over till it's over. That was a neat surprise, but surprises do not carry the day. Yeah. Ichigo grumbled, letting himself get pulled to his feet. Look at you, though, Erza said proudly. Slinging Kido? I would never have imagined it. Ichigo grimaced. Very incomplete. Captain Byakuya would have chewed me out to no end if he'd seen how I executed M. But, it's a pretty good thing to have in a tight spot, and if I want to be good at this, I should try to learn how to do more than just swing a sword, I figured. Erza nodded approvingly. No reason not to. Sometimes I wonder, Ichigo said, shrugging. Like, the war is over, and we have a peace with Hueco Mundo. What'll come up next? Why don't I just go back to normal? But, I can't. Not anymore. And, no matter how stable it may seem, the future has a way of surprising you, Erza retorted. To build strength is the best way to secure peace. You're making the right call, Ichigo. I hope so, yeah. I won't give up on my life back in Karakura, but even so, I need to be able to protect it. I can't let that happen ever again. Erza nodded. He'd been right there, smack dab in the middle of it all, at Ground Zero when Aizen had enacted his med scheme. He'd personally been struck down by him. How helpless would that make someone feel? She knew that all too well. Luckily, he seemed to be taking that grief somewhere productive. It's all you can do, I suppose, she said, unsure of how to respond. It's funny, actually. People look at you real different, don't they? They look at me like I'm something else. People are respectful these days. Hell, I had to dodge out of Kenpeka being polite on the way here. Polite? Said Erza, raising an eyebrow. I think that's what he was shooting for. Friendly-like, and then he insists we have a spar. With sharp edges and all, till we're both half dead. Not gonna lie, I made a paper-thin excuse and just ran for it. Erza laughed. I don't think he'll let go of that one easily. He badgers me for a rematch all the time. Crazy. Ichigo muttered. Another one. Erza offered. Swords only this time. Swords only, Ichigo agreed. They took their stances once more. Her heart swelling with pride, she made ready. This time, she would not hold back. He had a long way to go, and he would need to be pushed hard. Night came at last, and a tired and worn Erza made her way back to her personal room in the apartment at the division. Momo was there already, sorting the papers on Erza's personal desk. It was less oppressive here, mostly personal messages, effects, books and ornaments, but even here the dreaded paperwork reached her. You really need to delegate, Momo huffed. You're going to fall a week behind at this rate and half of it will stop being relevant. I know, Erza muttered. Our bureaucracy wasn't amazing to begin with, and when half of them died in battle. I wonder if it was a good idea to make soldiers into secretaries in the first place. I'll see about finding more suitable people. In fact, tomorrow I want you to take a look at our budget to see how many positions we can realistically fill. I'll take care of it. We're not short of funds, at least. Erza nodded. You couldn't do everything yourself, she'd learned that the hard way. Tiredly she slumped down on the bed, yawning. She lay back on the bed, and let out a small laugh. You're in a good mood, said Momo, still sorting papers. We did it, Momo, Erza muttered. It worked. The first step, it's been taken. I'm going to prove him wrong, Momo, if it's the last thing I do. Momo stiffened a little, there was no mistaking who he was. Well, you've certainly headed in the right direction. But, what, if it doesn't work out? We'll find that out when we get there, said Erza evasively. One step at a time, Momo. The world is an uncertain place. You never know what'll come next, so I'll focus on here and now. There's a lot of work to be done here, anyway. Well, it is your pet project. Is it your old district? Erza nodded. Finally I get to do something for that village. I think I'll head out there myself, make sure the transition goes smoothly. Soldiering, that, I think I can handle. Momo finished the last stack of papers and walked over to the bed, sitting down next to where Erza lay. Just don't overdo it, okay? She said softly, taking her lover's hand. Erza squeezed it, smiling at her. I don't think I know how not to overdo it, really. I'm always moving forward. I don't know if I know how to stay still anymore. Well, you're going to have to learn. One of these days things will quiet down, and I will want a vacation. Just the two of us, together. You think the division can handle it? Once I'm done delegating? The bureaucracy I'll make for us will be practically like a perpetual motion machine, Momo said proudly. Somebody's confident, Erza laughed. Well, somebody has to be. The worst is past us, and we have to look ahead. There will be peace again, Erza, and when there is we'll need to do more than just work, work, and work. Erza nodded. You're not wrong. But, for now we're going to rest, and get up bright and early for another long day, Momo said. But, one day, Erza agreed. When she fell asleep that night, Erza felt content in a way she had not for a very long time. Chapter 124, Recovery and a Discovery. The classroom was abuzz, students whispering eagerly amongst themselves. Baden's stomach was flittering, uneasy in the same way it had been in his first year when he'd had a crush on a girl. This time was different, though. It did involve a woman, technically, but... You think it's true? Aoki, his friend seated next to him said, grinning ear to ear. I dunno, Baden muttered, trying to contain the hopefulness in his voice. Shimura-sensei didn't mention it, so who knows, but... I heard she gave a talk to some students last year, so who knows? Dude, can you imagine? Aoki said excitably. Captain Scarlet here, in our classroom, giving us a look into how to be a Shinigami? Like, I can't even tell you how cool that would be. I mean, I bet she has bigger fish to fry than us, Baden said, trying not to get his hopes up too much. She's a freaking legend, man. She's probably out there crushing hollows and taking names, or leading her men on some grand hunt or something. More like she's busy micromanaging her division, their classmate Reina scoffed from behind. I swear, you boys think swords and fighting is all there is to being a Shinigami. I wonder if she's as beautiful as they say, Aoki said, staring into the distance with a longing expression. Don't get any ideas, she's taken, Baden shot back. Hey, a guy can appreciate good looks, can't he? Aoki said defensively. Besides dash. At that moment Shimura-sensei entered the room, and the class quickly fell silent. He wasn't a hard ass as such, but the man didn't tolerate lax discipline. As one the class took their stances, and instruction began. Kendo class carried on as normal without a sign of anything out of the ordinary, and half an hour in, Baden had given up hope. He'd come into the academy 2 years ago, in the wake of the great victory against the tyrant Aizen Sosuke, and he'd been told of the captain's great deeds and adventures in detail. Her reputation eclipsed everyone else's, even the captain commander's. Girls and boys alike had her poster on the walls, and the more ambitious dreamed of becoming an officer in her division. Erza Scarlet, slayer of tyrants, patron of the poor, keeper of order, hero of the Godii 13. She loomed large over the academy. All captains did, of course, but her more than anyone else. To see her in person would be. He shook the thought off. It was not going to happen. He had a few years ahead of him still, and maybe then he'd be lucky enough to catch a glance. Students, halt. At their sensei's command, the class stopped their battles and stood to attention, bowing their heads. We have a special guest here with us today, Shimura said sharply. You will be attentive and respectful of her time, as she has made an effort to be here today, just for your sakes. Understood? Yes, sensei. The class barked in unison. Shimura nodded approvingly. I wasn't sure she'd make it, so I didn't say anything, but, here with us today, I am glad to present, Captain Erza Scarlet. He gestured toward the door, which slid open. Every eye in the room was fixed on the doorway, and in she stepped, tall, buxom and with hair as red as the stories told, the slayer of tyrants. The room was dead silent, nobody daring to make a peep. A feeling of reverent awe passed through Botan as she walked toward the center, taking their sensei's place. She was beautiful, like an exquisite piece of art come to life. She smiled at them, and in that moment Botan felt like he could have gone to war. She didn't wear her legendary armor, which was a shame, but she still looked every bit the dignified captain in her white coat. Good day to you all, she said, her tone casual and friendly. If I could visit more often, I would. You young people are our future, and you're needed more than ever. I would have come sooner, but well, you know how it is. Well, I suppose you wouldn't know, but being an officer makes you busy, and being a captain makes you very busy. Botan wanted to cry out that no, they all understood, it was fine, but dared not to say anything. It felt unbelievable. A living, walking legend, like a hero of old come to life, standing here right in front of them, in the flesh. Erza Scarlet. Now, you wouldn't have guessed it, she continued, but it was your old teacher who recruited me once upon a time. I wouldn't be here without him. You give me too much credit, Shimura said modestly, anyone could have done that. Even so, the whole class gave him a respectful look. Now, since this is kendo, I figured I'd show you a move or two. Sensei. Today, we're going through a bit of footwork, Captain, Shimura said. But I think the class would find something more advanced more useful. Fair enough, Erza said. She took her coat off, hanging it by the door, and took a training sword from a rack. Why don't we try getting out of a dicey situation? Sensei, put your blade near my throat. You've gotten inside my guard, and you're an instance away from cutting into my neck. What do I do? Shimura obliged, taking a stance with his training sword pointed right at her neck. I've got you here, yeah, he nodded. I'm coming in fast, because I know how to press my advantage, and then. Botan didn't quite follow what happened next, but suddenly Shimura was on the floor, his sword sailing through the air. The whole class stared in awe, transfixed. Erza reached out, giving his sensei a hand. Right, she explained, let's try that again, in slow motion. So, the first thing I do, the moment he comes inside my guard, is to try and bat his sword aside, while creating some distance, so I'll take a step back like this. The rest continued like a dream. Once it was finished he was still in awe, although a lot of the specifics felt like a blur. But when he reluctantly spilled out of the classroom with his classmates, he could say he'd seen her in the flesh, the Captain Scarlet. Erza watched them go, a smile on her face. I feel like most of that was lost of them, Momo said, leaned against the doorway. Although you definitely have them starstruck. Momo. Erza said happily. She hurried over to her lover and bent down to kiss her, but Momo gently put a hand in between their faces. Still on duty, remember? She smiled. Oh. Yeah, of course, Erza said awkwardly, rolling her eyes. I know that dash. Before she could finish, Momo had leaned up and planted a kiss on her lips, soft and chaste. You know, you really have laxed on the whole professionalism thing, Erza muttered, a little embarrassed. Made you blush though, Momo laughed. You did not, Erza lied. Anyway, are we good? Momo nodded. A few things to finish up at the division, then we're done. Can't wait to head home, Erza said longingly. Well, that can wait. We're having dinner with your Yuaki and so iPhone, remember? Oh, right, Erza sighed. That was today, wasn't it? You totally didn't forget, huh? Obviously, Erza shot back. Well, that's not so bad. You know, it's really interesting to see how much she's opened up. A meaningful relationship has been really useful for so iPhone. That and getting laid regularly, Momo chuckled, blushing slightly at her own joke. Momo, Erza gasped, with faux shock. What? Where's the lie? Momo said innocently. You can't just walk around telling the truth all the time, Erza scoffed with mock outrage. Waddle that due to public order and common decency. What can I say? I'm a menace, Momo chuckled. She took Erza by the hand, and together they walked out. It had been a busy couple of years, but things had gone from strained to the limits to manageable. New recruits were coming in, and conservative mission tactics had kept new casualties fairly low. They were a long ways off from reaching pre-war numbers, but they were slowly recovering, slowly rebuilding. Master yourself. Find your calm. Focus. It had taken some time for Ichigo to get used to being told what to do, of having high expectations and standards set for him, of being pushed far without praise, but once he had learned to swallow his pride a little, he had started to make progress. Basic Kido had been a bitch and a half to master, but under Byakuya's tutelage, he had. While the stoic nobleman was nowhere near as encouraging a teacher as his aunt, it was undeniable that his skill in this area was near peerless. Ichigo knew the saying, Jack of all trades, master of none, and after 2 years of consistent practice in swordsmanship, hand-to-hand, and Kido, it astonished him how Kukaki Byakuya effortlessly defied the old adage. Ichigo had his eyes closed, slowly weaving an orb of fire. There was no incantation, only will and the focus his motions brought. It was an advanced exercise, meant to test the limits of his control. The demon arts could do tremendous things, things he had only begun to learn. To think he had thought of it only as a way to tie things down, or blow things up, even if that was mostly what Godei combat doctrines used them for. He moved his arms in wide circles, seeing the orb of Kido fire growing in his mind's eye. He could feel it, like he could feel a vibration in the earth, a tremor. A million little tremors at once, creating an image clear as day, an orb of fire as large as his head, with 3 circles orbiting it. He felt its pale warmth, and knew that if his control lapsed even for a moment, they would lash out violently as they had 1,000 times before, when he still struggled with basic mastery. It is finished, he said calmly, letting his hands come to rest on the sides of the orb, holding the energies in place. He opened his eyes, and to his delight, the orb of fire was perfect. No imperfect. Fraying at the edges. Sighing, Ichigo frowned. He knew better than to complain openly, his teacher would disapprove. It will suffice, Byakuya said. That was another aspect Ichigo had come to appreciate. Byakuya had understood his student's frustration, and given praise or as close to it as he came. Ichigo had not complained, and Byakuya had given him reassurance, all with a bare minimum of words spoken. The Kukaki was stoic, but when you paid attention, he said much more than just words. With a flick of his hands, Byakuya snuffed the flames out, safely dispersing the energy. He turned around, as if to leave, then quickly spun around with a hand out. Seijo Sabaku. He said sharply, golden chains surging from his fingers. Ichigo was ready, though. Bakudo 81, Danku. He cried, a square shield forming. The chains bounced, harmlessly wrapping around the shield. It soon cracked, though, and within a second it shattered, the chains vanishing along with it. It broke within 2 seconds, Ichigo said, shaking his head. My apologies, sensei. You were not caught. I can do better. I know I can. Byakuya nodded. Correct. But you fulfilled your purpose regardless. Perfection is desirable, Kurosake, but it isn't ideal. If you expect perfection out of reality, you will only be disappointed. Perfection is the enemy of good. Yes, sensei. Perhaps Ichigo sounded less than convinced, because Byakuya continued. Kurosake, I hope you realize that you are executing extremely high-level binding spells, albeit imperfect ones, without an incantation, after only 2 years of practice. This is no small feat. I owe it to you, sensei. Perhaps. Even so, you cannot compare yourself to me. You must compare yourself to your peers who you are most assuredly well ahead of. Ichigo bowed. You are too kind, sensei. Let us finish here, Byakuya said, nodding in acknowledgement. Take some time to rest in my manor. I will have the servants bring us refreshments. It was still somewhat bizarre to have tea with Kukaki Byakuya in his personal gardens. Ichigo wondered if this was what passed for friendship in a world of nobles. He hoped as much. There was still a wall of formality between them, but he felt like the nobleman appreciated his presence. Why else would he keep inviting him to stay? How proceeds your life among the living? Byakuya inquired, as they sat down and tea was brought to them. I graduate school soon, Ichigo shrugged. I will go on to study at university. I hope to become an instructor, like you. Although for a different subject. What kind? I will teach them the English language. It is commonly used in the world of the living, and I was always interested by the writings of Shakespeare. He was an influential. A playwright from faraway England, and a poet, Byakuya nodded. You know him? Ichigo said, surprised. I have many volumes from faraway lands. I suspect much of his skill is lost in translation, but I find his poetry satisfactory. You have chosen well. Well then, Ichigo said, taken aback. I mean yeah, sure. You surprise me yet, sensei. Byakuya was not the smiling type, but Ichigo could swear he sensed a smug energy as the noble retorted. It is wise to look to one's future. Yet I wonder, what do you look to after? Ichigo blinked. After, sensei. Byakuya gave him a look, eyes narrowing slightly. I often forget that you are so very young, and has a human's perspective still, he elaborated. But in a handful of decades, a short span for a Shinigami, your physical body will have aged and deteriorated, and will expire. When it does, where will your soul go? I hadn't thought that far, Ichigo admitted. I am barely out of school yet, sensei. One day you will have to face that reality. When you do, you will most assuredly have a future here. One day, you will certainly be a captain. There was an unexpected finality to his words. That is. I suppose that makes sense, Ichigo said hesitantly. You have reservations. Maybe. I don't know. It makes sense when you say it, but I really hadn't thought of it. One day, I will perish. When I do, the clan will be in good hands. Rukia is becoming a worthy heir. But she will need strong allies, and good friends. You don't expect me to play politics, do you? No captain can avoid it, Byakuya said dryly. But even the existence of a strong ally has weight on its own. Consider it, if you will. Where else would you go? I will, Ichigo said, again hesitant. Where else would he go, indeed? Setsubo lunged forward, aggressively lashing out with her blade in a wide series of slashes. Her opponent, a rugged old man with scars on his face, defended patiently, meeting each strike carefully without retrating. In a second, he'll counter with a pommel strike to her gut and leave her open. She's out, fourth seed Kokyuta said, leaned against a post. She's a promising candidate, though, third seed Senna countered, and she was a soldier during the war, even if she was stuck on guard duty because she was a bit green. Senna was a young woman by Shinigami standards, promoted in the wake of the war. She had darkish purple hair, kept up with a red sash. Tengon says she's out when he finds an opening, Kokyuta said confidently. The fourth seat was a contrast to his more orderly superior, with messy, uneven white hair and a black bandana barely keeping it all inside. He was from the 79th district, and had made his way up the hard way. You know what? I will take that bet, Senna said firmly. The guard is not meant to be an exclusive club nobody can get into. I hope she makes it. The Crimson Guard had become something tangible in the years following Aizen's defeat, becoming 5th unofficial and later official elite company. To get in, you had to meet the approval of at least 5 high-ranking members, and defeat a veteran in full armor, using sharp blades. Setsubo had paid her dues, worked hard and gained approval, but she represented a crossroads of sorts. Until recently, the company had been an exclusive group, veterans only, and many wanted it kept that way. But if this was to be a military unit, it could not remain without reinforcements, not in the long run. They had taken a casualty a few months earlier, a stark reminder that although the war was over, they were still soldiers. "You're on." Setsubo kept pushing fiercely, relentlessly hammering her older opponent. Not a viable long-term strategy, Senna noted. His defense was solid and she would tire herself out this way. Koi was a nasty old soldier, and his movements were careful. "You're in for it if you can't handle what comes next," Senna thought, wondering if she had just wasted Tengon. And there it was. Just as Setsubo pushed in with a heavy overhead strike, Koi surged forward, moving his entire shoulder forward along with the pommel strike to catch her in the gut, knock the air out of her lungs and stun her. Senna's heart skipped a beat, but she needn't have worried. A confident smile on her face, Setsubo pivoted to the side and took a step forward. Carried by his own momentum, Koi could not avoid it, nearly stepping neck first into her blade. Standing perfectly still with her blade's length just under his chin, Setsubo shot him a smile and a wink. "Yeah, yield, or what?" Koi made a face. "Fucking hell, I walked into that one." "Literally." He shook his head in disbelief. "You saw me coming." "I asked around when they told me I was meant to fight you. Heard you like to play dirty, get up close and personal. So, I decided to give you the chance to do that." "You know, real life don't let you do your research first," he grumbled. "Yield or not?" Setsubo said, scraping the edge of her blade against his unshaven neck. He grit his teeth. "Fine. Yield, I guess." "Damn it. I did it." Setsubo cried out joyously, jumping up and down on the spot. "Pay up," Senna said, holding her hand out. Grumbling no less than Koi, Kokuto counted up Tengon, and handed it over. Smugly pocketing the cash, Senna walked up to Setsubo. "Ninth seat Setsubo, welcome to the Crimson Guard," she said, all smiles. "Stay dedicated. We're a serious group, not a social club dash." "Except when we go out drinking," Kokuto cut in. "Except when we go out drinking," Senna conceded, "but the point is, this is a place for the best of the best. You got what it takes to be Captain Scarlet's finest." "Damn right I do," Setsubo said, saluting sharply. "Atta girl," Senna nodded approvingly. "Welcome to the guard, then." The Pale Palace of Las Noches was still forbidding, but had grown less so as of late. Tyr Halibel, the new Primera, ruled like a queen here, and had had to crush more than a few ambitious usurpers the last 2 years, but once her strength had proven unassailable, Hollow and Arankar alike had fallen in line. And in turn, the stoic Primera ruled less callously and less cruelly than her predecessors, keeping the peace in this restless land of the lost and the dead. At her side was always the Segunda, Neleal Tuadershvank, loyal and strong. Light had been brought into the chamber, innovations from the Soul Society. No longer was the eternal moon the only thing illuminating them, and it made the place seem less dead, less lost. At this time Halibel sat on her throne, attended by her Fraxions. One of the many changes had been the establishment of a real court, of records kept, positions given out. Halibel did not aim to make herself the queen of an empty castle, or the strongest monster on a pile of bodies, but a real ruler, one with rules and regulations to be followed. That, of course, meant building up strong subordinates. After the war there had been a good number of Espada numbers unfilled spots she was not willing to give out to anyone she did not approve of. It was with special consideration, then, that she looked toward the newcomers approaching her throne. The first new Arankar since the failed war, formed naturally in the Great Wastes. There were 3 of them, all of them in rags, one of them even dirty and naked. The group had marched up before the throne and kneeled, faces averted. "Fresh meat," Grimjo snorted. "You gonna induct these losers, you high and mightiness?" "Show some respect, Tercera," Neleal said firmly. "What?" Grimjo shrugged. "I added a whole highness thingy and everything." "Yeah Grimjo, respect," Lilynet said smugly. The young Arankar had taken to following the Tercera after the Battle of Karakara, and seemed to have worn him down at this point. "Oh, you're all about respect, you," Grimjo said, rolling his eyes. "Can't walk 2 steps without showing proper deference to your betters, that's you all right." "Eat shit," Lilynet said playfully, sticking out her tongue. "You're just mad 'cause you got told and I didn't." "I'll eat you, limb for limb," Grimjo growled. The threat was ignored, and Halibel got the feeling she was used to it. "You don't have the guts these days," Lilynette said smugly. "Yeah well, maybe someone don't want my training," Grimjoe shot back. Then it was all, "OMR Grimjoe sir, I'll do anything to get stronger, but if you can't even be respectful." "I'm so sorry, sir," Lilynette said, with all the sincerity of a scoundrel. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Grimjoe said, apparently satisfied. He radiated power these days. Having consumed Neutra had made his power grow exponentially. The only reason he had not challenged Neliel for her position seemed to be that he didn't even care to. Grimjoe Jaeger-Jaquez had grown, and in more ways than one. "The Tercero's disrespect aside, do not let yourself be fooled," Jalal said, now sporting a new tattoo of a 4 marking his status as Quarto. "Lady Halibel will suffer no fools. You will show her respect at all times. 'Cause her watchdog will tear your guts out if you don't," Grimjoe cheerily added. "How kind of you to join us for once, Jaeger-Jaquez," Halibel said coolly. "I had thought we lost you to the world of the living." Where else would I go to hunt and get a halfway decent scrap?" Grimjoe shrugged. "Highness. You're unbelievable, you know that." Sirachi scoffed. "Constantly chasing human women instead of serving your queen. Jealous, Quinta." Grimjoe smirked. Sirachi scowled. Ignoring her, Grimjoe hopped down to stand before the new Aaron car. "All right, shitbags," he said, grinning with his arms crossed over his chest, "you stand before your queen. Turn on her, and I'll personally rip your balls out and eat them. Now, are you assholes going to do anything stupid?" "That ain't a rhetorical question, answer." There was a hasty number of assurances and denunciations, the terrified Aaron car cowering before him. "You sure about them, ladyship?" Grimjoe said, shaking his head amusedly. "They're weak." "Be silent," Halibel ordered. "You three. Rise." Grimjoe took a step back, obeying while shooting the 3 newcomers his best malicious glare. They rose, 1 woman, 2 men. "Your names," Halibel demanded. "Aster Corias, my queen," the first stuttered. "Rudal Kohler, my queen." "Caria Septimia, my queen." Grimjoe was right about them only in the broadest sense, Halibel reasoned. They were miles off them in terms of power, but they had been perfected by Aizen's Hujiaku, which as far as she knew was safely locked away in the Godiai's treasure vaults. The newcomers were naturally formed, but she sensed potential in them. Raw and untested, but like a seed they could be made to grow. "You will be given a place at my court, and swear your loyalty to me," she said imperiously, her gaze fixed on the trio. "If you refuse this offer, you will be cast out into the wastes once more, never to return on pain of death. Join me and you will be given a place, my protection, and a chance to grow. Reject me, and you will brave the lonely wastes by yourselves. Is this understood?" "Aster Corias, my queen," the first stuttered. "Rudal Kohler, my queen." "Caria Septimia, my queen." Grimjoe was right about them only in the broadest sense, Halibel reasoned. They were miles off them in terms of power, but they had been perfected by Aizen's Hujiaku, which as far as she knew was safely locked away in the Godiai's treasure vaults. The newcomers were naturally formed, but she sensed potential in them. Raw and untested, but like a seed they could be made to grow. "You will be given a place at my court, and swear your loyalty to me," she said imperiously, her gaze fixed on the trio. "If you refuse this offer, you will be cast out into the wastes once more, never to return on pain of death. Join me and you will be given a place, my protection, and a chance to grow. Reject me, and you will brave the lonely wastes by yourselves. Is this understood?" "Yes, my queen." Each of the 3 stuttered out, not quite in unison. "And do you accept my offer?" Caria Septimia stepped forward. "We all traveled a long way to serve you, Queen Halibel. I accept, and I swear loyalty to you and you alone. Until death." "Yes," Caria nodded. "Mine, or yours?" Halibel nodded. "And the 2 of you?" "Caria speaks for all of us," Corias said. He was a skinny thing, undressed entirely. "I swear loyalty, the same as you." "As do I," said Kohler eagerly. "I swear loyalty until death," Queen Halibel. Halibel nodded approvingly. Fernandez, see to it they are given clothes and quarter. Be advised, my new subjects, that there are rules here, rules that you break at your own peril. You will be instructed, and you will follow the rules given or be punished accordingly. That is the cost of peace. The three Arankar bowed deeply, each eagerly giving their assent. Jalal escorted them out, leading the new subjects away. Feels good, don't it? Grimjo said with a grin. Being on top. Giving out orders. Halibel gave him a cold stare. Once, I would have taken that as envy. Now, I don't quite know what to think. Admit it, Grimjo said with a shrug. It suits ya. Even if you weren't trying to backstab Eisen or even that bastard Barragan, you're doing more than either of them. And you like it. It's a burden and a duty that you know nothing about. Yeah, Grimjo shrugged. But it feels good too, don't it? I believe we can make something better, Halibel conceded. Better than the likes of Eisen. And there is nobody left to do it but us. It is a strange twist of fate. Not long ago, I was content to merely take orders, and not long ago, you would have despised what you are now. Funny how that works, Grimjo shrugged. Who cares? It is what it is. We done here? I got places to be. Respect, Neelil insisted disapprovingly. I got places to be, Your Highness, Grimjo rolled his eyes. Dismissed, Halibel said, not allowing her annoyance to show. He had changed, certainly, but in many ways he had changed not at all. Erza was normally too busy to even consider taking the day off, but today of all days it would have taken a major invasion to keep her away. Today, Ichigo graduated from his school at last. She had come alone, in a jigei graciously provided by Urahara. The class was, of course, barely half of what it had once been. Karakura was still feeling the effects of that fateful day 2 years ago, when so many had been snuffed out. Ichigo's class had been hit particularly hard, no doubt because of the power that had rubbed off from him, a thought they had all tried their best to avoid. But even in the light of such a somber reality, some joy had still managed to creep into the ceremony. Finally, after all these years, Ichigo would be ready to move on forward as his own. Beside Erza was Masaki and Ishine, of course, and she saw Urayu in the distance, which was strange, given how he'd transferred over to a German school not long after the disaster. She watched the ceremony proceed with a lump in her throat. She had seen Ichigo grow from the time that he was a lump in Masaka's belly, from toddler to an energetic kid running around, into a moody teenager. She'd had the privilege of being his first teacher, and she'd seen him rise further and further, beyond her wildest dreams. One day, he might even surpass her. Now he was almost a man, ready to take the next step into adulthood. An era had ended, and it felt bittersweet. When Ichigo came back from the podium, Erza was there to greet him along with his parents. Congratulations, Ichigo, Masaka said tearfully. My boy. Ishine said enthusiastically, crushing his son in an enthusiastic hug. Geez, relax, Ichigo muttered. It's no big deal. It's a milestone, Ichigo, Erza insisted. Where are you going next? Do you have any university plans? I'm still reviewing my options, but I'm thinking English. I'd make a good teacher, Ichigo said confidently. After summer, I'm going to university. Attaboy. Ishine said. Now remember, that's the best time for a man to really sow his oats. Okay Dad, I think I'll go say hi to my friends over there, Ichigo said, quickly disentangling himself from his parents. Masaki, smacking her husband over the head, said. Remember, we're on for lunch in a couple of hours, so don't take too long. Ichigo made his way over. His discomfort with his dad's awkward fumbling as if he'd ever been within a mile of a university was only part of it. Right now, he could do without his mother and aunt beaming with pride and telling him about his future. Right now, he'd rather think about right now. With his friends. They're together, one last time before they all scattered to the winds in different universities with different career paths. This might be the last time they all saw each other together all at once, and he wanted to remember it. There was Kigo and Mizuru, of course, and Tatsuki and Chad, and Orium and Chizuru as well. They'd been dating for a while now, and he wouldn't lose her, he was sure of it. And further back was Uriu, keeping his distance. So he began, staggering up to his friends. Your old man finally give you a break, huh? Kigo said. His old energy was gone. No longer did he have that obnoxious spiritedness, where everything was a joke. He too had lost people, his mother, of all people, and he had only just been lucky enough to be out of town at the time, or he would have gone as well. Now finally more mature, Ichigo found that he missed the old Kigo. The Battle of Karakura had taken their childhood from them, replaced the lackadaisical life most of them had had with bitter grief, and nobody could escape that fact. Yeah, well, I kinda had to. Can't let him do what he wants anymore. We're almost grown up. As if you ever let him get away with anything, Mizuru said cheerfully. Guess that's right, Ichigo agreed. So where are you guys headed next? I've been away a lot, and I'll say, I can barely get hold of you, Kigo scoffed. It's only gotten worse these last 2 years. It's okay, said Tatsuki, smiling for what seemed like the first time in ages. I get it. I'm going to do professional karate for a few years. Maybe if it goes well enough, I'll open my own dojo sometime, or work in the industry. No surprise there, Ichigo nodded approvingly. Good on you. I've been accepted to medical school. Orium said enthusiastically. Damn, Kigo said, blinking. An airhead like I mean, that was unexpected. Ichigo frowned, but decided to let it go. Chad? He asked. I'm going into boxing. My coach thinks I can go far, Chad said. Again, no surprises, Ichigo chuckled. Right on, Chad. Knock them off their feet, yeah. You know I will. I'm going to business school, what a drag, Kigo groaned. Not even half as interesting as you guys. It'll be the same for me, Mizuru said. At least you'll have one guy from your old school with you. I'm going to work in a sales thing, Chizuru said. A couple years of school, then salaried work. Pays the bills. My girlfriend is particular about that. That mean you'll finally stop perving on Orium? Tatsuki said. Oh, not even once, Chizuru said. It's in the past. In the past, yeah, Orium nodded graciously. You should bring her over for dinner sometime. We'd love to have you. We would. Said Ichigo. Catching Orium's look, he quickly added, I mean sure, yeah, absolutely. That only leaves Four Eyes over there, Kigo said, jabbing a thumb in Uriu's direction. Come on, don't stand in the back. What are you doing? I got a scholarship in Germany doing, well, it's an obscure type of engineering, Uriu said evasively. It'll be interesting, that's for sure. Engineering, huh? Ichigo said knowingly. Whatever Uriu was doing abroad was likely more than that, but it wasn't his place to pry. No, right now he just wanted to enjoy the moment. Talking amongst themselves, that moment quickly passed, but Ichigo made sure to etch it into his mind. This was the end, and a new beginning. It started small when it first began. One night, not long after graduation, Erza was taking a shower. Her side had been aching a little as of late, her skin sore just under her right armpit. She hadn't paid much mind to it, some minor infection, or perhaps she had overdone it on the practice grounds. She did not have much reason to think it was amiss. It was therefore that, when lathering her body under the steaming heat of her personal shower, she felt first surprise, then confusion, then concern, and finally alarm when she felt the lump. A hardened surface on her skin, about the size of a fingernail, and the skin around it seemed stiffer. As Erza fingered the rough little lump, she felt more like it under her skin. Suddenly very concerned, Erza stepped out of the shower, quickly drying herself off. She walked over to the mirror, wiping it off to see properly, as the heat had made it steam over. She raised her right arm and turned to the side, and looked carefully. She blinked, not quite believing her eyes. She moved closer, wiping the mirror again, studying the hardened surface as close as she could. There, on her side and under her arm, a single white scale had formed, reptilian in its outlook, leathery and thick. What the hell was this? She had been afraid it was some kind of cancer, but this was beyond the scope of anything Erza had ever heard of. Fascinated, fixated even, she ran her finger up and down the leathery little formation on her skin, scraping at it like it were a scab. It ached, her entire side suddenly feeling sore, stretching down to her thigh and up to her elbow, but she ignored the minor pain. To her surprise, the scale came off, falling harmlessly to the floor. A thin trail of blood ran down her side, pouring in a surprisingly copious quantity. Ignoring the bleeding, Erza bent down to pick up the scale, to study it. White, yes, and looking like lizard molting, maybe? Like shed skin. She touched her side again, and where she was sorest, she felt her skin was thicker, uneven. What the hell was happening to her? She bandaged the wound, focusing on the immediate need to distract herself. But when it was done, Erza was still left with the same reality. Something was happening to her, something very wrong. She would have to go see Anohana in the morning. First thing. Erza did not sleep much that night, drifting off into an awkward half-slumber in the wee hours, plagued by visions of great reptiles. She went to wash herself in the morning before heading out, more to check on herself than keep clean. Once the bare minimum was done, she walked back to the mirror, raising her arm like before. The scale from last night had been replaced. And a second one was all but uncovered, seeming to burst out of her skin. What the hell was going on? Chapter 125, The Answers Found at Home. I don't know what to tell you, Anohana said, looking up from under her microscope. When Erza had first come to her, she had run through an exhaustive series of tests, for hours upon hours. She seemed to be stumped. Anohana was possibly the oldest medical professional in existence, with actual centuries of experience and an expertise honed to perfection. She could pull out the most obscure diagnoses if given enough information, pinpoint with total accuracy conditions that would mystify the best of doctors, and she had seen nothing like this before. This, of course, was deeply alarming to Erza. Right now, she had turned to the fundamentals, extracting one of the scales to study it in depth, analyzing its spiritual structure. That is really not what I hoped to hear, Erza said, half glum, half joking. There's been nothing? It's not some kind of exotic cancer or something? Anohana shook her head. It's not, no. I've seen exotic before. I've treated exotic conditions before, rare illnesses. It's not just that it matches no disease known to our records, it's not even like it's from the same species. Or the same world. What do you mean? Species? World. Erza said, breathing in, keeping the panic growing at the edges under control. It's some kind of spiritual energy. It's just that it's not spiritual particles as we know them. It's as if it came from something else entirely. The sample I just studied doesn't emanate your energy, Erza. It's not even spiritual particles as you'd find in the Soul Society. Whatever is growing on you is also changing your energy into something else entirely. I won't be sure what's going on until I've run a full diagnostic on your entire body, but I suspect we'll find this power source growing on your body, feeding on your power and converting it into itself. What is it doing to me? I have no idea, Anohana admitted. I have no idea if it will kill you, or stop on its own, or revert, or keep growing indefinitely on you until you're covered in these scales. It's completely new. Frankly, I wonder if this is something innate to you. You are originally from another world, are you not? I am, Erza said. She stood up from the medical bed she'd been sitting at and grabbed her coat. Don't bother with the tests. If this is beyond medicine, then I need to visit some other people. Erza dash. Thank you very much, Captain Anohana, Erza said politely. You've done all you could, and that's as much as I could ask. I really wish you'd let me run the tests, Anohana pleaded. I hope there is more I could do for you. I've been here for 4 hours now, and you're no closer than when we started. No offense, but I think this will be outside of your field of expertise, Erza said curtly. Do keep me updated, then. And, best of luck. I will, and thanks. The orange shimmer receded, and Erza lifted her arm to look. The scales were still there, same as before. I don't understand, Erza said frustratedly. Orium, isn't this supposed to be able to do the impossible? You can create something out of nothing. You can make cancer go away and grow back limbs. You can save people who lost half their body. Why isn't it working? She breathed in, realizing she'd raised her voice. It has limitations. Specifics, more like, Orium said sadly, frowning. It restores something to its proper state. To the way it was before, but healthy. I'm not sure of the logic behind it, but I can't make a fat person not fat, for one, but I can remove tumors or regrow limbs, because they're not supposed to be that way. This, whatever this is, it's somehow part of you. Fundamentally, down to your core, or something. Erza took in a deep, sharp breath. I'm sorry, Orium said, shaking her head. I don't know. I wish I could help. It's not your fault. Really, Erza added, with emphasis. There's limits to what anyone can do. I still have one place left to visit. This is fascinating. Kisuk's eyes were glued to his instrument, Nozomi seeming no less fixated. Erza had spent most of her afternoon here, letting the scientist prod her in every way, shape, or form. Whatever tests Anohana had planned could not have been less comprehensive. Erza had been scanned from top to bottom, samples had been taken of her new tissue, her healthy regular tissue, her blood, her bones, her everything. Not unsurprisingly, where Anohana had been somber and Orium disappointed, Urahara Kisuk had reacted with the same characteristic, unseemly cheer she had expected. He had dropped what he was doing once he had seen the first readings of her changed skin. He seemed to know only slightly less than Anohana, but unlike the good doctor, it seemed to only spur him forward to get to the bottom of the truth. He had made good use of his post-war funding, at least, he had built a brand new laboratory since last, with modern equipment and machinery. You can see it forming in real time, Nozomi mumbled. Look at these sequences. Look at the spiritual energy assimilating, all the particles becoming less of itself, becoming something else. I know, right? Kisuk nodded. It's natural. Seamless. This is no foreign body, can't be. Excuse me, Erza harumphed, but I'm right here. Oh. So you are, said Kisuk distractedly, as if he'd forgotten she was there. You are taking all of tomorrow off so we can really get through this. I want to do as many tests as possible. And actually, pull some assistants off 12th, because I want to process this. Right, Erza muttered, ignoring how she had just been ordered around. There was another round of tests, and then another, and then another. Erza did as requested, putting Momo in charge and calling in a favor with the old man himself, getting Urahara a team of 5 to help process the data. Being poked and prodded at like a guinea pig felt dehumanizing and obnoxious, but she bore it stoically. It was this, or nothing else. Once the tests had concluded, Urahara sent her on her way, assuring her he would have an answer soon. Concerned, Erza went back to work, keeping herself distant and burying herself in her duties. She avoided Momo, trying to think of anything else, but it only made it worse. Every day was consumed by the looming change, the horror of the unknown, and finding whatever moment she could to avoid it. And every day, a couple of scales were added to the patch growing under her arm. When at last a week had passed and Urahara called her, she could not excuse herself fast enough. Momo, confused by the last few days of distant business, was left gaping as Erza hurried out into the world of the living. When she found herself outside his shop, she paused, taking a deep breath. What was she about to find out? Was she going to die? Was this some sort of permanent change? Not knowing was killing her, but at the same time she dreaded finding out. She had made it through so many dangerous scraps, so many conflicts that by all rights should have killed her, that dying to some mysterious illness seemed wrong. She took another deep breath, and pushed the door open. She could not put this off. Well, if it ain't my favorite captain, said Grimjo as she stepped in. He was in his Jigai, lounging against the counter. Can you believe this? I come back from my hunts with some pretty rare takes, live subjects even, and that dickhead scientist won't so much as look at it. Fucking ingrates, am I? Not now, Jaeger Jacques, Erza said curtly, shoving past him. Sheesh, what got into you? He muttered. Erza paid him no mind as she walked into the room in the back where the two scientists kept their headquarters. Captain Scarlet, Kisuk said, standing up in the back. How kind of you to swing by. I'm not in a joking mood, Erza said, gritting her teeth. All right, he said, clapping his hand. Everyone out. Confidential info time. Let's go, chop chop. The 5 assistants all got up from their seats, leaving only Kisuk and Nozomi. He should not be smiling like this, Erza thought, but then again, maybe that was a good sign. You gave us quite a trove to go through, Kisuk said amusedly. Now, I could literally talk all day about this, or the implications, but I'll stick to the basics. That is best, yes, Erza said through gritted teeth. We looked over your situation, Nozomi said, pressing a remote. A series of images triggered across the numerous screens Kisuk had set up around his stations, each one showing imagery Erza could barely understand. Some of them were pictures of her scales up close, a lot of it was just strange curvatures or data points. In essence, there has been a spontaneous metamorphosis inside you. What triggered it, we don't know, and we may never know. We do know where it's going, though. Your spiritual energy structure is going through a rapid, fundamental restructuring, Kisuk continued. In short, physically speaking, you are changing from one thing to another. You are still mostly the same, and I expect the full process to take something like 9 months, given the growth rate we've seen so far. I'm becoming something else, Erza said, lifting up her hands and staring down at them, imagining what they might look like in the future. Like what? Impossible to tell. Something reptilian, by the looks of it, Nozomi added. The consequences we can be sure of is that you'll stop being a Shinigami. You'll no longer operate like one fundamentally. You'll lose your ability to use a Zanpakuto. What it will do to your mind, we have no idea. You might be mentally exactly the same, or become some kind of wild animal, Erza said quietly, the idea sinking in with dreadful finality. Let me stress that we don't know that, Kisuk said. And we don't know that it's irreversible or impossible to cure either. Well, isn't that just fantastic, Erza said bitterly. I'm becoming something, but we still have no idea what, or what the hell to do about it, is that it? Should I just roll over and wait for becoming a lizard or snake, or something? Or what? Just tell me, because I am getting really tired. She stopped herself, realizing she'd raised her voice gradually, that she had been shouting by the end. I'm sorry, she said quietly, sounding defeated. I understand, Nozomi said, emotion seeping through her voice. It can't be easy. I know it must be scary. But we're not out of options at all. As my lovely assistant put it, we are not out of options yet, Kisuk smiled. Although I think the answers cannot be found anywhere here. We must go to the original source. The original source? Erza said uncertainly. Although you are in every way a soul-turned-Shinigami, well, until just now you once came from elsewhere. You once had powers of your own, different from these. Powers drawn from the world you first came from, Kisuk explained. That is where we must go. Back to Earthland, Erza said breathlessly. It had been over a century since she passed. Thinking about it, she wasn't even sure how long exactly. 100 years? 110, or 20? It was a literal lifetime ago. To go home, to what, though? Everyone she knew would be long gone. But how? She said, shaking her head. I mean, that's impossible, isn't it? I don't even know how I passed from one place to another. How could you even begin to find your way there? We pass through worlds all the time, remember? Nozomi retorted. The Soul Society is its own dimension separate entirely from the world of the living, attached only by the bonds of spiritual power. Hueco Mundo is no different. In theory, utilizing the Danga, the space between worlds, you should be able to go anywhere. And the silver lining here is that your samples are brimming with this new energy, Urahara said excitedly. If we attune the right instruments, search in the right places, configure a gateway. You mean, it's possible? Said Erza, jaw dropping slightly. The thought was incredible. Anything is possible with the right amount of funding, Urahara said confidently, and given that your life is on the line, I'm sure the Captain Commander will be amenable to this little burst of study. I'll talk to him, Erza said, feeling overwhelmed, almost numb. Just remember, tick-tock, said Kisuk. Nozomi glared at him. What? He said innocently. Erza paid no heed to their antics, she was already on her way out the door. With Anohana by her side, Yamamoto did not take much persuading. It rather surprised Erza how smoothly it went. Once the situation was fully laid out, the very same afternoon he had by executive decree approved a large chunk of funding and scientists to work directly under Urahara's direction. No doubt the rogue scientist's mouth would be watering when he saw what he was about to receive under the condition the Godii share in the findings, of course. Erza, for her part, spent the rest of her afternoon packing. Erza. Momo found her at last, that evening, bent over a traveling case rested on her bed. Oh. Hi, love, Erza said tiredly, sparing only a glance for her vice-captain. Erza, stop, Momo said firmly, forcefully putting herself in between Erza and her case. Tell me what's going on. You've been impossible to get hold of the last couple days, you don't talk to me, and now you're packing? You need to tell me what's going on, now. She really had grown a spine, Erza thought. Slowly, she sat down next to her girlfriend and took her by the hand, squeezing it. How many more times would she be able to do that? I have a hard time saying it, she muttered. I honestly don't even know what's wrong with me. So, let me just show you. Wrong. Said Momo, concernedly. Erza, what? Erza disentangled her hand, and pulled her jacket off. She removed her undershirt and the bindings keeping her breasts up, and raised her right arm up. Momo's eyes widened. What in the? Like I said, we have no idea what this is except that it's growing fast, Erza said wearily. We're working on a solution, but... And so she explained, everything from that first discovery to her visit to Anohana to Urahara's tests and deductions. Momo's fingers trailed over the scales. Erza winced, and Momo pulled her hand back as if burnt. Are you dash? It's a bit sore, Erza admitted. A lot sore, actually, but I can handle it. Slowly, she started putting her clothes back on. What? I mean, they have no idea. Momo said, in disbelief. No. But Urahara thinks the answer can be found in my home world. Where I first came from. So, that's what we're doing. I don't have long, 9 months at most. Then. I'm changing into something else. Some kind of creature. So until then, you're going to have to run fifth. That's a lot, Momo muttered. You're changing into something else. Suddenly. Going to another world, and... She shook her head, and stood up. She marched over to their closet, and pulled out a case of her own. What are you doing? Said Erza, perplexed. Packing. What you can't dash. Erza, if you're going to another world, possibly I might not even see you again, then no, I'm not staying here. Where you go, I'll go. Momo, the division dash. The division survived an entire war, the most destructive event in its entire history, Momo said firmly. It'll manage. It won't be as good, sure, but it'll manage. Momo, listen, Erza said tiredly, we have a responsibility to keep things running. The Godii dash. No, you listen, Momo said fiercely, screw the Godii. I don't care. This is more important. Whatever happens to you, I'll be there. No matter what you change into, so long as you're Erza, my Erza, then I'm staying with you. I don't want to hear another word about the division, or about anything else. You matter more, end of story. Do you understand? Tears quietly trailed down Erza's cheeks, dripping off her chin. Thank you, she said breathlessly. We'll beat this, said Momo, walking over to Erza and sitting down next to her again. She squeezed her girlfriend's hand, and Erza squeezed back, taking comfort in the touch. "We'll beat it together. No matter what, I'm with you till the end." It's just, Erza said, finally allowing herself to break a little, sobbing the words out. I'm scared, Momo. I don't want to lose you, I don't want to lose myself, I don't dash. You won't, Momo insisted. If you start thinking it's over, then it might as well be. So I'm telling you, it's not over till it's over. And even if all of you is covered in scales, I'd still love you. That's a big promise to make, Erza sniffed, smiling through the tears. Well, I swear I will, Momo smiled. No matter what, Erza. No matter what, I am with you. The next month was long, tedious, and trying. Erza spent almost all her time in Urahara's store, constant tests being run. She got used to bleeding, as the scientist extracted scales from her every day. Apparently, they lost their magical potency within 12 hours of use. She was interrogated at length about her world, about Fiore. What was it like? What did the countries look like? How did magic work? Erza did her best to adapt. Momo ran the division in her absence, with the understanding that as soon as it came time she would drop it. Erza spent what little free time she had in the basement, just training. She could feel her body changing sometimes. Morphing, becoming different, moving differently. This was no illness, as sore as it made her, she felt stronger. A numbness came over her right side at times, and she felt power radiating from there, a strength she hadn't felt before. Whatever was changing her was not making her weaker, but it was a strength she knew nothing of, understood nothing of, a strength that made her fear for her life. She slept little, her dreams consumed by dark flashes of another place, another world, visions that frightened her. And every day, the patch of scales grew. In the 4th week, it had grown halfway down her side, and most of her upper arm was encompassed in white. Sometimes, she thought her pupils looked different, oval rather than round. She bore the growing horror of it as best she could, throwing herself into her training. It was with the familiar feeling of dread and eagerness, then, that Nozomi fetched her toward the end of the 4th week. She followed her up, into an emptied-out lab, where Kisuk sat grinning. I am guessing it's good news, Erza said, trying to muster some enthusiasm. You certainly look like it. The danga paid off, Kisuk said, nodding. I could go on all day about the processes, and we made some major breakthrough that we'll probably be studying for decades to come. Kisuk, Nozomi reminded him. Right. The long and short of it is that a week back, we established a link. We used the energies your scales produce, casting a wide net until we found traces that attracted them, and from there we managed to get a connection of sorts. A bridge. This last week, we've been building this bridge. Sometime next week, we'll have a portal, I believe. A real, proper portal. Erza blinked. To, there? To home? Earthland. To Fiore, presumably, Kisuk nodded. Fiore. Erza said longingly. She had gotten used to the idea, somewhat, but still didn't know how to feel about it. It's been so long. Everyone I know will be long gone. I wonder if my guild even exists anymore. See, here's the best news yet, Kisuk grinned, we do have a link, but, well, this universe is not temporally locked to ours. Temporally locked? Erza said confusedly. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are both locked to ours. Chained, in a way, Nozomi explained. A portal opened into either one will always result in you coming in the same exact time as you left the other dimension. Our worlds are all connected, but this world. Not at all. It will be once we establish a portal, I believe, Kisuk said. Out of necessity. Impossible to maintain a stable connection otherwise. But right now? We could find our way back to just about any time, if we tried hard enough. I think. You mean? Erza said, eyes wide. Probably best to keep it to after you die, Kisuk smiled. Showing up before would invite all kinds of causal troubles, best left for another day. But as is, well, it's imprecise, but I should be able to get you to an appropriate endpoint past that, well, plus minus 10 years or so, hypothetically. I'll I could see them again. Erza said eagerly, suddenly forgetting her condition, everything else. Natsu, Gray, Master Makarov, Lucy, everyone she had buried in her mind, so long ago. It felt unreal. It certainly would make things easier, Urahara nodded. I see no reason not to. Erza stood there agape, shaken in a way she hadn't been since this had first begun. You can go home for now, Urahara said cheerily. Go run it by the captain commander, pack, and get a group together. We're going into the unknown as soon as the portal is ready. And how would this work, exactly? Said the old captain commander. Erza sat face to face with him, in an informal meeting. We don't really know, sir, Erza said. We'll get there and investigate, I suppose. This Earthland, he said thoughtfully, it is a dangerous place. Sometimes, sir. The land is mostly at peace, but powerful beasts sometimes roam the land. Those capable of magic, which is not entirely dissimilar from our powers, tend to congregate in guilds which operate to solve such problems on an ad hoc basis. Imagine if each division was fully decentralized, with no oversight or overriding authority, and often squabbling with each other. Not to mention the illegal guilds we had to deal with on occasion. Yamamoto made a face of pure disgust, which was probably the most emotion he had ever shown. And these mages, are they comparable in power to us? To us specifically? Very few would come close, Erza said. But to Shinigami in general? Seated officers and the like? More than a few. There's at least a handful I would have to get quite serious with, if memory serves. Then we are taking no risks on this. Captain Commander Dash. Captain So iPhone will lead the team, Yamamoto continued, ignoring Erza's protests. You will go under her command, along with Captain Strauss and Vice Captain Hinamori. Strauss will have useful familiarity with the place, and Hinamori. I believe it is best to keep her by your side. Urahara Kisuke has already volunteered, and I suspect it will be impossible to turn him down. That should be sufficient strength to cow any opposition. I will expect continuous updates, of course. Your objective will be to find a cure to your condition, no more and no less, and you will pursue this actively. Understood? Yes, sir, Erza said, nonplussed. She had expected the opposite, had expected to have to fight for this, that he might deny her. She had not expected the opposite. I will inform the team members shortly, Yamamoto continued. Urahara tells me it will be ready within days, and when it happens, you are to follow Captain So iPhone's lead in this. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Very good then. And just like that, the old man had signed off on it. Erza left baffled, wondering what the hell was happening. Was that heroic reputation really that useful? Or, did the old man actually care? The thought is unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. The day of came faster than expected. That Wednesday, Erza was awoken to a message from her favorite devious scientist, hand-delivered by Momo, who stood ready with a packed bag. Before lunch, the whole team had assembled in Urahara's store. So iPhone was talking to some assistant, an intimidated young man trying not to buckle under her scrutiny, presumably getting the 101 of the process from the poor scientist. The portal itself looked no different than the one the Godei would use to enfro the world of the living, although it seemed to be hooked to what looked like glowing reactors of some kind. Erza stared it down hungrily. Behind them, an old, familiar world would be waiting. I feel it too, you know, Lysina said longingly, walking up behind Erza. Fairy tale. I've forgotten so much about it, but the feeling, the people I left? All those years ago? I had them dead and buried, you know? I moved on. And now I'm being told I can see them again. Who wouldn't take that chance, right? Erza muttered. But at the same time, it'll tear up old things. Right. Erza turned to look at her. It's true. I don't really have a choice, though. And, who knows, if the portal can be made permanent, it won't have to be the end. Imagine being able to visit them, again and again. I know, said Lysina weakly. I know. Sister, brother, what will they think of me? What I've become? That you've grown up to be a real badass bitch, that's what, came a familiar voice from behind. Grimjo sauntered up, hands in his pockets. He'd left his Jigai behind, sword at his hip and an expectant look in his eye. You know, we were having a moment there, Erza said irritably. Sure, and now it's over. Move on, Red, Grimjo grinned. So where the hell we going? You. Lysina said. You were not invited. Come on, White, Grimjo pleaded with a grin, you'll need someone strong who can get his hands dirty. And I'm a good boy now, me. I promise, no murders. Unless they really ask for it. Get out, Lysina said sharply. No. Erza said. No, he can come. Are you serious? Said Lysina. He's a rowdy, borderline psychotic violent thug, yes, Erza nodded. Really, you flatter me, Grimjo snickered. But he's improved. He's proved his worth before. And, you know Fiore. Even if 3 captains is a generous gesture from the captain commander, the place is dangerous sometimes. Grimjo is easily on par with the likes of us, and I'd feel safer with him by our side. Really? Said Lysina. Really? Said Grimjo, nonplussed. I mean yeah, of course. That's me. Mr. Safe and Strong. If you're sure, said Lysina, uncertain. I am sure, Erza nodded. I can trust him. I'll run it by iPhone, of course, but we need all we can get for this, I think. Is this some kinda trick? Said Grimjo suspiciously. You're being nice. I'm always nice, Erza said innocently. Being a rude, thuggish bastard is your domain, remember? Oh. Yeah, true, Grimjo conceded with a shrug. So we going somewhere fun? By your standards? Most likely, yes, Erza sighed. So iPhone needed some convincing, but in the end, Erza won out by promising to be responsible for him. Grimjo, elated, almost jugged on the spot, his eyes glowing not literally with excitement. Finally, Kisuk finished up the last of his calibrations, and stepped up in front of the portal. The team stood assembled before him, resolute and determined, or giddy in Grimjo's case. All right, that should do it. I know none of you appreciate it, but we are making history here, Kisuk said excitably. A permanent link to another universe. A stable connection — Mostly, Nozomi added from the back. Doesn't that just inspire confidence, so iPhone muttered. Mostly, Kisuk agreed, to another world. Ha, I bet they're seething over at 12th. Enough prattling, so iPhone said coolly, stepping up. This mission is under GoTI authority, and all participants — at this shi'ide both Kisuk and Grimjo are to follow my command. We are going in to find a cure to Captain Scarlet's condition, and I will ensure that is what we are doing. We will rely on Urahara Kisuk's expertise in this matter. Once there, we will seek out Captain Scarlet's old associates and go from there. So in other words, no real plan, Grimjo said. So iPhone scowled, he only grinned. Alrighty then. Nozomi, ready to make history. Kisuk said. Nozomi gave a thumbs up, and flicked a number of switches on a panel. The portal begun to glow. Engaging full temporal linkage, Nozomi said, loud and clear. Establishing connection. Feeding main power grid. And establish portal. Kisuk said, smiling from ear to ear. Nozomi flicked a final switch, and the gateway came aglow. There was a surge of power, then it all seemed to fizzle out. For a moment, Erza thought it had failed, but then a stable hum ran through the structure. Success. Nozomi said triumphantly. Wonderful, Kisuk nodded. Where did we land time-wise? Judging by the timeline Captain Scarlet provided, I would estimate. Nozomi looked over a selection of numbers across multiple screens. Within 20 years of her having died? Exact date unknown. We're within our estimations, though. I suppose we'll find out, Kisuk nodded. All right, everyone who's ready to make history. He grabbed the handles of the doors holding the portal closed, and opened it wide. A bright, yellow light shone through it, but nothing could be made out past that. "I'll lead," said Erza, stepping up. Lysina was right behind her. "Be my guest," said Kisuk, gesturing toward the portal. Erza took a deep breath, and swallowed down her fears and insecurities. She took a step onward, then another, and leaped into the light. She emerged on a green, grassy field, the sun shining brightly on the landscape around them. Erza looked around for anything she recognized, anything at all. The place certainly looked like Fiore. A moment later, Lysina emerged by her side, followed by Grimjo, then Momo, and at last iPhone and Kisuk. As the scientist emerged, he pulled a small rod out of his jacket and held it up, and the yellow breach they had come through sealed shut. "What did you just do?" Erza said, suddenly concerned. "The connection is stable," he shrugged, "but tenuous. A single focal point is a bad idea. I'll recreate the connection whenever we need it." "You better know what you're doing," iPhone said, glaring at him. "Don't I always?" he said confidently. iPhone gave him a long, hard glare. "Captain Scarlet," she said, deliberately looking away from the scientist, "take point. I hope you can still find your way." "Yes," Erza said quietly, her voice blank. "Yes, I know where we are, I think. Follow me." "I know this place," Lysina said as they started their trek across the fields. Vaguely. I think I played near here as a child." Lysina had been taken from this world much earlier than her, Erza recalled. Her connection to this place would not have been the same, not as strong. But she seemed no less affected, her usual hard shell replaced with something different, like she did not know what to make of this. "How do you even feel?" Erza asked, as much for herself as for Lysina. "It's been so long." Lysina shook her head. "I remember very little. My mother and father, no," she shook her head, a strange, pained look passing her face, "no, I don't remember even them. I only have this construction of them in my head. I remember Myra Jane and Elfman, but I can barely conjure up what they looked like in my mind. I had them dead and buried, Erza. What do I even say to them?" "Hello," Erza said lamely. I don't know any more than you do. I never had any immediate family. Fairy tale was all I had. To come back. It's a lot," Lysina said plainly. "A lot," Erza agreed. They continued onward for some time, not really rushing it. It felt like walking in a waking dream for Erza, seeing these familiar sights come to life. It ached in her to see it, a here trending, beautiful pain, and a fear crept into her chest, that at any time she'd wake up and this would all be wrenched from her. Fiore. Fairy tale. They began passing through the outskirts of a forest, and Erza's heart skipped a beat when she realized where they were. She saw old, familiar flowers never seen on Earth or the Soul Society. She saw a flock of pig-sized, pink lizard creatures with square spikes jutting out of their backs leisurely crossing the path. This was Lysina, this is the East Forest, Erza said breathlessly. East Forest? Momo said. She had kept her distance for the time being, and Erza had almost forgotten she was there. We're near Magnolia Town, Lysina said quietly. We should hit the outskirts soon. iPhone nodded. I take it this is close to wherever we're going, this guild of yours. It is, Erza said confidently. Yes, we're close. And so they were. Before long, buildings became visible in the distance, the city became clearer and clearer as they approached. Coming down a hill on their way in, Erza had a good view of it, the old-fashioned architecture, the neatly lined up, tightly stacked houses, with the river cutting the city up into 3 districts. It looks the same, Lysina said breathlessly, as they approached, exactly like I remember. Almost, said Erza. There are new houses. It's a bit bigger, I think. It had more houses on the outskirts, stretching further out, but it was indeed mostly the same. The same place she had walked through 100 times, feeling the cobblestones under her sandaled feet. She never thought this regular, everyday place would feel so wondrous. We're getting strange looks, Grimjo remarked. Yeah, that's right, you gawp. He flexed, grinning. They can see us, so iPhone muttered. This is unexpected. We should have brought Jigai. Fascinating, said Kisuk. Perhaps it is this strange energy permeating the world. I can't wait to study it. Erza barely paid attention, lost in her own little world. As they passed through the center of town, she looked up. The Cardia Cathedral lay before them, looking exactly the same as she remembered. She marveled at it, slowing her pace. It was all real. Unbelievably so. It was slowly starting to sink in. Halt, so iPhone commanded. She walked up to Erza. Scarlet, I need you focused. This is a mission still, even if this must mean a lot to you. I'm here, Erza half lied. I'm fine. It's a lot at once, that's all. I know where we need to go. So iPhone, can you? Yes. I need you to do me a favor. Please. I know where we need to go, but I need to handle contact my own way. We'll link up with them today, I swear, but dash. All right, so iPhone nodded. You don't even need to hear me out. I trust you, so iPhone said plainly. Lay it out for me. Natsu Dragneel was sitting in his favorite bar, sipping on a beer. He did not often indulge, but after a hard day's work, there was nothing like kicking back with a bit of refreshment. Not that his last journey had been very hard work. The Minotaur he had pummeled in the town next over had been a local legend, but had not put up much of a fight. The Fire Dragon Slayer had only grown in strength over time, and at this point few things were left to challenge him seriously. The last few years had been quiet, and he had mostly been taking on jobs to earn money for his family. Things were a little boring, sure, but he had a good life. He would not complain. Just as he was sitting there, reminiscing about more exciting time, a strange girl in black approached him. She had her hair up in a bun, and wore strange, foreign-looking attire. Kinda cute, though, he noted in the back of his mind. Excuse me, sir, are you Natsu Dragneel? She said, her voice strangely accented. The Great Dragon Slayer. The very same, Natsu said confidently. What can I do for you? Well, I heard you are good at solving problems. Like, dangerous kind of people. My specialty, Natsu said amusedly. What, got a job for me? Well, when I headed into town, I was jumped by this really scary mage, explained the girl. She seemed really powerful, and I only barely got away. I saw bodies on the ground, and she threatened to come after the whole town. Natsu considered it a bit odd, but then again also not. Certainly wouldn't be the first time. Yeah. It's not a job or anything, but, isn't this your town? I don't know. Where? Said Natsu, standing up. He'd relaxed long enough, and putting some thug in her place could be fun. On the hill outside town, that way, said the girl, pointing north. I'll go check it out. You're not joking around, are you? Never, sir, said the girl nervously. She sounded sincere enough, and Natsu shrugged. If this was some kind of prank, then whatever. If it was serious, well, he'd love to see them try. The hill outside town seemed empty at first. There certainly were no bodies anywhere. Natsu, irritated, had almost decided it was some bullshit prank when she stepped out from behind the tree. She wore a broad-brimmed, flat hat of sorts, obscuring her face, and wore the same kind of black robes as the girl that had come up to him, with a big white coat on top. A hint of red hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she seemed amply endowed. Hanging from her sash was a curved long sword of sorts. She emanated power, he sensed it immediately. Raw, immense power, and danger. See, I don't know what this is, he said, balling his fists and summoning a burst of magical energy, but if you came to pick a fight, I'm happy to give it to ya. She said nothing, reaching for her sword and pulling it from its sheath, taking a stance. Suit yourself, Natsu said with a shrug. Fire covered his right hand as he lunged forward, throwing a punch. She blocked the strike with her blade, and to Natsu's surprise she held against the blow with ease, sliding back only a pace or two from the impact. The force of the blow, though, and the fiery burst it had caused, had singed her clothes and the strap of her head had caught fire, snapping. The headgear fell off, sailing through the air before landing on the ground, and Natsu froze, eyes wide. "I'm sorry, Natsu," Erza said with a weary smile, sheathing her blade. "I didn't really know how else to do it. Just walking up and saying hi somehow didn't feel right." "I'm sorry, Natsu," Erza said with a weary smile, sheathing her blade. "I didn't really know how else to do it. Just walking up and saying hi somehow didn't feel right." Natsu stumbled back a few paces, jaw dropped. "Erza? Erza? She was right here, in the flesh, the same as..." No. She was not the same. She was clearly Erza, clearly the same person he had once known, but this was not the person who had left them all those years ago. Erza had been in her mid-20s, this Erza looked to be well into her 30s, scarred and matured. She had a calm, sorrowful expression on her face, and it made her look older still. Her eyes were the key, they were the eyes of someone who had seen hardship and lots of it, someone who had known loss and struggle of a kind he could only imagine. She was Erza Scarlet, but also not. She was. "Who are you?" he demanded. Is this some kind of trick? Are you some kind of illusion? A fake? Some kind of other-world version? Natsu Dragneel, when you were a kid you cowered before me in fear because I'd beat the hell out of you when you acted up, Erza said firmly, a smile spreading across her face. We grew up next to one another. I am the Erza you knew well, I've grown a lot since, and so have you, but I am still me. For now, at least. He stared at her, mouth agape. How? He demanded. You're supposed to be dead, Erza. I am dead, Erza said plainly. My earthly body still decays in its grave, I'm sure. What you see is my soul having taken on a new form, with power of its own. It's a long story, but I was sent to a different afterlife. There was a mistake, but in the long run it worked out well. I have gained much power since. It's really you, said Natsu, still in shock. Like, really you? She nodded. In the flesh? Metaphorically speaking. Natsu lunged forward, this time without fists of fire, and caught her in a bear hug. Erza wrapped her arms around him, tightly. He lifted her off her feet and spun her around once, laughing with tears in his eyes. It's you, Erza, he said, his voice choking up, it's really you. It is, Erza said, ruffling his hair as he put her down. And look at you, Natsu. Look how you've grown. Indeed he had. Natsu had not been a little kid when Erza died, but in the time since her death he had had plenty of time to grow up. His muscular frame had grown even sturdier, broader, and his features had matured. The boy she had left behind was now indisputably a man, still young, still in his best years, but a man. Yeah, I mean, wow. Yeah, I guess I have, Natsu said awkwardly, taking a step back. How long since I passed? Asked Erza. How many years have I missed, Natsu? 12, Natsu mumbled. 12 years, Erza. I can't believe it, 12 years. And I thought I'd never see you again. And you grew too. You're what, in your 30s now? Erza shook her head, a melancholy expression on her face. Natsu, it has been well over 100 years for me. Maybe as many as 120, I lost count. But Natsu stuttered, blinking in shock. But you look We do not age like humans, we Shinigami, Erza explained. We do age, but slowly. But it's been how can it and how did you come back 100 years? Natsu spluttered. But how can you be back here, then? You, time traveled. There is a lot to explain, and I'll explain it to all of you back at the guild, Erza sighed, smiling. Right now, I am just glad to be back. Look at you, all grown up. And I thought I'd never see you again. Tell me, how is everyone doing? How is Gray, and Lucy? How is Master Makarov? Oh boy, I guess we both have a lot to cover, huh? Natsu said, scratching his head. Lucy and I are actually a thing now. We have a daughter, and we're trying for a second. A daughter? Erza said, blinking. Little Nashi, Natsu said with a proud grin. She's the cutest thing in the whole world, You wouldn't believe it. You'll have to tell me all about it. You and Lucy, how'd that happen? Well, funny you should ask, 'cause that is a long story, Natsu began, but let's talk while we walk. I have so much to show you. I'll bring my friends, Erza nodded. You didn't come alone, huh? No, we're a team. My girlfriend is with them. Girlfriend is in. Lover, Erza specified. Natsu blinked. Huh. Go figure. Took me a long while to figure that one out, Erza sighed. Also a long story. Talk while we walk. Talk while we walk, said Natsu, and side by side they headed back toward Magnolia, speaking excitedly. Check the description for the links to the author.